We're ready. Hey Adobe Live community, we are back here at OFFF Festival in Barcelona. We are so excited to be here this week to kick off the streams. If you're joining us on Behance or on YouTube, go ahead and post in the chat where you're joining us from. We'd love to stay connected with you. I'm Clara Galan. I work on the community team here at Adobe, and I'm joined by Adrian Chatelet today. Adrian, how's it going?
I'm good. Hola, hola, Barcelona. Woo!
Hola!
No, super cool. Really happy.
It's been super fun. How has it been so far coming to Barcelona? I know you brought the sunshine, though.
Yeah, I brought the sunshine, but I didn't bring the stress, but it's true that we've been working hard, to be honest. So first it's launched, but I can't wait to spend for next couple of weeks at OFFF Festival. It looks absolutely amazing. Amazing people around.
It's such an incredible community here, and I know, we connect with a lot of creatives online, but actually seeing people in person, it just gives so much energy, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. I'm already like, I want to talk to him and her and there and there. Please give me a cuddle. We're going to talk.
And it's so cool here, too, because we actually have a live audience behind the Adobe Live stage. So there's a lot of people that are going to be joining in and seeing us today. So we'll stick around after the streams. But I'm checking in the chat here again, so if there's any questions you have, I see I have people joining from Australia, UK, London, Saudi Arabia, and South Africa. Such an international community today. But we're just going to dive right in. So today we're going to be talking about product demo tips and tricks with Adobe Firefly boards.
I know. It's amazing. Yes, I want to talk about this new app called, as you say, Adobe Firefly board. It was first launched last year at a project concept, if you're well known. But it's just amazing. I'm really glad to show you that, because basically, what is Adobe Firefly board? I'm going to show you in a second. It's just a huge convey of freedom for you. And for those who know me, my head is constantly thinking about crazy idea that doesn't make any sense. But it's amazing. That's us. It's our beauty of creativity, thinking so wide. And we don't want to have any constraint and limit. And Adobe Firefly board is the perfect tools to do that. All right, let's jump right into is here. Oh, come back. Sorry, we're good. Jump. Here you go. We are arriving. So if you don't know where to access it, you go to adobefirefly.com. Is our web app, everything power Adobe Firefly. And here on the top, on the menu here, you will see boards beta. That's how you access it if you don't know yet. When you click on it, you arrive to this beautiful board when you can have all your files there already lined up there, and a bit of an explanation what you can do. You can do brand design, storyboarding, you can do interior design, you can do even like storyboarding, and it's all very collaborative. It's amazing. So what's happened? So next we're gonna create one board here, and I've done one just for you here. Make sure nothing's bugging because it's crazy here.
I love those colors. It's like aligning with OFF too, all the background and everything.
Want to create some color. So this is just basically a gigantic board, and you can do anything you want on that. And the first thing you can do is like simply create a board. So if I go on the top left corner, you have all the different section tools, and there I can just generate a new board. And I can do it over and again. If I click on the top, I can just change the name by, for example, concept here, great concept. Voila, perfect. And you can have all those boards and duplicate them. It's very intuitive. You can obviously write some text. So here, the first one I created earlier is the brief, because when we want to create a project or winning work or do an amazing work, you need to first do a brief, think about your research, be able to communicate with your client. All those little details are so important to make the best work possible. So let's start with the brief. So I create my board. Yes, I did bring a bit of color here because I do love a bit of color, just
Always.
to pop. So, and we go ahead and you use the type tool and you can do, okay, the brief. Okay, and here, it's all very small because it's so big. It's just giant. Look how easy it is to bring it back up. I love it. And the font, the typography, you have so many of them. It's here. It's like endless type of typography. It's so much fun. So let's go ahead and do a kind of funny, but not too crazy. Oh, that's one impactful. It's great. Here you go. The brief. Very impactful. We know what you're talking about. That's going to be my brief. And here I want to actually write the brief. So look, by holding all your shortcut is there as well. That's why I love. Like, I'm going to talk later on that tomorrow in a masterclass. And the first thing I want to share to you, the creativity, is how intuitive it is. It's really working like when you're on Photoshop or when you're in Illustrator, you all your shortcut and head and stuff, and everything is there already. So you don't have to rethink the wheels or relearning, where is this, the tool, how do I type? Everything is the same, and that I just really enjoy that. So let's go and write the brief, and for you, I already copied. Do a nice brief here. It's a nice sunglasses brief. We're going to do that. I'm going to obviously change this font because it's way too big, but look, it's going to be so easy. Maybe I'll restart actually because it's going to be so big. Up, write that down. My brief is here. Thank you very much. We bring it up. And look, in a couple of seconds, I'm going to make it so much bigger. Here you go, my brief is here. Look, and it's good. Now we don't have any problem with your clients anymore. The brief is here. We don't have, it's no like, oh, but you say that, but I'm not sure. Are you sure about that? We're not sure. No, the brief is here. You have signed off on the brief, and it's great. And you could even thinking, oh, maybe I can do a table there and just write, okay, stage 1. Hey, client, are you okay with the brief? Can you please sign here? Just to make it sure that you can collaborate. It's not just about doing the design, it's just make sure that each step is done properly, that the client understands what he's doing, the client is ready with that, and I love that possibility. So yeah, we have a brief, we can obviously change the font, but I'm fine with this font at the moment, just gonna make it a bit smaller, and you can do some bit of design there. I can say, hey, you know, I'm gonna put a line between the brief here and the objective, the line is here, and it's just so intuitive, and you have fun colors. Up, we're gonna keep it white. Up, and we're going to duplicate this line. Look, in a couple of seconds, I have created the brief. So now we know the brief. We want to create simply a new kind of fun look for a brand called Vanta. Vanta eyewear, so sunglasses, it's just fun. And all right, some of you know me, you look at me. I want it pop, I want it loud, it's there. Vanta company's name is Say It Loud. The product is like Gen Z, we want something pop and loud. Yes, great. So next thing we want to do is to say to the client, okay, have a vision, let's share this vision with the client. So simply, I'm just gonna click again into my artboard. There, I'm just gonna zoom out and just duplicate this artboard if you wish. Up, and we're gonna do it. If it's there's one to duplicate, that's fine. We're just gonna simply. Today they said no, Adrian, it's gonna happen. We're gonna do it in 2 times, but that's okay.
The joy of life.
Because look how simple and fast it is. Yes, okay. I'll do my artboard. Now I'm gonna show you something very simple, but it's so satisfying. Now bring to the back. Here you go. Now we have the mood. So let's put mood board. Mood board here. Look how quick and easy. Mood board. But without mistaking, it's quick and easy when you're not a dyslexic, but it's fine. Oh, perfect, we are here, great. So now I create my mood board, and I want to import images and stuff in it. And when you import it, it's like, okay, you have so many options. You can go online, you can research, and this tool is basically made for that. It's to find images, bring it here. So they made everything simpler for you. The first thing, if you go on the top right in the little research button here, you have access to Adobe stock. They're all here. And you already have like collection, like minimalism, you have collage and stuff. And you might think like, okay, that's cool, Adrian, but it's a bit tucked on the side. I want to see bigger. No worry, we got you covered. You click on it, boom! Look at that, it's just there. I love that. Look at those collection pre-done. Look, it's cool. Yeah. So you can obviously find your inspiration, type everything you want, and you have access to the whole suite of Adobe stock. But there's already some collection. Look, all those look and feel. I love that. It's really easy for you if you don't even know where you want to go. I already have a vision, but sometimes you just don't have the vision. So you want to be able to explore and see. And it's not only Pinterest in the world. It's other stuff. Yeah. So it's great. And when you want like to add some image, you just simply click on it. And instead of doing one by one, you just say, I like this one, I like this turn, those turn, and those turn, and you just simply place on the canvas. So everything at once, just go, and I can click here, and it place. I can select them again without my background, thank you very much, and just place it this way. But I'm going to choose something even more exciting and fast to do. So I've done it, I can do it this way, but sometimes you just have so much inspiration. So much inspiration like me, and you have like, 20 pictures at once, and you just go, come on, let's go. And look at that, it's all on top of each other, it's so messy, it's just hard. And look at this button, so satisfying. you can simply tell him, please arrange me that. I don't want to take the time for that. We all take hours to just like, okay, align the height. Do you want a mosaic? Do you want columns? Do you want line? No, no. You click on it. I want row today. No, actually, I changed my mind. I want mosaic. Okay, cool. Now I want row was better.
Makes it
and
so
then
easy.
you can look. You can make it bigger. And look, the red line. Give you, oh, I can change that like that. Like, I know it's nothing. But it's so satisfying. I don't know for you, but I have used to spend just literally, okay, maybe not hours, but a good 20 minutes sometimes to just make sure to make my mind, how do I want them, the spacing between the images. And there in split second, I did that my mood board. Look at that. We have our inspiration,
Beautiful.
all our color is there. So I really, really enjoy that. Like, it's so fast. Like, it's so good to step by step, not step by step, but those new tools are there to free your mind of all the hard work, all the like stuff you don't want to have your mind to be stuck with. Like, oh, I need to create first. Do I use a keynote for doing the presentation, or maybe I use something else, or do I use Adobe Express? No, all is there, and because it's so free. Like later, I zoom out, I have infinite option. I can do my presentation on that if I want, and by copy and paste and duplicate, you can do layout very easily, very quickly, and everything is here. And that's the freedom of it. I'm sorry, I'm gonna be very excited all the session here. It's just everything is so much fun. Okay, cool. So we done the concept, we're that. But the client might say, but Adrian, we already have a logo, we have some colors, you need to respect that. And you say, okay, yes, I got quite away. But it's okay because you can think, okay, you know what? I hear you clients, I'm just gonna put a new board, I'm gonna call it guidelines because I need guidelines sometime. I kid you not, guidelines, perfect, is here. And now, the client send you AI files because you're very lucky you have a client who send you the AI file, not just PNG low res. I'm very glad with that. And here, they got a bit of logo there going on. Vanta Eyewear from Barcelona, of course.
Of course, perfect.
Of course, perfect. How crazy we're in Barcelona? Crazy. But you see here right now, I'm on Adobe Illustrator 2025. Great, happy with that. And I can just simply click, copy, and I go there, and it pastes directly from Illustrator.
Wow,
and that's
so
just so stunning. Like, and say, okay, cool. So now in split second, I'm going to be able to bring all my content in here. Look up. We're going to make something colorful because I love color. This is like the one black and white on the top. Up. And we're going to go back to Illustrator. Look, in 2 seconds, I want to bring this one because a new version. Up. And it's here. And I can think, okay, but I want to make sure that my client know exactly what I want and make sure we don't have any problem. And I saw it doesn't have a primary font, primary typography. We need to make sure that he's agree with that. Well, it's a great place here to say, okay, you know what? I'm gonna just write down primary font, for example, is here. It's hiding a one in white, but that's okay. We can change it black. Primary font, and I just simply write down a font. And for that, I think we're just gonna go very classic, but still impactful, a good on-tone neutral. So on-tone, regular, and for that, I just simply go find on-tone regular because so many fonts that is there. On-tone regular is here. Boom.
Oh, I like that one. So many options to choose from.
I know. Obviously, we don't have the time to speak too much about it and just go crazy, but like 200 up. So now, what I've done in split second, I make sure that my client is okay with that. And for that, I can even go to my comments, obviously, because you have comment, and then you go and just pin and say, hey client, are you happy with the font? I must have done many spelling mistakes, but we're fine with that. And you submit, and you obviously can bring your client along, and they can just share with that. You can work on those boards and say, "Hey, Adrian, yeah, cool, I can reply. Yeah, love it."
This makes
and
it so easy, especially on the client side too. Just being able to go back and forth, avoiding calls, just doing it directly in there.
Exactly. So it's just so simple, and that's just the start. It's literally just the start. The basic communication, mastering, researching, that's just the start. So let's keep carry on and just think, okay, cool, I'm going to try again. Because normally you can just click on my mood board and just, hey, there you go. Thank you very much. That's what I want to try to do earlier. And then you say, photo shoot. photo shoot, because we want to understand what type of style of picture we want to have for those for this session. And then again, go on your file. You've been doing a bit of work before, and we're just gonna bring no, it's the sunglasses. Okay, photo shoot. We're gonna say I love this one, this one, this one. Yeah, let's bring those 2, 3 here. You can again say rearrange for me, make it a bit nicer. Yeah, great, but maybe just 1 column is enough. Mosaic would be great. Perfect. So now I have an idea. But again, that's fun. But we want to bring more photo to that. I'm like, okay, cool. I want new ideas, and I don't want to go on Adobe stock. I don't want to go on Pinterest, anything. I just want to generate. Because obviously, Adobe Firefly is all there for you to use. So yes, here's the magic button here. Describe what you want to generate. Yes, I shall describe what I want to generate. So I just prepare you a nice little prompt that we're going to just dissect together to make sure we're all happy with that.
And we have a question here in the chat.
Yes,
do you have any tips for prompt writing?
Great
So
moment,
many.
just so spot on. So here, prompt writing, you need to think about, let's talk about primary in general, and then we're going to talk about more Firefly focus. In general, you want to be as clear and simplistic as possible, and you need to cut the prompt in like 3 or 4 sections. The first section is very important. It's what do you want to get? So we talk about, is it a sketch? Is it a photo? Is it an editorial shot? Is it a sculpture? Is it 3D? Is it, tell him first, tell them, or tell who's behind the the model. tell the model what type of asset you want to get. Then talk about the subject. So here, I want a fashion-forward headshot. This is what I'm looking for, a fashion-forward headshot. So it's a photo. It's going to look a bit fashion, styling. I want some style there. And then I'm going to talk about the subject. The subject is a beautiful person wearing sunglasses with yellow jacket. That's the subject. And then you do, you give it some style. So subject, what do you want? Your subject and the style of it. The style of it is a futurist editorial image. And then you can add some like additional bonus, like ultra realistic, all those keywords that you might have heard when you talk about prompting. And here is like modern and fashionable aesthetic, perfect, ultra realistic, modern style. And that's how you prompt, the best way to prompt. And for Firefly, the main key takeaway you need to think simple first. So bring like maybe a prompt with like this 1 sentence, maybe 20 word max. And then you add on to it. Because if you start with a really long prompt, they might have some word that's going to conflict with other words in your prompt, and it's going to false your prompt. You're not going to get the result you want because it doesn't work very well, and you won't be able to find this word that doesn't work or make everything go wrong. So you will have to test and take one off, in, out for like hours. So just start small and just build up from that. Like that, you know which one doesn't work. If it doesn't work, go back to the step before. That's really the key stuff. And look here, okay, because there is a big revolution. Look closely, guys. So I write my prompt, here's beautiful. I can simply go on my models now. I can select my models. Because not only we have Adobe commercially sold models with Adobe Firefly 3 Fast, just to generate very quick idea. You don't want to have a certain style. It's just really, really rough. After you can go straight up to Firefly 4. I think it's the best one to work because it's super fast and it's super good quality. And now we even have the 4 Ultra. What is the 4 Ultra? Let's imagine you are like working with print and you want something really, really good quality. It's just the 4 Ultra as a model take more time to go more in detail and really take a bit more longer to get this shot absolutely perfect. But the 4 is perfect for adjacent. It's going to give me 4 options, great stuff. And then you have the ratio. And we're going to go to landscape and generate. And it's going to generate me 4 cool image. You understand me? What I want? I want some yellow. I want some kind of cool looking fashion-like image. And look, it's great there. So you have 1. You can select 2 if I want. No, just 1 and we place on the canvas. And we put it here. And now we have an additional
I like
photo.
how we have so many options to choose from, too. And then you can generate again if you'd like
exactly.
to see.
And again and again. And you can try. And one thing, God, I was going to forget something really important there. Not only I have image Firefly, but now we have a non-Adobe model. So we understand that each model has this different characteristic, different kind of style. So some are more realistic, some are more like futuristic, and you want to be able to have the freedom for your own art and for your own creativity to choose from those models. So we give you access now to model. Right now, today, with Adobe Firefly board, you have access to Flux 101, Flux 101 Ultra, and Imogen 3, that's from Google. More to come. We're going to think, we heard about ChatGPT 4 and so much more to do. So it's really free for you to say, okay, cool, now I want to try another one and I want to see how it's done.
And I know we just launched this recently, and with the third-party models, if you have questions around the outputs being commercially safe, you'll always know that Adobe Firefly is commercially safe to use for any projects that you have. Should you want to choose to other third-party models, it's very clear in the drop-down menu. Maybe we can zoom in on that, all of the different options that you have. But we want to make sure you can choose from those. But you'll always know, it'll be very clear which model you're using. And just know Adobe Firefly is always commercially safe.
Exactly. I always make the analogy of the typography. Obviously, you're allowed to download any typography you want on your computer and use it in Adobe Illustrator or in Design to create some work. But it's your responsibility if you steal this typography, that you stealing it. We just give you the tool to be able to use it, to be able to create your own work, but it's your responsibility at the end of the day. So same with the models, it's your responsibility to know the lane, the legality of the model you're using. Fun. So now let's think, okay, cool. There is two things I really enjoy here. Is this. I'm going to show you. The client absolutely love that. This kind of 3D, we're going to expand a bit that.
That's
just
so
to
cool.
See. It's really nice. I think it worked really well in kind of Gen Z kind of fashion. I'm just making a bit more space for you. I love this background. And I actually love this kind of like really cool hold it stuff. And I would like to simply do a concept for the client to make sure you just, do you like that or not? Well, here you can do all the basic manipulation that you wish to have. For example, let's get rid of the background here very quickly. And now it's going to get rid of the background of this image. I'm going to be able to place this image on the top and be able to preview that for my client. And I can even say, hey, and what does it look like if I do, I'll take my logo here, and I'm going to go here and place it there. And you have a basic mock-up for your client to see. And if the client say, you know what, Adrian, absolutely adore that. Well, that's super fun. Can we see a bit more of that? And we say, yes, we can, because I'm going to show you something even cooler now. I'm telling you I was going to get excited today. So let's imagine I'm going to put a brand new board because it's worth a brand new board. Yes, he done it. Concept. And we have this picture. I love this picture. I'm going to zoom in a bit for you to see. I love this picture. I love this style. And I kind of want... That's the beauty. I have the vision that those two will be perfect together. So you just click on them and you ask to remix it. And what it does, the model, it would understand what's happening into those two pictures, and they're going to say, okay, if you want to remix it together, this is a prompt for it. And I love that, but I wanted to make it slightly simpler to avoid any crazy direction. So you'll see I've just done it's basically I cut out a few elements to make it just a bit more tighter for them. So I'm just going to change to that. And the simpler prompt now is the editorial photo shoot of a beautiful young man wearing bold glasses and yellow lens and 3D shape on the back. Right. And now I want to be even more precise with it because you can be so much precise, and I love that. The little ice drop here, I use it, and I'm going to be able to click on each element anywhere on my board, and it's going to tell me, okay, what do you like about it? Well, first of all, I want that to be a style reference. I want this style of this 3D element. And now, if I open it, now is my style reference in here. Now I'm going to be able to do the same thing and go to here, and I say, now I just want that in my composition reference because I want a man, I don't want a woman. But I want to reference that. And now I want as well to say, hey, I'm going to click again here, and I really love the floating space and shape. He's going to give me an option of what part of this artwork you love the most. I'm going to say, okay, I love that floating shape. And now I'm going to say, okay, cool. Just generate something for me. And he's going to understand which element I love about it and what I want to do about it. So no need to be like master of prompting again. He's just doing it for you. And look at those crazy results. Absolutely.
That's so cool.
Look at that. Come on. Can you see it? Can you see it?
So cool to see both together. And so that's then the reference image that you put in there.
Look
Yeah.
at that. That's so much fun. Look,
So cool.
and you are literally in one software. It's just one app, one web app, and everything is there. And it works so good. Like I'm not because like we are at Adobe booth right now. I've been playing around with it for like the last about a month or two, and I have so much fun. And I'm so happy now it's out that you guys can use it and I can talk about it because it gives me goosebumps. It's like it's so much fun, and obviously like cool. But now I just want to show that a bit more to my client. No worries. Okay, let's duplicate that for a minute, and I can say, okay, edit. Can I expand it because I want to make it bigger, put the logo a bit nicer? Yes, I can expand it, and I can go like, oh, can you make it bigger? And again, the power of Adobe Firefly 4 is all there. So when I'm gonna ask him to generate, it's gonna generate this image bigger for me. I'm gonna be able to place the logo on it, and again, share that to my client. Say, hey, what do you think about that? And my client can be very precise and say, I like this color. I don't have those glasses. Change that to that and make that different. It's just so much fun. Look, it's gonna generate. Behold, we have some slight difficulty with internet lately, so if you take a bit of time, it's just like that. Don't worry, because I've all prepared. No, it's good. We're good.
And it's so amazing to see that too. And you save so much time not having to resize the image, fill it out, everything.
This one, we keep. Look at that. Exactly. Look at the time we save. I didn't need to go in Photoshop. I could have done it and stuff. And now I can just simply say, hey, now bring me my logo is here, and just put it on here. Yeah, see, it just went hiding there. And now we have an amazing one. Look at that. And now I can just say, hey, do you think about those direction of campaign? And again, that's ideation and like exploring and styling. And when you have all those fun style locked down, you can go and you can obviously take more time, potentially go to adobefirefly.com to go even micro, opening on Photoshop, because obviously everything is interconnected. If I click on edit here, I will be able to send that opening into Photoshop or Express to do more and go beyond that. But this is like your perfect space of freedom to push your ideation to really in a couple of seconds having some ideas and show the client, hey, can I do that? Can I do that? Great. And before we finish, I just want to show you one last thing, because now we have this time, like, I just love that. And obviously we have some sunglasses as well, because we obviously do sunglasses. I'm gonna just make it smaller. I'm gonna bring the sunglasses on the board. Yes, we're gonna create a new board for the sunglasses, because we need to show those beautiful glasses, right? Yes. Again, look how simple. I can't stop doing it. I can't stop doing it. Look at that. And it's done. I got all my sunglasses. They are ready. They're sharp. Oh, okay, cool. Now I love this one. I'm gonna bring it over and I say, cool. I want to do something with this. I like the composition. It will be perfect. And I just want to be able to show the client, hey, we can just bring these sunglasses and make them at the style we just love together. So now we do exactly the same thing. I click 1, 2, remix, and I go and just say to the sunglasses, hey, up, I'm gonna do just a simplify a bit this crazy prompt he gave me. That was a good prompt, but I just wanted to simplify a bit. Can you please do something for me? Remix. I think I went a bit too fast for him. He's just like, well, hey, Adrian, stop being so fast. I'm just so excited. Even the computer is like, what's going on? All right, don't worry. We can just jump onto that. I did it earlier. It works so much fun. We just remix those two. Look at that. We're going to bring it back to our boards. And it's so gone. Here it goes, So I think the internet is just dying slowly on me.
But even those other options that you have too, it just shows what a perfect place for ideation.
Look at that.
Trying all different.
Look at that. That's basically, I send it. If you click on it, obviously you can reload it and you can see how do I prompt it, all the style reference I create and do. So I give the style reference. I went to pick all the style I wanted. I want the minimal, modern, abstract aspect, and it's there, and I can go on and have so much fun with it. So this is basically Adobe Firefly board. Please go and check it out. Just for a minute. If you're a creative, if you use that, if you have to work with clients, it's joyful. It's really joyful, Clara. I'm sorry, I just talked for like 30 minutes for no reason. I love it.
It's so cool to see you create in real time and all of the options you have with Adobe Firefly. In the chat, you're getting a lot of love too, just in terms of all of the beautiful colors you're using and having it match, of course, your fashion sense.
I know. As well. But you see, like, obviously I went crazy because this is my visual world, but you can tailor that to your own visual world in like, well, it's been 20 minutes of fun, and we already done like 2 campaigns. So fun.
So much fun. And Adrian, for those who are tuning in, how can they get in touch with you if they want to stay connected?
Good one. So look, we're gonna go there, have everything prepared. Look, normally is here. If it doesn't bug, here. Adrian Châtelet, please follow me. Is here. It's me. I'm a proud dyslexic. I love colors and I do some fun stuff. I'm a design evangelist at Adobe. So please follow me on social. And if you have any question, please DM me. I love that. I would probably send you voice message, but I love any question.
Nice. Well, thank you, Adrian, so much for sharing this with us today. And I know you have a session coming up at OFF later today where you're going to be showing some more of this.
So today I'm doing the opening keynote with a beautiful Eloise, who's in front of me, and Javier Juan as well. It's going to be fun. It's going to be on the main stage. If you are at OFF, you must come. And tomorrow, I think it's at 1:30, I will be doing a masterclass. We're going to deep dive much deeper with it at the Firefly board. If you like that, we're going to really go deep into that. It's going to be fantastic.
That's great. Well, we're really looking forward to all of the other sessions we have today at OFF, so be sure to stay tuned on YouTube and on Behance. Up next, we're going to have my colleague Emily showcasing some new product tips and tricks in 3D. So stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hi, Adobe community. Welcome back to Adobe Live. We are live from OFF Festival in Barcelona. Sunny Barcelona today. Emily, how's it been going?
Oh my gosh, it's beautiful. Where I am from, we rarely get any sun. And just so we've got one sunny day at least today, I'm trying to get as much of a tan as I can whilst we're in here. It's been wonderful, though. Oh my gosh.
So nice.
It's so busy at the moment. I don't know if you've been to the Adobe booth so far, Clara.
I stopped by.
But the carpet is pink.
Oh,
they got a bit of pink carpet there.
My favorite color. We were just saying earlier, pink and purple. It's all here. It's all part of the branding. But we're really excited to be here today. We do have a live audience, and we are streaming live, which is exciting. So if you're just joining in from all over the world on YouTube or on Behance, go ahead and post any questions you have or comments. We'd love to stay connected with you. For those who I haven't met, I'm Clara Galan. I work on the community team here at Adobe, and I'm joined by my colleague, Emily Bisset, who is an evangelist for Substance 3D.
I am, yes.
So Emily, tell us more about your background and what you do as an evangelist for Adobe.
That's a great question, because actually I've just joined the evangelism team literally this year. I was a 3D technical artist on the 3D and I Substance team at Adobe for about 2 years before that, but I talked too much, and so they said, you know what, let's just move it to evangelism.
Let's just put her up as an evangelist.
Let's put her as an evangelist. The thing about me, before I was at Adobe, I was actually working a lot in fashion visualization.
Okay.
So I like to do a lot of digital embroidery with our Substance tools. So I'm a big fan of them before even working for Adobe. So I can really bore people, you know, if they want me to. And if anyone wants to come find me later at the booth, I will bore you about Substance as well. But I used to be in fashion. We did a lot of kind of fabric visualization. But today I'm actually going to be showing a little bit of footwear visualization because I've been kind of getting into footwear recently, just 3D shoes and everything. I will warn you, Clara, it is going to be pink. Okay.
I'm all here for it.
Okay, that's all right then. I have a thing where if it's not for a client or a customer, it will have to be pink.
It's got to be pink.
I don't make the rules. It just looks better when it's pink.
I know. It's so much more fun. I feel like everything pink is more fun.
And the more pink you have in it, the more joy it evokes as well.
Yeah.
That's what I find anyway on here. But this is a pink shoe that I actually brought it out at Adobe Max last year. I did a lovely session called If the Shoe Fits, Make It Fab with Substance 3D Painter.
Oh, so fun.
And of course, it was pink in that, but you were able to make it any different color you wanted. And some of the attendees during that workshop, they blew me away with the kind of designs they were creating. I basically give them a model. We go over a couple of very basic things in Painter. You know, we're not doing anything too crazy. But in the end, they're designing their own 3D sneaker. And I just think that's awesome. I also had a 3D printed version of that sneaker as
Oh,
well.
cool.
Printed by Mimaki. They're based out in the US. They also have offices in the UK.
Yeah.
And it was this acrylic printed shoe. It's quite heavy and very echoey. If you held it to your ear, you can hear the ocean. It was very cool. And it was my own design on there, so I could show it to people during the session as well.
Oh,
And
that's so
that was
cool. We
awesome.
need a picture of that. I'm going to put that in the chat so
I'm
everyone
gonna
can
have to
see
find
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm looking here in the chat. We've got a lot of love. Emily, the queen of pink. We got a lot of pink
Thank you.
emojis.
Thank you.
And 3D, excitement for
that.
3D. And we have, again, more community members joining in from all over the world, from Estonia, from the UK. We got a shout out from South Africa, from Sweden. So thank you to everyone who's also staying up super late in different time zones, too.
Yes, because that's totally not what I did last night either. obviously, bright and early. But today
course.
we're going to be looking at some Substance 3D Painter.
Yeah.
I don't know if have you ever used Substance 3D Painter,
I
Clara?
have watched demos of it, but I am not a professional myself. So I'm going
all
to
right.
defer to you to just dive right in and
Get
show
into
us.
it. All right, well that's okay because Substance 3D Painter is actually a lot like Photoshop.
Okay.
So we still have our sort of layers stack here. I can add like a fill layer that's going to fill the whole of my sort of shoe there if I want to. I can move these up and down just like I would in Photoshop, bin them. I can make a paint layer, I can hide it, you know, all of that kind of stuff. So in that respect, it's quite similar to Photoshop. And that means that if you already know how to use Photoshop, we're kind of just translating this into 3D. And the real thinking behind it kind of comes in when you're thinking about, oh, well, how do I make something shiny? You know, how do I make it look metallic? In Photoshop, you would paint on those reflections or the details. But luckily in Painter, for us, you know, if I just add a fill layer on top of my shoe here, and it's going to fill this upper, this is this bit that we call it. If I want to make it metallic, I can just switch on this metal channel in my properties panel and just turn that up a bit.
It makes it so easy.
And then I've got a metal shoe. And if I want to get it at a different angle, I don't have to spend time painting on more of this reflection from a different angle. I'm literally just spinning it around and having that light reflect off of it during that. I don't think I'm going to go for a metallic shoe this time, although I do think that is quite interesting. Perhaps we'll incorporate some metallic stuff in there. What I was going to show today is, obviously, I've got this lovely pink shoe. And what I want to add is a couple of elements to it. So for starters, what about some kind of different colored detail on there? So what I have is I have an Illustrator file here. You can see this is some of these really lovely patterns that I got off of Adobe stock. We can see in here, and I've got 6 different artboards. Now these are just black and white patterns. I don't have any color in them. I'll show you a bit of color maybe a bit later. And then if I go into Painter here, now what I'm going to do is I just want to make a fill layer on top of this upper. So I need to just find in my layers stack. I've got this first pink fill, and this is just this fabric that's coming in here. We can see it there. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to make a fill layer on top of this, and it's going to fill the whole of this fabric. So if I just press that for the fill, and it's going to fill the whole of that. Now that's nice, but now I've gotten rid of the pink, and we can't have that, can we? And so I'm going to make a mask, just like in Photoshop. I just add a mask, add a black mask like that. And again, that's now masking out all of this fill layer that I've just added. I've got it as a gray. I can make it a sort of white, but we can always adjust this later. So I'll have it as a white for now. Now, within this fill layer, I can, of course, start painting straight away. I don't really want to do that, though. What I want to do is actually fill it with one of my lovely Illustrator artboards here. And so what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to come into my File Explorer. I'm sorry I'm not on a Mac, anyone that's a Mac user. But obviously, this would be in your Finder if you were using a Mac. And I've got my Illustrator files here. It's called Alpha Patterns. That's what I want. And all I have to do is just drag and drop it in there. Just like that. And it's going to bring it straight in, and it's going to apply it straight to my mask. So I'm already getting this kind of funky pattern coming out here. Now, that was super easy. All of the Substance programs, if you don't know what you're doing, you can just drag and drop things in. Pretty much anything works if you just drag and drop it in. And that, for me, works perfectly. I'm a very simple person. I like simplicity. And so if I drag and drop that in, you can see it's now filling the whole of this. For anyone that's really into 3D, we can see our 2D view here. Now, if you don't know what this is, don't worry too much about it now, but this is our UVs sort of laid out in a 2D thing. And so when we work in 3D, it's kind of like making clothes backwards. So if you make clothes, you kind of cut out, you know, if I'm making this T-shirt, they cut out the pattern, you sew them all together, and it becomes this 3D thing. Now, in 3D, we kind of do that backwards. So we've modeled something 3D, like a t-shirt, and then we have to cut it out and lay it all flat. And this is essentially what we've done here in this 2D view. This is called a UV map here, and that's what it looks like all cut out. So currently, my patterns are basically being pasted onto that, and we can see them show up there. But the wonderful thing is, now that we can bring in native Illustrator files, we can actually choose between our different artboards here. And so it's not just one static image. I can actually choose between my different patterns that I've got in here. So I can cycle through it. Let me just get rid of that 2D view for now.
I like that pattern.
Right?
So cool.
It's nice. And if I want to, I can just tile it a little bit. If I want to get it any smaller, I can keep it as one as well. And if I go back into the 2D view, actually, I can actually move it around like that, so I can get a nice design going on there. Now, what I said before, what's happening underneath this mask is it's just a white color at the moment. And we can totally keep it like that if we want to. That works perfectly. But we could also make it metallic if we wanted. And so I could just pop that up a little bit like that. Nice. And now we've got this sort of shiny thing. We could even make it gold if we want. I am not a good fashion designer. I would like to just point that out right now. If you let me design clothes, they will be pink and ugly.
I love pink. I don't think it's ugly at all.
You can't go wrong with
It's very on theme. Barbie,
right? Weird Barbie, I think, is more the more the direction I feel like I always go in. So now we've got this lovely metallic pattern happening on there. I can even adjust the roughness if I want. So roughness works in a kind of grayscale map, right?
Yeah.
So if it's black, that means 0. That means it's got no roughness. So it's super shiny like a mirror. And if it's white, that means 1, and that means it's quite matte. So we can see this is very shiny at the moment. And it doesn't really go with, where we've got that fabric happening underneath. I can bring it up a little bit like that. Oh, lovely and shiny. Perhaps I'll actually turn it for a darker pink. Something like that. Okay, so that's working nicely on there. But let's say I want to add, I don't know, maybe some hand embroidery to it. What about that? So if I just switch to this 3D view in here, like this, maybe I want to add some stitching to it. Now, we have a fantastic brush inside Substance 3D Painter. It got released, I believe, in June 2023. I could be wrong on that. But it is called the Top Stitching tool, and it is used with our 3D Paths tool. So before, we used to have to paint a brush stroke. We could get like a brush that looked a little bit like a stitch and everything. And when we were doing our visualization, we would paint all these stitches onto our models. But then if the client wanted changes, which we know the client never wants changes, but when they did want changes, we would actually have to go in, erase everything. If they wanted a different color, we would have to sort of set up this weird masking thing going on. But now we have what's called the 3D Path tool. And this is what I'm going to show in this next bit. I think we'll put it above that. So I've just added a paint layer here. And I'm going to just pull this out a little bit so I can see my brushes. And I'm going to find the top stitching one. It's my favorite brush. That's why it's at the top. Because I always love to use it. Top stitching, yeah.
I like that.
And then we can make some nice, hand embroidery. Why not? Oh, I love it, like a disco.
I know. Now we have like some lighting.
It's so dramatic.
On the subject.
Dramatic for the top
We just
stitching.
had the lights go down.
Okay, and so now that I've got my tool on, I'm not using a brush anymore. I'm actually using this. It looks like the pen tool from Illustrator. Again, a lot of this translates over to our 2D apps. And so if you're using the 2D apps already, it's really not that hard to pick up. And so in here with the pen tool, I'm going to have my top stitching selected, and I'm just going to start just clicking and painting along it. Now, you can't really see in this because you can see I've got my sort of visualization of it. But if I switch it off, we can see that we've got these lovely stitches happening.
Yeah, it's so easy to see, too, just from all angles.
And so this is a very technical term, Clara. This stitch currently is very sticky outy.
Sticky outy.
Yeah, so this is a technical term we like to use in 3D.
Yeah.
It's looking a little sticky outy. That basically means the height level is a little bit crazy at the moment, but that's all right because we can actually come into our properties panel here. If I just scroll down a lot, you have to forgive me, my laptop does not harbor much screen space. And then in technical parameters, I'm just going to take the height range down a little bit.
Oh, wow.
And we can see we flatten them a little
Yeah.
bit. But that's all right. So now I can continue with my path. If I want to, perhaps I want to put it along this shape here. And we can always make these stitches a bit smaller as well. So I can just come in here, take the size down a little bit. Now let's have a look at how that's looking. Something like that. Yeah. And then we'll pop in maybe another bit of hand stitching as well. And then I think I'll move on to something more exciting too. So let's just put in another thing. You can see it's actually tracking where I'm going to be putting my next stitch. There we go, like that. And if I want to put in another one, I can just hover over it like this. Now, the wonderful thing about this stitching tool, and I don't know if I want to use it here, but I can, if just to show, is that these stitches, we can change them on the fly, so we don't have to have just a normal single stitch in there. We can actually come into, let me see, where the category of stitches is. And we can run through these. And if we just press the down arrow key, we can just flick through, if I turn off that, flick through that to choose a nice set of stitching. So we can just add our nice embroidery in there.
We can see all the different, so many options to choose from. I could be hours just going over the stitches.
Exactly. And as a 3D artist, I also tend to spend hours just wiggling my 3D model around and just wiggling the light around and seeing how it reacts. Many 3D artists will relate to that. That's basically what we do half the day. And then work on the rest of the model afterwards. Yeah, it's just the process.
Yeah.
It's the process. But anyway, so we can add more to this if we like. I've got one path going at the moment, but if I'm done with this path, I just have to press enter, and then I can start making another path. Now, what I also just quickly wanted to show you, it's a new feature we've got in there, is we've got the path tool, but we've actually got a filled path tool as well. So if I come back to like a basic hard, like this, and I just start making it, we can see that we can now fill these paths. Now, these are really cool for making kind of abstract designs on top of your model. And on here, I can just say, hey, I just want color. I just want this nice color on top of here. So instead of bringing in that Illustrator file, if I wanted to make something in a custom way that I can really change up like that and just have a bunch of sort of like cow print or something like that, I can just do it within here, making this path fill tool. And there's a lot of different ways of using that. You could use this inside a mask. You don't have to be using it on top of this base color. It's totally up to you. What I also wanted to show as well, I've got a lot to show you, Clara. I'm so sorry.
You know what? I want the shoe. Like I love the OFF 2025. Like I think I need special shoes for OFF.
I think next year we should be giving out shoes.
I think we should make these.
We should make this happen. At least a little.
So we're having a marketing meeting at the same time.
Nobody tell anyone the discussions we're having right now, because this could be the next big thing.
This could be next year. So. Sneak peek.
You saw it here first, guys. You saw it here first. But the next thing I kind of wanted to show you is some of our filters that we got. Now, I will be talking about one of these filters actually tomorrow.
Okay.
So Robert and I are doing a lovely keynote at 4:30 tomorrow. I thought it was 5:30. It's 4:30. 4:30 tomorrow on the Beat stage.
Okay.
And we will be talking about Substance 3D Painter and how it integrates with After Effects. Because we love using a bit of 3D, but then also comping it into things in After Effects. And so I will be using the sticker generator here, but actually today I wanted to show you the embroidery generator.
Perfect.
Because I just think it will work really well on a shoe like this. And so what I'm going to do is I'm literally just going to drag and drop this on my shoe. Again, in Substance, dragging and dropping usually works with everything. And so if you're never sure how to add things or how to like execute something, usually it's a drag and drop.
Drag and drop.
It's a drag and drop. Now, what I've got on there right now, it looks kind of ugly. It's just a woven patch in grey. That's totally okay because we're going to add something to it. We're going to add our own designs to it. Now, I myself am a terrible Illustrator artist. And so I've actually got a couple of these that I found on Adobe stock. How cute are they?
Very
Lovely,
cute.
trippy little stickers like that. And so what I'm going to do, oh, not there, in Painter, is I'm just going to scroll down again in my properties panel. This kind of changes depending on what you've got active at the moment. And so I'm going to scroll down in here right to the bottom and I can put in an image there. Now I could put in any image. It could be an image of myself if I really wanted it to. I don't know how that would translate to embroidery, but you could definitely do it.
Try.
Try. I mean, 3D is like make-believe, right? You could do anything in 3D.
It's amazing.
It's fine. You could build pink shoes for OFF Festival 2026. Anyways, and so what I'm going to bring in here is another Illustrator file. So I'm going to find my Stickers 01 Trippy. That was named very well by myself. And then I'm just going to drop them in there. Again, a drag and drop.
So easy.
Can't do anything better than that. And you can see I've already got it in there. Now, this is looking a little bit low res. This is only because I'm working at a 2K tile. And so in this 2D view, when we look at it like that, that is 2048 by 2048 pixels. And I don't want to bore you too much about that, but it means I can always move it up to 4K and it will all up-res instantly. So if you've got a tiny little laptop or one like mine that's getting really, really hot, you can always work at a lower resolution and then up-res it afterwards. And then you can be a bit quicker about it. See, I can up-res that now and watch my laptop start to smoke. And then it should show us a nicer version of that. You can see it in there. And that's doing a pretty good job already.
It's amazing. I mean, it's amazing how you're able to just bring that directly in from Illustrator. Right into Substance.
Now, and I can also switch through my artboards as well. So I can find one that I really like.
I love that one too.
Right?
That's really fun.
And it's purple. Too.
Yes, and it's
so
purple,
it's
which is
already on the way to pink.
My second favorite color.
Thank you. Because it's pink. But I can also scroll through it. And if I make any changes to my Illustrator file, I can actually come in here. It's in here. We've got automatic updates. This is a new feature in the latest release. And this basically means that if you've got loads of files, Illustrator files, bitmaps and everything, and you're making constant changes to it, you can actually ask Painter to be like, hey, can you just check like every 1 minute or something to see if I've got any changes in these files? So you can automatically have them update in your asset browser, but also in your project as well. So you can pick.
That makes it so much easier, especially if you're, designing in Illustrator, and then the changes automatically will come to Substance.
And you can just get it all the way in straight away. So we've got some crazy ones coming in here. Something like that.
Now I'm getting ideas of designing patches.
Right. We could definitely off 2026, guys. Off 2026. But then you can switch everything in there. And now,
so cool.
The beautiful thing about Painter, which I do kind of want to talk about, is in here, because we've kind of built this all up in layers, if I or my client said, hey, Emily, pink's really not working, firstly, I would say no to that job afterwards. But secondly, I could always come in and go, okay, well, I can just change this fabric color. I can just, change it to blue. And it's automatically going to update underneath there. And because I'm only working really with masks, it means that everything will update and everything will stay in one place, which is really lovely. Makes ideation and sort of creation and creativity way quicker and way more fun as well. And so once you can get your head around sort of the 3D-ness of Substance 3D, after that, it's just pure creativity, and it's just like the best thing ever. And yes, I might be a little bit biased. God, stop asking. But I do really enjoy it. And I think that when you learn Painter, if you already have Photoshop and Illustrator knowledge behind you, you can really just pick it up super quickly and then just let your creativity run free. And I know we have a lot of sort of 3D-ish people at OFF today. I've already spoken to a couple of them. And so if you want to know more about a little bit of Painter and how it might go into After Effects, firstly, come to the Adobe booth. We have a video, Ask the Expert, there, where we are looking at After Effects and the 3D features in there. I can also show you a little bit of Painter as well, if you would like to see that. And also at the keynote tomorrow at 4:30, that I am now remembering. So once I'm done with this, let's say, this very ugly sort of, let's just get rid of that and put on my lovely pink patterns back on. If I'm happy with this now, I can always export this and send it straight to After Effects. It's going to package it up just like as a GLB file or a GLTF file. And that's going to be my model with all those textures already in there. And it's going to give it to me, and I can bring it straight into After Effects and start animating with that straight away. But for today, I'm actually going to send it to Substance 3D Stager, just because I won't be showing Stager tomorrow at the keynote, so I thought I'd just put it in now. This is Substance 3D Stager. This is a wonderful application. It's really good if you're not really using 3D just yet, and it's not as amazing as Cinema 4D in terms of what you can do in terms of animation and simulation and everything. But if you want to get nice, quick product, virtual photography shots of your product, this is the perfect software to use. You see how quickly that just got brought in. And now in the final couple of minutes of this stream, I'm going to quickly set up a nice product shot like this. So I've just hidden the grid there. I'm going to come into environment. This is going to go fast, people. But if you want to hear about it later, you can come and ask me about it. So right now I'm viewing it in a real-time view. That's kind of like in a game engine if you were playing a video game. But I can switch on ray tracing here. And that's going to give me a ray-traced version of my shoe. Now, it's going to slow my computer down a little bit. So if I'm just placing stuff, I'm going to just switch it off until I'm ready. We also ship with a bunch of assets as well. So you can see we've got these lovely models I can bring in, put in the background and everything. I've got materials, but I've also got HDRIs. We call them environment lights. And so I can actually bring in, I like Tomoko Studio. Substance artists are really boring because we'll go to a party and discuss what our favorite environment lights are. Mine is Tomoko Studio. And so you can see I can just spin this around. It's being a little bit slow because my laptop is like currently smoking. And I will go join it in a minute. And so after this, I think I'm just going to add a camera. Super easy to add a camera. You don't have to faff around trying to angle it and everything. I just click one button and the camera is added there. Now I'm starting to get this shot going. If I want a bit of depth of field, because you can't go wrong with a bit of depth of field, I can switch it on here, set a focus point, and just click wherever I want the camera to focus. And we can see as the grain starts to dissipate here. I wonder if we've got denoising on. Oh, we have got denoising on. Aha. I know why you're being slow. You can actually render with GPU rendering, and that means it's way quicker. That's what I haven't got turned on. And then let's take off that denoise. And so you can get these really fast, lovely product shots. And that was only, what, 2 or 3 minutes just in there. If I want to do a turntable, I can just click it, come to animation, just click spin, turn it off. There we go, I've got it spinning. I can export that as MP4, GIF, image sequence. And then I've got it all in there. But I'm conscious I don't want to take up too much more time. But if you do want to hear about Substance 3D Stager, come and find me. Ask the expert booth over on the Adobe booth in the lovely hall over there. And I will talk to you about it until you walk away from me. Lovely.
Well, Emily, it's amazing to see what you created in just half an hour. Yeah. So for those who are using Photoshop and Illustrator and maybe you haven't used Substance 3D before, like it's really easy to just dive in. Now I want to start experimenting for our 2026 off shoe.
Yeah, you heard it here first, guys. Pink off shoe embroidery that says Clara and Emily on it as well.
I think everyone's going to want one.
Yeah.
It's going to happen.
It'll be fine. Yeah.
So I'm looking in the chat here. I know we're just going to wrap up now, but there were some questions about how to get Substance 3D if you have Creative Cloud. So I'll post that in the chat, but any pointers you have?
You can get it on Creative Cloud. It's a subscription that's separate to Creative Cloud, but you can try a 30-day free trial just to start off with. Also, if you're a student or a teacher, you can actually get it for free.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
we'll put those discounts in there.
Yeah. So if any students or teachers, you can also have access to Asset Site now for free, which is kind of like our Adobe stock, but with 3D models. And so as a student or a teacher, you used to not be able to get access to that. And so now you have the whole collection. I think it's about 18,000 assets.
Wow.
It's a lot.
It's a lot to choose from.
It's a lot on there. So you get that with the subscription as well. Well worth trying out. We also do happen to have them on Steam as well, perpetual licenses, if you do want to check that out, if you might maybe want to try it for a little bit. But yeah, on Creative Cloud, it's not part of, on Creative Cloud Desktop, you'll find it in the 3D section. It's not part of the All Apps package, but it is a Substance package. And come and ask me about it later. I will literally go for it.
For sure. And for those who are here, definitely come by the Adobe Live booth. And for those who are tuning in online, whether you're on Behance or YouTube, we are live. So I've been seeing a lot of questions in the chat. I even posted my Adobe email address in there. So feel free to reach out and we're happy to help. So Emily, thank you again so much for joining us today. I know you have a lot of other sessions coming up, so we're really looking forward to them.
Exciting. Thank you so much, Clara.
Thank you. And for those who are tuning in, just stay tuned. We will have more episodes coming up for the rest of day 1 and day 2 of OFF Festival live from Barcelona. So we'll see you soon.
Bye.
Welcome back, everybody. Creative of the world, thank you and welcome again to Adobe Live. So I just got joined by Nisanti next to me. I am so happy to have you here today. So Nisanti is a digital, she's an artist, a designer from Singapore. She does some digital art, AI art, absolutely mind-blowing. I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit of a fan here, so I'm so excited. She's just there, yay! How are you doing today?
Great. Thank you for having me. I'm so excited to be here, even though it took 14 hours to get here from Singapore.
How do you like it, Barcelona, so far?
Oh, I love it. I've been here before, though.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
For my first time. Can you believe that?
Oh, really?
Yeah, my own first time.
Oh, my
So it's gonna be
gosh.
good. Thank you, by the way, Barcelona, to invite us there. It's fantastic. So, okay, I have so many questions for you. Can you maybe start by introduce a bit yourself? We know you come from Singapore, but how did you get there and who you are?
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Wenhui. Hi. So I have a background in architecture. So it was only 2 years ago that I started to build this parallel universe called the Antiverse. It's a imaginary world where aunties are the main characters. So where I come from, aunties are sort of misunderstood characters. They are seen as negative and complex. They are endearing, but also very critical. But mostly they are a stereotype. So I wanted to reframe through my project, the nice aunties, Antiverse, the way we look at aunties, and also ask a few questions. Why do aunties behave the way they do? How we feel about aging? How do we want to age? How we feel about beauty, and so many other everyday subjects. Mostly to change how I feel about aunties, mostly. So the word nice aunties was meant to be ironic because before this project, I actually thought that aunties are not nice. Yeah.
They are nice, come on. We all have nice aunties, but we do have some bad ones too.
Yeah, but I'm like putting things in context. They are usually very critical when we meet them at family gatherings.
Yeah.
Like they would say things like, "Oh, you look better the last time I saw you. What happened?" So,
But that's not just like my mum more than anything.
I know,
to
but
be
it's
honest.
just their way of showing love, so.
I love that. So yes, I mean, you kind of talked about this concept of nice auntie, and is it just like did it just came to your mind like one day you say, I'm just gonna quit doing architecture because I had this nice auntie who was mean to me, and I'm just gonna start a feed of crazy aunties just to show that they can be nice too? What
Yeah.
the moment that
It kind of literally came suddenly, but of course, with AI, things happen very quickly. You have an idea, and then you describe it, and it happens so quickly. That means you can do anything you want. So what came naturally is something that came from my childhood and things I grew up with, things around me, which is anti-culture, and also the life before I used AI, which is like architecture and life experiences and memory and history and all kinds of things. So constructing AI is like building a collage, ideas can come from anywhere, anything.
I absolutely love what you're saying because I feel a bit the same, and I wanted to ask you the question you kind of answer right now. It's like, yeah, you did a shift to AI, and this AI is a big talk at the moment. Some love it, some hate it, some not sure about it, but it's there and it's just really opening plenty of things. Like, how did AI kind of impact your creativity? Like, how did it really impact your day-to-day creative life?
Well, I would think that it kind of expands it, because you think about the life cycle of design, it's the same no matter what tools you use. Like in architecture, when I conceptualize something, the ideas come from the brief, the client's brief, and then discussion with your team members, and then the site, and all kinds of influences. And then you sort of formulate an idea, you discuss with your teammates, and then you get new ideas, right? So working with AI, I feel is exactly the same, just a lot faster.
Yeah.
Yeah, and of course, it's not just about AI. It's about combining ideas that don't quite exist in the same situation, and there is power in doing that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. And I definitely would like you to start showing your work because it's absolutely amazing. And while you start showing the work, like earlier in backstage, when I look at it, it's so surrealist. And you actually rightly said, no, it's not really surrealist because surrealism is not the same thing. Can you tell a bit like, if we were to describe the world of your aunties, what would it be?
I would say absurd.
Absurd. Right, I take that.
It definitely looks surreal.
Yeah.
But surrealism comes from the idea where it's about dreams and then there is no reason for anything. But there's actually quite a lot of thinking gone into my work because I should think about it a lot. So I can't really call it surrealism even though it looks surreal.
I love it. Absolutely, you're absolutely right, and it definitely looks surreal. I absolutely love it. Even though maybe in the future, aunties will look like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Can you show us maybe a select piece of work and just talk through your creative process, how you came to do that?
Okay. So I'm going to start with, what we can see on the screen. There are these everyday things that we do, but we don't think about. Like, for instance, things that aunties care about, like big permed hair. And then when you think about big permed hair, there are so many things associated with it. And one of it is hairspray. So this is a video about hairspray and how effective it is. Can't hear the sound.
Yeah, the sound is here. Oh my God. Oh, madam.
And then, nothing really sort of exists on its own in Antiverse because there's actually like 1,000 images I published last year.
My
And
God.
one of the chapters is like a black and white series about hair. It's all about hair. That's why there is a video about hairspray to explain it. So I just show you quickly. So this is not the only video. There are so many others. And one of them is about the hair being so heavy that aunties need some kind of hair maintenance and support system because you need a mattress to support the hair and the structure.
Oh my God.
So one thing led to another. There's just so many spin-off stories.
The internet is a bit slow, but that's okay.
Yeah.
It's gonna come.
Okay.
You just told us that you literally produced 1,000 pictures last year. And it's so interesting that the productivity we can get with the AI and the thought, and even like just hear you saying about like you just focus on black and white series about hair. Is it not for you kind of a dream of a HDHD creative, like say like I can now go in a niche so deep for like a week and create an amazing amount of work and then move on to something else?
Oh, definitely. And when I say 1,000, it's not just 1,000. There's like more than 150 videos and thousands of images. And there are so many locations in Antiverse. I'm actually working on a map to show the full extent of this universe. And then it covers all kinds of topics, not just about hair. Hair is just one of them. And then there's also, about environmental degradation, like the pollution of the ocean with plastic. Which is another series called Atlantis.
Oh my God. I'm going, yes, you can. Yeah. It's amazing. We have the public in front of us. If you are
Thank you.
It's absolutely, the piece of work is amazing. Can you tell us a bit more about that? What fueled you the concept? Is it maybe you think about even publishing it and having create that as an impact?
Many years ago in architecture, my partner in architecture had an idea to recycle ocean plastics to become architectural cladding for beach huts.
Yeah.
And then they actually won an award at the World Architecture Festival.
Amazing.
And then he showed me this image of a bird with its stomach exposed full of trash.
Yeah.
And it was horrifying. I'm sure everyone has seen
We
that
all
image.
seen it.
Yes.
And it
yes.
was just so visual.
I know. So 10 years later, I remade that image with AI, so it's what you saw, a bird auntie lounging on the beach with her stomach exposed. And then one thing led to another. I developed it into 5 videos telling all aspects of plastic pollution. So including like microplastics being ingested by marine life, and then these animals in the ocean becoming plastic as well. And all kinds of things like aunties collecting the trash, recycling it, processing it at a factory, and then making products out of plastic. There are just so many videos.
So it's amazing, like, to hear from you, like, really describing and dissecting this video, because for us, we just seen it. It's just like so impactful. It's so many symbols within it. It's just wow, beautiful piece of work.
Thank you. Thank you.
Love it. Do you have another like? Do you think you're gonna keep doing around like this environmental, and you want to try to push somewhere? Maybe have a vision with it, or you just kind of close this chapter and go to the next one?
I think it's always moving within the Antiverse, and there are so many topics to deal with because it is a mirror of everyday life. And the latest series I'm working on is got to do with Jelly City,
Okay.
which started with a video where aunties wanted to protect their personal space. You know, in queues, people always stand too close.
Yes.
And then sometimes you don't want to feel people's energy. I sort of imagine we want to have some kind of protective bubble. So then I made this video where aunties wore jellyfishes, and it kind of went viral as a fashion statement inside Auntyverse. So this is the video.
Auntie, what are you wearing?
I saw everyone wearing. I have FOMO.
I like this extra protection, you know, pollution and all that. Auntie, where to buy jelly?
First, you go to a jelly shop. Buy a baby jelly. Take care of it. Don't forget to water it, it will die. When it grows up, it will become your friend, and you can wear it. Frog has a jelly too.
Auntie, what are you wearing?
Oh my God. This is amazing. Did you enjoy it? Yes? Yeah! I have so many questions. How do you... Okay, first, I get the idea, the first idea you just told, but how did you thought about like all those back and forth and the chat and the interview with the aunties? It just, your imagination is so wild. I love it.
I don't know. I guess it's like thinking, how do I capture intrigue and curiosity? And then I thought, okay, let's start with an interview. I think it's always interesting in social media because it forces you to think, how do you make people stop for the first 3 seconds?
Yeah.
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 So there are so many ways to do it, and an interview is one of them. They're just
Amazing. It's like the hook. I love those videos. Hook, one hook, two hook, and the interview is one of them. I love it. Love it. It's fantastic. Okay. One of the questions I wanted to ask you is, obviously, we know about okay, creativity is great, but how we go about to make this connection happen between us and the viewer and the artist. And I think one of the major point of your work is the storytelling behind it. Do you want to talk a bit about your approach to storytelling and the importance of it?
Yeah, sure. You know, one of my artist friends said something that really struck me. He said, being personal is universal.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then there are things like human connections and the relationship with your mother or your grandmother, for instance, that everyone has because everyone has a mother, right? You know, so is this kind of emotions that kind of that you bring into the work that will connect with people? So I guess the question is, when you create something, the first question is, what is the intention behind your work and what is the message you want people to take away with? And then you build a story around it.
I love it. I love it. That's a piece of wisdom, a talk of wisdom.
Thank you.
Love that.
It's anti-wisdom.
Anti-wisdom. I love it. I love it. All right, let's stay focused on that. Yeah, so storytelling is amazing. I absolutely love it. Without going too much into detail, I think a lot of, earlier I have a question about how do I prompt, what the advice of prompting and stuff. And when you go about creating an image, what is your little technical process to just from the idea, from this connection you want to give and
Okay. So a prompt usually works like this. But think about a big picture first. What do you want to tell in the video? So a video has about 50 to 80 scenes. Each scene is a prompt, is a different prompt. So the structure works like this. First you have, say, what kind of photo is it? Is it photorealistic? Is it a documentary photo? Is it a low-angle photo? So describe the premise and then talk about the subject matter. So an auntie is doing what? The action. And then describe what the auntie is wearing.
Yeah.
Describe her hair, her eyes, her face, and then describe her emotions. So talk about the feeling you want the image to have. So for me, I always put words like weird, surreal, and then end it with camera settings.
Camera settings.
Yes, so that is a basic prompt. And then you keep adjusting the details until you get an image you like. Then keep the prompt as your base rule, and then change the details for the rest of the video. And usually that works out.
I love that. And you normally like how many alteration, how many images do you generate until you get the right one, roughly?
Oh, I think it's very intuitive. So, thousands.
1,000, yeah.
But with AI, you can make like a few hundred images per day.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
choose a topic, work on it per day. So one topic per day, and then sleep on it, come back to it, and then you might get inspired to make other prompts. And then let the process guide you. So there is a big picture rule, but I don't really stick to it very much.
Yeah.
So I still leave room to change and tweak along the way, and then somehow it comes together. But it's mostly intuitive, so just make sure you're always happy when you're creating.
Yeah, I love that.
Yes.
It's amazing. And you just say you just like pick a topic a day. Do you have like a kind of a structured way of working when you say, okay, cool, I'm going to start my month by play down the topic I want to go and just go? No, okay.
Absolutely.
That's
Absolutely.
pretty good.
And you know, artists have very, very short attention span. I can't really do one thing for more than half a day. So I usually have like 10, 15 things going on. And then you sort of segment the day and break it up into sections where you work on different things.
Yeah.
So it helps because it's kind of taking a break between things, but you're also working on different things. So it keeps your brain active and it keeps you excited all the time. I think it's very important, feeling excited and curious about what you do and draw. And then that's the thing that propels you to keep going.
Yeah.
You know?
I love that. I love that breaking and just make sure you keep not getting stuck on something.
Yeah.
Because it's true, it can be a bit hard because when we look at all those images, they look so good and so inspiring. But after when you go back home and you try to generate, it's like always this like blockage. I know personally, I would love when I see the work of your work and other artists, I'm like, oh, I can do that and just focus on doing that. It's going to be great and stuff. I have an idea. And then I tried and it's just like, no, it's not going anywhere. I just get bored and just like change and just, okay, I'm going to do a video about Photoshop, right? But yeah, it's great, the dedication and how you can just focus and just have some tricks during the day to make sure you keep producing and be so prolific. Absolutely love it. I have one question because we are obviously at Adobe Live and I wanted to see like which software do you use right now in Adobe and how do you see it evaluate and what do you like about it?
I use Photoshop a lot. Yeah, so even though I use AI, I still use a lot of traditional tools. I use a lot of tools that I already used before I started AI. So Adobe, Photoshop, and Illustrator, and InDesign is something that I use all the time, even before AI. Yeah.
Fantastic. Nice, Auntie. So what you're doing is insane work. Do you have like a project in mind for the future? Like we saw your amazing project about like plastic in the sea and stuff. Is it something that you have a vision like, hey, I'm going to use this platform to do something, or where do you see it going?
Absolutely. You know what I learned from architecture? It's always interesting when you can turn your idea into something physical, right? Manifesting things. So there are many things going on right now. Like for instance, in June in Paris, there's going to be something happening, but I can't tell you what. Just look out for it.
June, Paris, I will be there.
Yeah, and there are so many ideas here. I mean, can you imagine? I have this story where, you know, but can you imagine if this becomes something real? I would love to make it. Slow internet.
It's coming. Please come. All right, if you can't play it, Nice Auntie on Instagram, go check it out. Not check it out. You go, you follow her, you love her work. It's insane. Your world is beautiful and
thank you.
And having discovered you today and understanding truly where you come from, what you're doing with it, is just now I'm like, I'm done now. I'm sign me in. Absolutely love that. Is there anything like, I know internet is not there anymore. I hope we're still live, by the way. Yeah, he's back. Any like piece of work or something you want to share with the audience while you're here? The world is listening to us. We have the creative world with us. Do you have anything to finish on? A project or like a piece of advice for the creative people that maybe you want to jump into the AI world and metaverse?
I guess, you know, as an artist and a designer, the fear is always to put yourself out there when you produce something, like fearing like it's not good enough or thinking it might look stupid. But just do it because you will get the returns of it, because feedback will help you improve on your work. I think it's really about not overthinking and just doing.
Yeah, I love that. And word of wisdom, amen to that. Just get there, show your work, and you will only grow from that. So thank you very much. Thank you, everyone. We'll be live in a couple more minutes with another artist. It's going to be absolutely amazing. Thank you so much for being there, and see you in a couple of seconds back from OFFF Festival, Barcelona. Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Bye. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Bye-bye. Welcome back, everyone. We are still at OFFF Festival in Barcelona. It's our new session, and I'm really honored to be next to Hranitzky, qui est aussi Ouch. You are like, I love what you wrote on your Instagram. You are like an art scientist. And just that, it just sparked my what is an art scientist? Can you tell us a bit just that? What is art science?
Oh, okay. Actually, we're trying to integrate art, science, and technology inside of the public spaces in a poetic way.
Yeah?
And we expertise about immersive experiences, kinetic sculptures, AI data paintings, sculptures, and also we're trying to increase our daily life with the art, actually.
I love that. I understand that I jumped straight right to a crazy question. So now we're going to reverse back to, can you introduce yourself and tell us where you come from and what we need to know about you? Because you look to have a fantastic life of creative.
Oh, thank you. First of all, I am so excited to hear, and it's an honor for me. So I am Ferdi, director of the Out Studio. We are based in Istanbul. The more than 45 people working as an in-house team. And the team consists of very talented from artists, engineers, academicians, data scientists, coders, and all that people seeing one vision for making hybrid public arts. By the way, I can show to the screen also. It might be nice to share. Ah, yes, amazing.
Beautiful.
Amazing, okay. So the entire story, starting with the That Quiet, it's so the famous one from the Albert Einstein. It's exactly represented our vision and mindset. It's the most beautiful thing we can experience is the mysteries. It is the source of all true art and all science. And let's give today a couple of formal information. Then after that, we can jump to the much more deeply information about.
You have the stage.
Oh, thank you, thank you. So we are Arch. We won a couple of awards like a Red Dot Design Award, ADIS Award, German Design Award, International Design Award, Asia Design Award from Los Angeles, New York, Germany, Seoul, almost every continent. And we created more than 75 art pieces around the world for 75 cities and countries last 15 years around. But during that process, the entire story starting in the second year of the college, when we built that studio, that was our aim to create something poetic installations, which is you can experience with your naked eyes. And during that process, we collaborate with the huge, respectful scientific places around the world, like CERN, NASA, SpaceX, the SAT Montreal, Mori Museum Tokyo, Singapore Art Science Museums. So it means it's not just a cool abstract animation, so there is also scientific background for each artwork, and there's a storytelling and academic statement for each artwork. For that collaboration, you can imagine to the infinite possibilities collaboration between the scientists and artists for making the hybrid public arts. We strictly focus on the using the data and AI.
Data and AI.
Yes, so this is one of our main motto is data as a paint, algorithm as a brush. So it means we have the same mindset like a 500 years ago painters, like a Van Gogh, Michelangelo, Leonardo. But in the 21st century, you know, the artists are very different. So also we're trying to investigate what does it mean to be an artist in the 21st century with AI and technology. And also we collaborated with the amazing festivals around the world, like a Coachella Festival, one of the biggest one, Signal Light Festival, White Night Melbourne. Almost we created art piece for every light festival in the world. But the thing is, during that creative process, we already integrated more than 100 different data universes inside of our complex creative pipeline. Also Adobe, one of our very nice tool inside of our experiential pipeline. Yeah, basically the end of the day, the main thing is how we can integrate art, science, and technology inside of the public spaces in a poetic way.
Okay.
That's the ouch.
I love it. I love it.
Yeah.
The first question comes to mind because I'm just getting like, today is the day I'm gonna learn so much, and my imagination and creativity gonna explode. Absolutely adore that. How do you get to do that? What is your career? What did you study to arrive to a moment? You know what? I'm just gonna create art with data and AI. It's gonna be amazing.
Oh, thank you, thank you. So I graduated from the Visual Communication Design Department in Istanbul, and also our creative director is here, Eylül. My partner, last 15 years, we are doing everything together. And she's also made the double major with this cinema, television, and visual communication design. During that times, actually, it looks like a couple of nerdy guys doing something cool.
Yeah.
For nothing. Actually, for the internal satisfaction, you know. And but time after the time, we tried to put every time new things on the table. So when we started that project, that kind of the projects, the main focus on how we can integrate data and that code numbers, how we can transform as a poetic experience. That was our aim. And we realized that as an artist, it's not possible without the scientists.
Yeah.
So that's why we always put very deeply the story behind that creation. But it's supposed to be also real. And after the last 15 years, we realized that we try to understand our existence using with different type of the cosmos from that data. Sometimes we use the data from the human brain, sometimes two subatomic particle collides moments, sometimes from the underground, sometimes from the space. So it's an amazing journey, actually, when we're thinking about that. They're hanging around inside of the different type of the cosmoses with the different type of the art forms. Because every time it became alive as a living architectural installation in publicly. And this is an amazing opportunity, by the way, using the universal language of the math and art for making the art, for making the public art.
This is just amazing. It's beautiful. I love the way you talk about it. And you know that quite often we are actually, as designers and stuff, especially my place of work with Adobe, I just have to question myself, what the future look like? What the future of creativity look like? And seeing your work is just really open a door, like the future aspect of how we can use that. We're just like quite limited in our brain, sadly, like, okay, cool, I'm working on Illustrator, what can I do with AI? Oh, I can do an icon and stuff. But actually we can do so much more to that. We can just really like reinvent the way even creation is made. And that's what you're doing is beautiful. And I love like, can you talk to us a tiny bit more on your process? Because you talk about poesy, you know, like something poetic, and how you build those beautiful visuals. And so how do you basically step by step to come from an idea to say, oh, with this idea we're going to create poesy, and that's going to be the visual impact of it?
So it's an amazing question, because this is the main aim, how we can create such a complex pipeline. Artistic satisfaction behind this, actually. When we build something in real time, and if it's very complex, that's the satisfaction moment. It's the more important than the final output, actually. Maybe it might be a good example, this project, we created the Mother Earth. It was 2020 and 22. There is a series. We created a kind of living architectural installation using the climate change data.
Amazing.
And we already built one of them in Beijing permanently. The other one is the Mexico, again permanently. So if you go to that places, you can see our art pieces. According to the last version of the Mother Earth, we created a monolith in Art Dubai. It was 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. Okay, that was so fresh. And then one of our dream about how we can merge our permanent art pieces around the world as a one collectively consciousness. So we made it. When we built the monolith, there's a data journey. and they represent to the experiential pipeline in a one page. When we build the monolith, we are getting the data from the 20 different NASA satellites in real time.
Okay.
And that data represent to the planet's environmental data, like carbon emission, oceans, winds, and also the climate change data. So every type of the environmental data, we are using to also our AI algorithm made by Python coding, observing entire data and recreate 100-dimensional data from the data in a real time. And it's becoming to the paintings on the monolith in real time again. But it's not enough. Also, monolith in the Dubai, Middle East, is starting to speak and connect with the two other continents in the same time. One of them in Beijing, the other one is the Mexico. And when they are starting to speak each other, they are starting to create collectively art piece in real time as a one soul. So the thing is, that this is the basic way of the explanation, but it's much more complicated than this. More than 150% the people work for this project with the 3 continents, and that's the physical installation. And when we push the play button, everything is running simultaneously and instantly painting in real time. So this is the very complex process, definitely.
But it's so satisfying at the same time, like just to see, and the fact that everything is connected is like pushing beyond. Like I'm gonna be. When I was younger, I was doing some street art, and I think it kind of part the same thing. Is like, how do I bring my art into a space where people will feel and look and around? And I think in some way you do the new street art. You go on the public space and you bring AI and data to the public space to create this emotion that is there for people to enjoy. Can you tell us a bit about that aspect of like your love of creating some installation for the public to enjoy?
Actually, this is another interesting point, the touching to the people, right?
Yeah.
It's so important. So when we use that universal language of the art and math, it means the people can get different type of inspiration without the background base. And it's not about your age, it's not about your religion, it's not about your country. And then it might be a very good example also, this one. We created the art piece in real time again, using to the people feelings with AI. This is the special project we collaborated with the opera. But again, I would like to mention again, this is not the data visualization. We are using the data for the art purpose. So it is the amazing collaboration, by the way, between the machine brain and human brain for making the real-time art. The Saudi Art Cultural District in Abu Dhabi. They built the Louvre Abu Dhabi, Guggenheim Abu Dhabi, Team Lab Curiosity exhibition. So they connected with us for the commission artwork. He is the chairman, Department of the Culture and Tourism Abu Dhabi. And they told us, we want to create something beautiful using to do that great minds. And we offered that idea. We shoot the 50 different persons. According to idea, we collected data in real time from the great minds behind that amazing creation. We recorded opera, will.i.am, Idris Elba, Norman Foster, and also the local artist, the director of the Guggenheim. Basically, when they wear to that device, we are getting to the 5 different data archived from the brain. And that data represents their imagination, creativity, deep thinking, deep sleeping, and also heartbeats data. But also we created the AI algorithm, recreate 100-dimensional data after the observation of their feelings. And it's becoming alive, behind them, in real time, like a living architectural installation. So it means the people can observe and make deep diving to the inside of their thoughts, which is amazing. And it's never happened again. You know, it's so unique. It represents exactly that specific moment, and this is the instantly creation from that flow. So it means when we touch the people's soul and feelings in a scientific way also, it's an amazing opportunity, the showing to that universe and transform the unseen to seen which is they can experience it.
It is not only the story of this project is absolutely mind-blowing, but the visual you've made with it. Like, in a second, right now, I have the beautiful stage of feeling very stupid because I learned so much from you. It's really like, wow, there's no word for that. And I even struggle to find question because I'm just, I want just to say it.
Thank you.
I don't know for you guys, tell us online as well, write on the comments and stuff, and if you like or not. It's just a beautiful project. And maybe the question I have for you, like, how do you like physically transform the data to those beautiful images? How do you select those patterns, those movements and stuff? How do you do it? How do you do it?
So I think that this is our main trick. When we started every project,
somewhere.
I'll take you. Before, we are using the high-level technology, but we are not technology-based studio. We are idea-based. So it means idea always comes first, and then we are trying to making happen that idea with the exist technology. But technology is not enough generally, so we have to hack the technology. For each project, including this one, me and Eylül, we are starting the design of the final view. So it means that we are making the reverse engineering.
Okay.
The first of all, what's supposed to be that art piece, the view, sculpture, physical designs, and what's the idea, and what's supposed to be statement behind that? What kind of the data we can integrate? We are preparing very holy PDF for the team. Then after that, 45 people, they're trying to catch to data the visualization and direction, which is the important and difficult part. There is a challenge because, you know, I would like to give the advice to the chat and the people and your audience. They shouldn't be the program-based creation. When they starting the creation with the software, there's a limitation about their imagination. And they always stuck into that limitation of the softwares. Forget software. Just focus on the idea and creation, the design. Then after that, how you can make real that idea with the exist softwares. So you have to reinvent the pipeline every time for each project, which is amazing, by the way. According to your question, every data, particles, designs, and everything, we are preparing strictly direction. And we're trying to catch to that visualization and complexity from the exist softwares and AI.
I love it.
Yeah.
From one thing you just say, and I think it's brilliant, you say that as an advice, like, don't stick to the software. Like, have your big idea without any limitation first, and see what can fit to that. And I think it's great because we are all guilty of like daily work and just like you open Illustrator, you open Photoshop because that's the software you kind of choose and you work with it and you kind of get directed by them. And it's when you don't think about it, but it's true, it's horrible. Don't get directed, just let your imagination free. It's just great. Now, like, so you explained to us that the way you visualize that, you just go backward, you have an idea, visual idea, and then you reverse engineering to make the data go to the idea. Yeah. Where do you get your inspiration? Where are you going to Mars?
Inspiration?
Yeah, are you going to Mars to see all those amazing visuals, bring them back to Earth after?
Actually, the inspiration always coming different sources. We are believing vampires, zombies, and aliens.
Yeah.
Yes, as a family, and also, but the big inspiration coming from the science, of course. 17 years ago, we saw the very famous paper, scientific paper from the Alan Turing. He published 1950, and according to that paper, he asked the amazing question, can machine think?
Yeah.
That was the first sentences of the paper, and imagine, at that time, the computers made by wooden.
Yeah.
It's crazy question. And it's changed our entire mindset. And we asked the same question with the different senses. Can machine create? Can machine read? So then after that, we created one of the world's biggest AI exhibition, 2018, in the Paris. Without, imagine there is no ChatGPT, Midjourney, nothing. and our idea how we can create the super scientist consciousness using to the machine learning and AI algorithm. We collected data from the famous scientist books like Einstein, Hawking, Galileo, who is the change the destiny of the world. And our AI made by Python coding, reading to the entire library 30 times and start to create the own book. But it was a so naive project in the studio, you know, and it was the pioneering in the museums. That was the first digital museum in Paris. And interesting happened after this, the 1 million people experienced in 9 months, which is a huge number. We became a famous suddenly in the Paris. But interesting thing happening after the exhibition, we received the invitation from the Mission Impossible. So the director of the movie saw our installation, Poetic AI, and they invited us integrate to our art piece inside of the movie. I don't know, did you watch the latest version?
I'm a dad of 3 children and I'm working, so sadly I don't have time to watch the movie anymore. But I would definitely try to watch it just.
You can watch it everywhere right now. We had a chance to work with the Tom Cruise and director in the London 3 weeks around. We integrate that AI new media artwork inside of the movie in a meaningful way. That was the part of the story, not like just a decorative background, you know. And then that was the first time in the Hollywood movie. So inspiration came to us from the science. We made it, and then it's gone to the entertainment purposes. So you can see you can follow to the entire career from coming one scientific idea. And also you asked, did you go to the Mars?
Yes, I did get it.
Yeah, we already made it in Moon. By the way, I would like to share
Please do share. Share. We have time.
So, according to that project, every project starting with the big question in our studio. For that project, can we create an artistic self-portrait of humanity with AI? Actually, it's so easy. You can prompt in the ChatGPT. You can get the very fancy visuals, right? But that kind of the LLM's visual database, not scientific. So what if we can fit the AI with the scientific data? It was 2016, more than 2,000 institutes came together around the world. Hundreds and hundreds the scientists. And their aim was to create one of the biggest data archives about the human body. And they made it. 2 trillion human cells. It's crazy number. They collected and they shared to the entire scientific community. But as an artist, we saw the opportunity. This is the amazing data archive for our purpose. So we used every type of the AI algorithms. Also, we created our own AI algorithm using to do that amazing data archive. During that time, by the way, you can see by the way, we are always sharing to our data journey in the online, publicly. So if you are familiar, computer science or something like that, you can understand to our the algorithms and data sources and everything in a transparency. It's amazing.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, this is
amazing.
So we try to understand how machine sees us.
Yes.
If we fit this with the scientific data. We created 2 different the output. One of them, the shape of the human, for the self-portrait. Also, the macro, nanoscale. This is so beautiful. The AI starting to making endlessly painting, and the complexity was amazing. When we fit the 37.2 trillion human cells, we didn't touch, by the way. This is the raw output from the AI. So we could understand how machine sees us. And this is happening inside of our body every 8 seconds as a canvas. And we use the data, the human cells as a canvas to transform to the large-scale installation around the world. The first one was the entrance area of the Orlando Kennedy Space Center. So every art forms also can change. It's so flexible. According to the space and place, it's changing. Sometimes the custom-made data sculptures, sometimes as an immersive experience like this. But interesting happening, also we received the invitation from the Institute machines. The Institute machines made the first space art performance last year with the Jeff Koons. Also, they invited to more than 300 artists around the world for create the first digital immersive museum surface on the moon.
Love it.
When we create the Human Cell Atlas project, if you focus on the right and bottom side, there is a process. We sent to the entire art piece to the New York Nano Lab. And for each frame of the artwork, the recording on the nano disc. And we put that 10 centimeter diameter disc surface on the SpaceX rocket, exactly right there.
Oh, amazing.
Yeah, and also I have the
Amazing.
photographs I would like to show you. So this is the exactly position
Amazing.
of the art piece. But we didn't just put our art piece. Also, we collected data from the Wikipedia, our DNA codes. So somehow, if we live self-destruction, probably we will live.
Yeah.
And then some species, when they find to the dead things, they can rebuild the entire humanity with that scientific data. This is another dream.
It's mind-blowing. I love it. Look, all right. It's soon to be a time, but I have one last question quickly. I'll literally 1 minute. So you have an amazing car. You've done something amazing with crazy people. You literally send your art to Mars. I mean, thank you very much. Who did that? Do you give an advice to the audience, to everyone, for young designers? So what is your one take? Just to
Advice?
Yeah, advice.
Just they have to travel around the world.
Travel around the world.
Yes, that's the only the great advice, I think.
Okay. Stop your studies, stop working,
Yes.
just travel around the world, and you're gonna send your art
Probably
to Mars.
they will find their inspiration in personally, yes.
We're up to time. Thank you so much. I mean, that
Pleasure.
was like, I don't know what you think, but
Thank you.
I'm special. I'm going to dream about it now. Thank you very much, everyone. We are back in a couple of seconds from the OFF Festival for more live with Adobe Live. Thank you so much. Bye-bye, everyone. Thank you. Woo!
Hello, and thanks for joining us back here at OFF. And I'm very excited because I am joined today by Jacob Eisinger, and we're going to be chatting through his work. My name's Liz Mosley, and yeah, we're having a great time at OFF. How have you been getting on so far?
Really good.
Yeah, have you seen any talks?
Yeah, I watched the talk of my friend Philip Luc, who opened the Beat stage.
Amazing.
It was really nice. It was his first talk ever, so he was a bit nervous, but it was really cool.
Amazing. And the sun shining, it's like such a good atmosphere, so good times all round. Maybe if people haven't come across you before, you can do like a bit of a intro, tell us about who you are, what you do.
Yeah, so I go by the name of Yippee Hey, and I'm a 3D artist doing illustration, animation. I used to do a lot of typographic work, but I get more into character design in the last couple of years, and I try to focus on that much more.
And do you do that for clients, or tell us sort of what your working day looks like?
I mostly I make my money with client work in that field with 3D. I started to do just 3D, anything I could do in 3D.
Yeah.
Because I was really obsessed with when I learned about 3D software. I used Cinema 4D, and when I got my first copy, I was totally obsessed and spent all my time learning that. And I got to start freelancing in 3D illustration, stills at the beginning only. And over the years, I developed a personal style and found out what I really enjoy to do, and it developed a bit of a visual language over the years into more colorful stuff, and then finally into character design.
Yeah. Okay, let's get your work up, and I'll just say hello to people in the chat. And if you've got any questions that you want to ask Jacob, then just pop them in the chat, let us know. I can see James Barnard's been here. We've got Roland. So yeah, come ask your questions. Okay, amazing. So start us off. Maybe you could show us some of your projects, things you've been working on.
Yeah, so this is just a collection of a lot of stuff I've done, and a bit of a best of with some boring information. So this for clients, I do all sorts of things still, but I try to do it in a really colorful way if I can convince the people. And
Yeah.
like over the years, it started to be the case that clients get to me because of
Your style.
of that style,
Yeah.
exactly, like because they want something fun and colorful.
Mm-hmm.
So for example, I work with pitch.com, and they needed some like more infographics and icons for their website and for their system. So there was a really fitting style that I had for them.
Yeah.
And I did like more icons for all sorts of client projects over the years. And I always try to do it like everything. I model everything myself.
Mm-hmm.
I don't use much like pre-made 3D assets
Okay.
because I like this like super rounded and cute style. And
Yes.
yeah, people come to me if they want this cuteness.
Yeah. And
So-
I feel like it's so important now, isn't it, for brands to like really stand out and do something a bit different. And so I feel like your style really lends itself to like, you know, like maybe a corporate company, you know, like it brings that playful edge, doesn't it, that maybe they're missing elsewhere.
Yeah, like it can also be difficult because like obviously it's not fitting for like
Everybody.
every company and every like how do you say, like every industry.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm cool with that.
Yeah.
I just like I'm also open for like all sorts of different clients,
Mm-hmm.
as long as they want some cuteness.
Yeah. Your style. I guess that's the
Yeah.
beauty of Illustrator, like, you know, that illustrative work is that you can define your style and then people
Yeah.
come to you because that's what they want
Yeah.
to have.
Yeah, but that took quite some years, like
Yeah, to
before,
build that up,
because
yeah.
what I did in the early years, it was more serious, more like not as much color,
Mm-hmm.
and more like corporate as well, with like fun stuff as well, with a lot of 3D typography, turning objects into letter forms and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And then when I changed my personal style, it took some time for clients to recognize this, that I changed it a little bit until like...
It's like a transition period.
Exactly, yeah.
So like with what you've got up on the screen at the moment, what's your kind of like your creative process? Like do you start with like sketches, pen and paper? Like how do you talk us through kind of how you get to that final piece?
Yes, it's always different.
Okay.
So this is also like a really good example, because the front row, it was just like pulling up in the 3D program a sphere and like asking myself, what can I do with it?
Okay.
And I immediately thought like, okay, it's the size of an emoji. Maybe I could do my own emoji styles.
Yeah.
So this started like in 3D, inspired by the shape of the object. And the bottom row was a totally different approach. It started like doodling on the iPad.
Oh, okay.
With just, I wanted to do some like character heads, and I just started like sketching some stuff, and I got stuck with like drawing different shapes of glasses. So yeah, that at some point I had like tons of sketches, and I thought like, okay, let's go.
Time to make them 3D,
Yeah.
yeah.
And then I had like really blocky hair in the beginning, and this was then also a really nice exploration of using like hair simulation in Cinema 4D. So it was a
Okay.
hybrid of like first sketching, then getting a new idea when I had these 3D objects.
Yeah,
And this
yeah.
is pretty much also with client projects. Like obviously I do more sketching with that because I have to get
There's a
approval.
brief as well. Yeah, okay,
of the concept, because it would take too long if I go directly into 3D modeling something, and then they say, oh no, we don't like that. Can
Yeah.
you do another route? So I have to start again in 3D. It's much more time consuming. So for client projects, it's like I do sketches, I'll get them approved, and then I start in 3D and get the modeling approved, and then I go to color. and
Okay.
yeah, texturing.
Yeah, amazing. And this, for example, was this a personal project?
Yes,
Like, so
this
do
is-
you use personal projects to sort of experiment, play, you
Yeah,
know,
a
like find
lot.
different
Like
okay.
this is like a really big part and really important to me to do personal explorations. In 2023, I even did like a dailies project where I
Okay.
try to put out like a render every day.
Wow.
I wanted to do 100,
Yeah.
and then after 100 I couldn't stop because I got a bit obsessed with it.
Okay.
So I did in the end 180, I think,
Okay.
and then I switched to focusing on to more bigger projects again, personal. But these were like also part of this dailies project.
Okay.
So I do this. I try to really do a lot of personal exploration.
Yeah.
And usually when I get client briefs with references of my work,
It's those personal
it's
projects.
the personal projects.
So
yeah.
it really does help you with the client work
Definitely,
then.
yeah.
Amazing.
That was always the case.
Okay. What else
Yeah.
have you got to show us?
Um,
Oh, okay. Yeah.
yeah, so
Incredible.
this is also like the right one with my dog. My long dog is like a motif I try to reuse a lot. It started as a joke for Instagram when they introduced the swipe
Yeah.
posts. I did the back of the dog, and you could swipe through and
Like the
then
carousel
yeah,
all the way to the
exactly.
end.
Yeah,
Oh,
and
I
then you
love that,
swipe
yeah.
until you see finally the front of the dog, and
Yeah.
he's looking at you and smiling. And yeah, that only started like the idea when they introduced this feature,
Yeah.
and I thought I want to use this
something
swipe
with it.
thing. And then I used the dog for all sorts of different projects, and especially for collaborations with other artists. So this one, the house was a series of a friend, Stefan Halbur, who is an amazing illustrator, and he works on the iPad. Like he's a 2D illustrator, and he has a series of houses. It's called the Curious Cabins. He does this like isometric perspective, and does like different topics for different houses. And then at some point he had a collaboration series, and he asked me if I would do something.
3D.
So
Yeah.
I had this idea of this like New York style house. He sketched the house really roughly for me. Then I started modeling, and I had to put the dog inside.
I love that. It's always fun when you have that sort of motif that you can, you know, like that almost becomes associated with you, that you can take
Yeah.
through your work.
Yeah.
And I think the impression I get, like looking at your work, is that you like to bring, you know, like humor and fun,
Yes.
you know, like that element of play into what you do.
Yes.
Which is great. It makes people smile, doesn't
Yeah,
it?
and it wasn't really intentional at first. It just like what came out of me.
Yeah.
I always had to. I tried to do the stuff that I really wanted to do, and yeah, it turns out it's mostly really positive, and I love to spread that positivity. Yeah.
And I guess like the advice for creatives is often, you know, like create what you want to create more of. And because you've said, haven't you, that your clients come to you because they see your personal projects. And so if
Exactly.
you're creating that work that you want to do, then they see that and then they come to you because that's what they want for
Yeah.
them.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's really important, and it's also the topic of my talk tomorrow, that I find it super important to focus on what you enjoy,
Yeah.
and don't show the stuff that you don't want to
like,
be
yeah.
commissioned for. I will show it tomorrow as a like an
What,
example.
the stuff that you do? Yeah.
Yes,
Yeah. Okay. So
because
if you're at OFF, go check
Yeah.
it out tomorrow.
I think
See
it's
the-
also an important part to show that this is not all the whole picture.
Yeah.
Like obviously, I only show the stuff that I really like.
Yeah.
But there's much more in my like everyday work
Yeah. Yeah.
as
Yeah.
well, which is like also cool. It's like projects that are not fancy, but I learned a lot from them,
Yeah.
and I also get like financial freedom from them to focus on that personal stuff.
Yeah.
Then after that.
Yeah. Amazing. Cool. Talk us through some other bits.
Yeah.
I'm loving seeing all of these.
Um,
So was this a client project?
This was a client project, yes. So yeah, this was quite early on as well, and it was a lot of work, but it was also like, it was the first time that I could work in a more cute way, which was really awesome. That the client gave me they had something else in mind, and I told them, we can do this, but let me first like show you what I would do, because this was a very delicate topic. It was about cybersecurity, because the company had a big leak before that, and it was an internal like poster to educate all of their employees, the staff, and they had a really serious visual in mind. And I told them, maybe we can do it a bit more fun and a bit more approachable. And yeah, I got lucky that they really liked my approach.
Yeah.
So this was the first time I also got the confidence to tell,
Pitch your idea.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And yeah, that was super exciting.
And I'd love to know, like a piece like this, how long are we talking? You know, like how long would something
This was
like
massive.
Really?
Yeah. This was like probably like 3 months.
Wow. Okay.
Because it was also a lot of back and forth.
Yeah.
I think like 1.5 months only like in sketch phase before I even started 3D.
Wow.
Because they had so many ideas, like all these quadrants with different topics. And the numbers you can see there, they had a digital version where the employees could like click on and get like information.
So it was interactive as well.
It was interactive,
Wow.
yes, with just like overlaid text and
Yeah.
stuff. But it was because it was like such a delicate topic. It had to be like everything. They were really cautious about what to show and if there should be people in it and stuff like that. So it was a long process, but yeah, in the end, I was like, this is one of the client projects I'm still really happy with after all these years.
I love it when that happens. Where
Yeah,
you're like, yes, I
exactly.
still love that piece.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, yeah, and after that, like
Love
this is actually something I did recently, like, I think the end of last year, and this could only happen because of stuff I did in my dailies project.
Okay.
Because I started to explore like small cities again after years. I didn't do any, and yeah, the client actually saw that on my Instagram, the what I did with the dailies, and then they approached me. Yeah, we have this idea of small city platforms, and yeah, asked me if I would work on that. So again, a reminder that like the personal work is was always super important to me.
Do you find, like I think other creators would be interested in this, like most of your clients come to you through social media? Like what's your best sort of marketing platform?
It's tricky to say. I've signed with an illustration agent quite early on in my career.
Okay.
And I got so lucky because I was like in the beginning, especially I was the only 3D artist they represented. So I got all the 3D projects in, and it was good and bad at the same time because good, I had a lot of work coming in, but also it was just because I was doing 3D.
Right.
And not because of my style. In the beginning, I didn't have any specific style, so I could learn a lot. But then at some point, it got a bit tricky for me that the projects that were coming in there, because I was doing 3D, but they weren't like really interesting for me anymore. So at some point we also had to like clean out the portfolio they were showing to clients and focus on the stuff I really want to do. And there was a little break where like almost no projects came in when I did the transition. But yeah, in the end, I think it was really worth it because now I'm enjoying the work I do much more.
And that must have been scary for that period, but I think sometimes you have to be like bold and make that decision to get to where you want to go.
Yeah, definitely. And also, I will talk about this more tomorrow. Taking risks is really important. This is scary, but I think it's the most important thing to really focus. If you think you want to do something, then you have to try it.
Yeah.
No matter the cost. It can be scary, like you say, but I think it's always worth it.
Yeah. Amazing. I want to see more.
Yeah.
This is amazing.
So more city stuff.
Oh, okay. Let's go
and then-
back to the street
Yeah.
one. That's so fun.
Yeah,
so
that was a
with
fun
this
one.
sort of thing, did they come to you with like a really clear idea of what they wanted?
In this case, yes. There was actually not a direct client, but I worked for a big studio, and they had this campaign, and there was already a different scene in a similar style built, and they told me, yeah, you can like roughly go in that direction, but do your thing with it. And they sent like the shoebox and the shoe as a model, and told me, yeah, there should be a city scene, and it should be recognizable as American.
Okay.
That's why I put the diner in.
Yeah. Nice.
To make it not like too obvious. But yeah, I had quite some freedom, and it was actually a pretty easy one with not many revision rounds.
Nice.
So
that's what you want, isn't it?
Yeah. And again, it was easy, but it was a lot of work because I wanted to make it cute, and you don't find like these models really in that cute style. So I like everything you see I modeled by myself, and it could have been much less work if I had like downloaded some building props.
Like existing, yeah.
Yeah, but in the end, I think is like what defines my work. That like it's the way to get also a really unique.
Yeah, it makes it really distinctively yours, doesn't it?
I think so. I like to think so. Yes.
Yeah. No, I think it does. I think you have such a distinct style that people will look at it and kind of know that it's yours, which is amazing.
Yeah.
Do you ever how do you manage creative block or anything like that? Like where are you going for your inspiration when you're feeling a bit stuck?
That's a really tricky question for me because I don't really know creative block because maybe it's also a little hack because whenever I have an idea I write it down and I have a super long list of things. It could be like concepts or it could be like just super simple visual ideas that I collect, and then whenever I never really feel stuck, but because I always have in mind I have this long list of stuff I really want to do, and then whenever I find time, I can just pick something from the list.
It's just like a little checklist for you to work.
Yeah,
back
exactly.
To
So it never really happened that there's a time where I sit down and think like for personal projects, though I don't know what to do because there's always something I would love to do.
Yeah, amazing. Yeah. Let's see some more. We've only got a few minutes left. If you've got any questions, then pop them in the chat.
Let me go quickly through and find.
Hey to Sebastian, who's a fan, called you a living legend. People loving your work.
Sweet. So we can show this one because this is the character set I created for OFF this year.
Amazing. On the cups.
Yeah,
I'm going to go and pick up one of my cups later. Yeah, amazing.
So there are like tons of cups here, which is crazy for me to go around and see them everywhere.
I know, I should have got one as a prop for now.
Yeah. I got asked to design the cups, and I thought for a couple of days or weeks, what can I do? And I got through my list of ideas.
Yeah.
And the thing I picked was on that list to create like a character base, and then like make tons of versions of that same base. That was my idea for very long already, and I thought this is the perfect excuse to use that because I wanted to put like all the diversity of the people coming to OFF. I want to put into a visual, and I thought I just make characters.
All starting from the same base. I love that.
Yeah. So I got them base, and then I just started to do some random characters, some based off artists I really like, with Murakami or Frida Kahlo. And I also did myself, my wife, and my son.
Love that.
And yeah, and also like PJ Richardson, who I met last year here, and he connected me to the OFF people and made my talk happen. So I made him as well.
Amazing.
As a little thank
nod.
you.
Yeah, a little thank you. Oh, that's awesome. Well, yeah, so if you're at OFF, then you can go and grab one of the cups, which is amazing.
I also have stickers of these guys.
Love
so
it.
come see me.
Come find, yeah, and thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. It's been so great to chat to you. Thank you for sharing your process with us, sharing your beautiful work with us. And yeah, we'll be live streaming all throughout the afternoon. So join us for the next session in a couple of minutes. Thank you so much.
Cool. Thanks for having me.
Hi, Adobe community. We are back here live from OFF Festival in Barcelona, streaming here to you on YouTube and Behance. So if you're just joining in the chat, go ahead and post where you're joining us from. Again, we are here live, so you can ask any questions throughout the stream, and we look forward to staying connected. I'm Clara Galan. I work on the community team here at Adobe in Barcelona, and I'm excited to be joined here today with Javier Jaén. So Javier, so nice to see you today.
Nice to see you, and thanks a lot for the invitation, and hello to everyone who is seeing this all over the world, apparently.
Yes, and Javier, you're based here in Barcelona too, originally from Barcelona?
Yeah, original from Barcelona. So today I only have to take the subway to come here. But that was very easy to come here. Yeah, very excited to be here.
Yes, well, we're really excited to have you. I've loved following your work over the last few years. I remember you and I connected a couple years back when you had an exhibit here in Barcelona featuring AI.
Yeah, that was actually in this field with AI. It was 2 years ago, but it felt like it was 10 years ago.
That's what it feels like, right?
Yeah.
So much has happened.
And at that moment, we were super scared and nervous and excited and fascinated, and a lot of mixed feelings with those tools that today are more or less one more thing on your desk.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. It's amazing to see how much everything has changed in the last few years.
Yeah.
I know we're going to look at your work, but before we dive in, I mean, you're a visual poet and graphic artist. You've worked with so many incredible partners, including Almodóvar. Can you just share a little bit about your background with everyone on Adobe Live?
Sure. I was born in a rainy night.
You're like, once upon a time.
How back you want us to go?
Just, your creative inspiration.
As a kid, I never thought I want to be like a designer or illustrator at all. Basically, because I didn't even know that those things exist. No one in my surroundings are connected with those fields at all. So as a kid, I thought I want to bake cakes as a grown-up.
Also creative.
Kind of. Yeah. And I didn't make any cakes at all. And the ones that I made were kind of more or less. But I've done many other things in life. But probably where I put the beginning will be when I was 12. I started working in a radio station.
Okay.
Very small radio station in one of the metropolitan areas here in Barcelona, in a place called Barberà del Vallès. I did shows there for 12 years, something like that, till I was 24 or something like that. So at that moment of my life, I thought I want to be a journalist as a grown-up. And what I do today, for me, it's kind of an extension of those days. Even I start with sound and radio and music, all those things. I think everything kind of starts there. I was DJing in weddings those years too. And even apparently have nothing to do with the work that I do today. It's I feel it's very connected because what I did, even it was a wedding, it was putting songs in different orders to create a climate, which is more or less what I do today with images and to generate some feelings or a concept or something that you want to share with people. So I guess everything kind of started there.
That's creativity in many different mediums, right? Whether it's music or
the thing is
design.
It may sound weird in this context, but I'm not particularly interested in graphic design or illustration as topics themselves. What I'm interested is in communication. And I always understood that graphic design or illustration or typography or photography or video are languages in search of ideas or of concepts or wherever we want to explain. So if tomorrow I have an idea that involves furniture, for example, that would be welcome because, again, the focus is not specifically on the graphic language. It's more on communication and sharing ideas.
The communication and the message, and especially with that journalist piece, that comes into play really well.
I guess.
And I'm looking here in the chat, I'm seeing a couple different comments. So we have people joining in from all over. Again, we are live. We have joining in from Brazil. So welcome. I know that's a much different time zone, so we appreciate you
getting breakfast with
like
us.
breakfast with us right now. So thank you so much, everyone who's joining across Behance and YouTube for taking the time with us. So Javier, I think we can just dive in. I'd love to take a look at some of the work that you've done and any upcoming projects.
Sure. Where do you want to start?
Maybe we can start here with what's up on the site. So I think this is your website that's being shown.
Yeah, actually, it's the new website that we are working on.
Nice. So we get a sneak peek.
Yeah, it's we have some tools, features that we are working on those things. And as you can see in the last years, I've been lucky enough to work in especially different topics. I work a lot of with editorial illustration and cultural communication, and lately I've done also a lot of movie posters and covers for magazines.
The book too is Devacht's book, yeah.
Yeah, I've been working with the people here in the production company, and it's called El Deseo, which is Almodovar's production company. I've done with them some works. This was his autobiography, and yeah, I've been lucky enough to work on that, and I can show you also.
And when you're approaching that, what is your inspiration?
Here for everyone who is seeing from different countries in your own
all the languages, yeah.
in your own language. So here it was one of these dream projects in one side, and the dark side of dream projects, that you want to make them so good that you kind of stuck and you don't sleep at night and your stomach hurts, and usually we don't really talk about those things in our communities, but it's part of the it's part of the work, and it was tough because Pedro, it's a very good client in terms of freedom, in terms of knowing what he wants, but then it makes things way harder, which is interesting in a way too. Here in this process, we end up doing like 6-7 versions of that, and at the beginning he didn't want to be on the cover at all, so we tried different approaches with something that it's kind of the base of my work. It's translation. It's having a complex concept that you have to translate in an idea. So I guess I'm not really a graphic designer or illustrator. I'm more a translator. It's basically what I do. So we kind of approach this with some elements, some objects, kind of referencing some of his movies or some of his visual universe. but then it felt kind of unpersonal. So I ended up asking him if he is doing some personal projects besides of the movies or the writing. And they sent me he's doing a lot of photography, a lot of flowers, and in a lot of super intense color backgrounds and this kind of contrast. So I thought it was a good idea to put something very personal that he usually don't show. I'm making this kind of portrait of him.
And I love bringing in the elements of colors and flowers, as you mentioned. It's such a beautiful representation of him too,
Thank
and
you.
his creativity. Yeah, maybe we can look at some of the other pieces that you've worked on as well.
For him, in his last movie, I was very lucky also to work on that. The character played by Julian Moore. She's a writer, and I ended up doing the cover of the book that she wrote in the movie. That's the beginning of the movie, so no spoilers.
Yes,
here.
no spoiler alerts here.
no, not at all. And I did also like the signage for a hospital that it's also somewhere in the movie. This kind of things, which is a project that it's not necessarily very representative of what I do usually, but it was very interesting to work with.
Yes, and I can imagine that can be challenging too, because you're creating something for an imaginary world.
Yeah.
So really putting yourself in the position of those characters and bringing inspiration from there.
Yeah, you have to read the script, see the movie, and it's kind of a different approach, but super interesting.
Yeah, it's really interesting.
What else do you want to see?
Oh, well, what would be the piece you're most excited about next?
It's always the next project that
what you're working on now.
Sadly, I cannot talk about that, but it's for a TV show.
Okay.
That hopefully it's going to be worldwide next year, and it's from a singer. And that's all I can say.
I'm like already thinking, who could it be?
I will tell you later.
Okay. We won't say it here on Adobe Live, but we will let you know once it's announced.
Yeah. Maybe we can go through the project that you mentioned at the beginning, this AI thing. So again, this was like 2-3 years ago. And it was for an exhibition here. It's in one of our biggest museums here in Barcelona. It's called the CCCB, the Center of Contemporary Culture of Barcelona. And it was an exhibition about AI. And that's weird because, as we were saying, it feels like 10 years ago.
Yeah.
It was even before or right in the moment, the explosion of ChatGPT, Midjourney, all those things when we started working on those things. And at that moment, working on those tools for me felt a little bit like playing in the casino.
Yeah.
Like you may win, but you have to play 100 times.
Generations, yes, the prompts.
It was kind of always disappointing because it's never the result that you really, really want. And through this process, we try a new tool at that moment. This was this
ChatGPT,
and I start asking like, give me ideas to make a poster on this topic, which was again first time I was working on those fields, and from that it was the first time we are having kind of a dialogue with I don't know if it's a machine. Even today I have a hard time calling AI just a tool. I don't really know what it is.
Yes.
It's maybe something else. So again, with this idea of trying and and probably at the end you may find a result, it kind of resounds to me like this idea of the theorem of the infinite monkey. It's this philosophical idea of if you leave a monkey in a room for an infinite time, infinite amount of time, he will end up writing the Quixote, we say in Spanish.
Yeah.
In English, I think Hamlet, they say. No?
Hamlet, yeah.
Yeah. So with this concept, we develop this poster that we may see now on the screen, probably. No? No,
You can pull it up on the screen. There we go.
Yeah. So this was the first time I used Adobe Firefly, and I use it not only because of the quality of the images, it was also because of the copyright, because it was for an institution, and also because I believe that even we use AI, we should never be stealing anyone's work, and for me that was and still is something very important. And once the big part of the project was thinking, and making the images was not that hard. So it kind of changed the way we work today. Good news for me is that ideas right now are more important than ever, and execution it's way faster, which I don't know if it's good or not, but that's a reality right now. So again, we take a lot of time working on this concept, but generating the images was not that hard. So we did another version for the English poster and another version for the Spanish poster. And once that we have this, we end up doing a whole collection of postcards. So basically the project was being a casting director and choosing the right monkeys for that.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And I'm seeing some comments here in the chat. Raul says, I love seeing ChatGPT used in Catalan. I don't see it so often. And I'm looking here in Behance. And again, if you're just tuning in, we are live here from OFF Festival in Barcelona. So if you have questions, comments, you'd like to share. Only easy questions.
Yes, please.
Go ahead and share them in the chat, whether you're in Behance or in YouTube. We have some other comments here. Loved the animation. This was from your website with the mouse cursor. That is so cool. So already some good feedback there. And then we did have a question also here too from Raul. How is it to have the responsibility to explain Pedro's mind, Almodóvar's mind, across worldwide, especially when keeping those vivid approach to things? As you mentioned, it was like stressful. I can imagine.
It is. And the first time they called, it was one of these moments that you have to act like you do this every day.
All the time,
yeah, all the time, of course. And they call me, do you want to make the poster for the new movie of Pedro? Yes.
Absolutely. Schedule cleared.
Absolutely. It was this one.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's working. Yeah. It was this one. So basically how this works, I have to go to Madrid to the very next day to see the movie with him. First surprise is that the movie wall is not connected with red carpets at all, or it's not fancy. It's somewhere far from the city in a neighborhood with factories and stuff like that.
A warehouse somewhere.
A warehouse somewhere. And
top secret.
Yeah, and then you see the movie trying to find any kind of thing that could be translated into a poster to find the right tone, that it's not a documentary or a horror movie, or it's a comedy or something like that.
Yeah.
So when you are in front of the cinema and you see 20 movies there, or you are in your sofa choosing which Netflix show you want to see, that this image kind of explains again the tone. So when you are seeing the movie, you are with a paper just taking notes of it could be a joke, it could be a song, music, it could be a dress, it could be the wallpaper, anything that can be translated again into the tone of the movie. And from that, I have a week to create the poster.
Ooh, it's a tight turnaround.
Yeah. So I'm going to show you something.
Yeah, and that's such a powerful image from Madres Paralelas. It's very...
I'm going to show you something that usually I don't show. This is a little bit the process.
Okay. It's really interesting to kind of get behind the scenes of how you developed it.
That's not necessarily what I show them, but this is what I show to family, friends, colleagues, people who are more or less involved, even to my kid. She was 8 at the moment or something like that.
Yeah.
But she have a very good taste on that. And a lot of people I showed this kind of first approach to the poster, they were saying like, one of these is good, but don't show it because it will be never picked. And I was like, but why? I don't really see a problem in any of those, no? And they were, no, maybe one of these ones, it's potentially problematic, and it's like, but why? It's, I don't know, because there's a nipple with a drop of milk. And I was like, but that's probably the first time that we all saw when we were born.
Exactly.
And what's the problem? And even on the other side, in the people who distribute the movie, and they were saying it may be problematic. And thanks to the creative freedom and the integrity of Pedro Almodóvar in this case, we went with the right poster, I think. And there's a long story on that. It was censorship by Instagram, and then it became a kind of a symbol worldwide against censorship and against what I think it's a form of violence against women, that I can show some things that you cannot. And for a whole summer, people all over the world took this poster not only as a movie poster, it became kind of a symbol for many people, from people with mastectomies, people that works against censorship online, and they make such a big good noise that it was the first time that Instagram apologized publicly, and they did an artistic exception. And they finally allow us to show the poster.
Wow, it's so powerful that one image can create such a movement and bring so many people together. It's so great to hear that you were able to achieve that, and that Instagram came back and allowed the image to be shown.
Yeah, at the end of the day, what I like is this was never made to provoke controversy at all, because that's very easy. You put this and this, and it mixes and explodes. And
yes, of course.
And I'm not interested on that. And of course, Almodóvar is not interested on that at all. He don't need this kind of publicity. It was more about making what you think is right. And if someone don't like it at the in the way, that's their problem. So yeah, I guess it's choosing the right fights.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's the thing that connects mothers universally. So it's such a, just looking at the image, it's so powerful, and even with the red background too, it's so, I can imagine looking through movies and seeing that image really stand out. So very powerful.
Thank you.
I'm looking here in the chat too. We're seeing if there's any other questions. Oh, everyone's very excited. How long will the feed be live? Well, we are recording this session as well, so if there's any questions, comments, we'll definitely have this on the Adobe Live YouTube so that you can check it out. I'm seeing in here if there's any other questions, but I think with that, Javier, we'll probably wrap it up.
Sure.
Is there anything else final that you'd like to show, or any way that people can continue to follow your work that are watching online?
Sure. Thanks a lot, everyone, for your interest. You can follow me on Instagram, which is the most updated.
Yes, we can scroll. Have a minute or two to go scroll through your Instagram.
That's
as well.
Breaking news. We still don't know.
Soon.
It's coming soon. We are checking the chimney. It's weird.
Yeah, I know.
It's weird. So at the moment, it's a big interrogant. Yeah, you can follow my work there. You will see.
I'll put that in the chat. That's at Javier_Jaén.
Yeah. You will see the work that we've been doing in exhibitions that was in Italy last summer with some objects and portraits and installations and all kind of stuff. And yeah, I guess that's the best way to follow our work.
Great. Well, Javier, thank you so much for coming by here today. I know you're working on so many different things, so we just are very honored and appreciate that you came by on Adobe Live.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, everyone.
Take care.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back next with more content from OFF Festival in Barcelona. See you soon.
Bye.
Hello and welcome back to Adobe Live. We are live here from OFF in Barcelona, and I am joined by Kelly Corzin and Joe Perez. Hey, thanks for joining me.
Hey, Liz.
Maybe to start off with, you can do a better introduction for everybody. Tell us a bit about what you both do. Do you want to go first, Joe?
Yeah, I'll go first. So I work at a studio in New York called Works, and we work on a lot of like branding material, and with companies like Nike and Converse and Activision with Call of Duty. Then also my background, I worked in music for 15 plus years, and I worked for Kanye West for 8 of those years, and then other music artists like Beyonce, Pusha T, Big Sean, big list.
And when you say you work with those musicians, are we talking like album covers? Like what are those projects looking like?
Usually like a full album cycle or a tour cycle.
Amazing.
But yeah, like album covers and then merchandise.
That's the bit that people think of first. And what about you, Kelly? Give us your intro.
It's a little bit difficult because I do a lot of different things, but everything kind of like within the creativity spectrum. I run my own independent space called Metal and Dust, where I interview creatives across design, tech, fashion, and music. And Joe is one of those amazing creatives I had an opportunity to interview in the past. And I'm extremely excited to be here speaking at OFF Festival tomorrow because the initial interview that I did with Joe took place 5 years ago during the pandemic, and you can only imagine how many things have changed in the landscape of creativity in the last 5 years. So it's exciting to bring him here to be his vessel, to serve as his vessel, so that he can share his experiences and his knowledge with the audience and hopefully inspire the next generation of creatives and designers.
Yeah, amazing. And I know you interview lots of different creatives. Like, what have been some of the sort of most inspiring things or the most surprising things that you have learned from interviewing such a range of different like creatives? Have there been some common threads that's run through?
I wouldn't say that it's a surprising thing for me. It's something that I notice in our society, regardless of the people that I'm interviewing for the website. I would say that there are so many similarities in the way we operate as human beings, and we might look at different people who are working in different mediums, or maybe they have different status or recognition. But on a deep human level, I think that everyone is pretty much the same. And we're all trying to do our best, and we all have certain difficulties and challenges and a certain trauma that helps us to become the most authentic version of ourselves, hopefully.
Yeah. And so you've obviously got quite a long spanning career, worked for really high profile clients. What would you say, like what have been some of the challenges of that, and what have been some of the sort of encouragements of that?
I think some of the challenges are when you work with different music artists, they all have a different process and more of like introduction to my own and the structure that's involved there. And they're very actually receptive to that because there's very little structure in music. It's very free form. So that's one of the biggest challenges that I've faced. And then also they all have an immense vision. They all change their minds because they're introduced to new things on the daily. So music artists wake up in the morning and they completely change, you know, what they had in mind or their vision or anything like that. So you're completely in this space where you're reacting all the time to them. So it keeps you on your toes, and it's just a lot of fun.
And do you find that really sort of invigorating as a creative?
Yeah.
Because you're just having to sort of adapt all the time to what's going on.
100%. So I'm learning constantly as I'm working with them. So that's what, keeps me going in the morning.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, what's very exciting today is that you guys are going to be reviewing someone's portfolio. So
Cool.
we are going to bring Ines on, and she's going to share her portfolio with you, and you're going to be able to give her some feedback.
Awesome.
So yeah, Ines, if you want to come up and join us. This is like a really fun format. We get to sort of get to know you.
Yeah, it's
Do you want to
amazing.
come, if you come in here in the middle?
Hello.
Hello.
Maybe start off with a bit of an introduction of yourself and tell us a bit about your work.
Of course. So thanks for having me. I'm a creative art director. I've specialized in events and experiential. And lately I've moved on to also tech and AI product development. But my heart resides with events and experiential. That's how I started my career, and that's what I really like to do.
Awesome.
Let's see. If it's, yes. So here I have like I have a selection of events that I've designed and created for, so the idea is when you load up the website and you scroll down, because people usually don't have time to click around, I want people to see the best of the best. So I created these short reels. As they scroll, they can see the best work I've done. Also some branding, some creative direction, and so any user that scrolls, they already have an idea of what I want them to see. So yeah, I can focus on specific projects and talk a little bit about the process. Yeah.
Really amazing work.
Oh, thank you so much.
Let's pick a project. What's your favorite?
So let's start not with events, but with this branding.
Okay.
So I worked for many years in event agencies, and this was a new agency that was being created, and they asked me to do the branding for it. So yeah, I went to speak with all my colleagues and production assistants, event managers, and I was like, what drives you to do events? Like, what do you feel and what motivates you to be in this industry? And they all spoke about the adrenaline of like when you are setting up stage, when the carpets are being put, those smells, the lights being tested. And I wanted to put that into a brand. So that's what I did. As you can see here, like the brand's very versatile because the logo, let me just show you. The logo is quite simple, but it works with a lot of like shapes and colors and formats. So that's also representing the colors of events, the light system. And I wanted to play a lot with light effects and glows and reflections. And actually the logo, it's quite standard because I also had to adjust to what the client wanted. I wanted a bit of a more, I had a logo a bit more fun, like more disruptive, but then we had to settle for something a little bit more serious, but it actually contrasts well with then the rest. And yeah, so it's super versatile, and they still use it to this day. It's not a very recent project. I also did a whole video to tell the story, like it's here, like this is what the people told me, like they live events, they breathe experiences, their heart skips a beat when they enter a venue, they're extraordinary people. So yeah, I did this little video. It's not loading, but yeah, to tell the story of the brand. And yeah, this is one I really liked to do.
Well, I mean, it looks really comprehensive, and I love the number 8. So how did you come up with that kind of unique numeral? It's
like the infinity, like the possibilities are endless, right? So it's called great, but it also represents the people who make the events. And yeah, so I wanted to represent infinity, and then I stylized the R and the G. The G is cut so that it allows for the shapes to come in. So that was the thought behind that, yeah.
No, I really love it. It's clean, minimal, versatile. So
thank you.
Great work.
Let's go back and see. Yeah, so lately I've been incorporating AI tools in my work. It's just a fast way to create fast concepts to show clients, and also to iterate on ideas before you would take a long time to conceptualize and to do your research. So I think AI is a nice tool for research and conceptualization. And then from there on, you can show ideas with the client feedback, and then you can move on to really develop the concepts further. I just think it's a tool that enables us to work more faster, maybe more efficiently. It has ethic problems, but
it streamlines certain parts of the process.
Exactly.
Which tool are you using, if you don't mind me asking?
So I use Firefly, of course, ChatGPT, like everyone, to do research. Then I also use Midjourney, Runway to do some video animation. So there's so many tools, it's hard to keep track. But yeah, I try to learn new tools and go from there.
That's amazing. And how do you fit them into your process right now in terms of just part of your workflow?
Yeah, so first part is research. It's really important. Before, research took a long time. You had to browse the internet, and it was really a long process. And now with ChatGPT, you can, get your information quicker. Although you always have to verify it. Not always it gives the right information.
100%.
It's a very important tool, and to make tables and organize thoughts and ideas. From there on, I start getting my own ideas. I can maybe play a bit with prompts, like, okay, I would like to create this. I play with prompts. I get a lot of things that I select or use or not use. Usually for an event, I'll do more than 10 visuals, key visuals, and then I'll iterate from there. And I also think client feedback is really important, so I try to show my work early on to get feedback and see how the clients are feeling about it. And so that's how I'm basically integrating AI tools into my work. This is an event.
I'm glad you said that in terms of just how you work with a client, and they're a part of every step of the process. So I think that's really important, because then they feel like they're on the journey too, and you can react to whatever feedback they're giving you in real time.
Exactly. I think it's super important, because we're creators, right? So we tend to get very emotionally attached to what we're doing, but we're doing it not for ourselves, it's also for a client. So we sometimes have to step out of ourselves and take feedback and set the goals. And I tend to be very emotional about my work. I'm sure all creatives do, but still struggle with that.
I think that's a common struggle for creatives.
Right. There was this quote my first day of Art Center College of Design on the whiteboard, and it just read, "Learn to love to kill your babies." Because we learned, I think, by working with these clients that it's great to be emotionally involved, and we should be, but at the same time, we have to understand that the work is going to be evolving. So, it's like loving that process of where it's taking us.
Although the emotional part's super important, the best work I create is when I'm deeply emotionally involved. You get into this funnel, into this tunnel, and that's when the best work comes out, I guess.
Well,
Can I butt in and ask a question? When you're creating the assets for an event like this, what are all the different touch points that you're working on? Sort of how big is the project? Which bits are you involved in?
So first off, you need to know well the brand you're working with, and my work's quite, commercial, because I started my career in advertising agencies, so it just happens that all the work I've been doing always comes to touch points with these corporate brands or fintech and insurance. So first I need to know their brand very well. Then I need to understand their guidelines and how I can create something a bit more creative, but still following the brand's personality. And so I start by doing usually the key visual of the event, that's how we call it, the main visuals, and that's going to also be declined to all walls, invitations, screen savers, banners, everything that you can see here, anything graphic, I'm involved. So, but events like this large, it's not just me designing for it. There's more agencies involved. There's a team of a lot of people. So then there's the motion graphics. I don't do motion graphics, but then there's an external agency that does that. So it's many pieces together, and that need to be flowing to make this happen.
Amazing. Yeah, I mean, that must be a huge project. How long would it take to work on something of this scale?
It's always very rushed. I think the event industry has this, it's always a rush. I guess the larger events maybe take a whole year. Not that I'm actively working on it on a year, but there's the conceptualizing phase, the proposal to the client, then you maybe don't hear them from them for a few months, then they come back to you, and yeah, then you start iterating again. So yeah, not all events are the same. Cannot really.
Client dependent.
Yeah, client dependent, exactly.
Makes sense.
Yeah.
Well, awesome work. Really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us, everybody. So great to meet Joe and Kelly. And if you are here at OFF, then make sure your session's tomorrow. Is that right?
Correct.
Tomorrow,
3:30.
so Friday. Come see their session. And thank you so much, Ines, for sharing your work.
Thank
Amazing
you
so
to
much.
see
Pleasure.
it. Yeah, and we'll be back with another live shortly. So stick around. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you.
Cool. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to OFF in Barcelona, where we're live streaming all afternoon, and I am joined by Hash, who is a 3D artist from East London. So welcome.
Thank you so much.
Maybe to start off with, you can just give us a bit of a background intro. How long have you been doing what you do? Give us your sort of potted history in a few seconds or minutes.
Sure, yeah. So 3D artist from East London, traditionally was doing animation. For around 10, 11 years, freelancing, thankfully being in London, best place to sort of be in the design scene over there.
Such a good creative scene.
Exactly. So yeah, just been doing traditional motion design for the longest, and then started to do a lot more 3D, I would say, over the last few years, and predominantly in advertising, a little bit of TV as well.
Okay.
And then yeah, like I said, last few years, going into 3D more, starting to find a style that I really feel comfortable with. So yeah, having fun.
And what was the sort of catalyst for you to move into 3D?
I think I've always had a real interest in going from 2D to 3D, and especially within animation, and just bringing things to life. And then yeah, the last few years, I'd say after COVID, just had a lot of time on my hands, started to play around with different 3D software, and sort of naturally just fell into it.
I feel like as horrible as COVID was, it was quite like a time for, I think, creatives to maybe explore new areas that they hadn't been, I guess you find sort of, you had more time on your hands, and so you had that sort of chance to play and explore. Amazing. Maybe you could chat through some of your work with us. Hello to everyone in the chat. If you're joining us on YouTube or Behance, ask your questions, and I will feed them over to Hash. But yeah, maybe we can have a look through some of the things that you've created. Maybe you can talk us through a bit of your process. With working with clients?
Yeah, so I mean, I think a big project for me over the last year was working with Nickelodeon. Let's just open that up. Oh, is that?
Oh, maybe a double click.
Oh, there we go.
There
Yeah.
you go.
So I worked with Nickelodeon on the Kids' Choice Awards, and Kids' Choice Awards they do every year to talk about. It's like a big it's like their big roundup awards ceremony, I guess, for all of their cartoons or shows or whatever. Very iconic, very fun, playful. A lot of us grew up on it, and was just luckily contacted by an amazing studio in London called Studio Moros, and had the opportunity to work with them on this wonderful project. Basically, kind of rebranding the award ceremony from stuff that was happening on stage, the live visuals, to the actual TVCs, broadcast packages, and yeah, just having a lot of fun playing in 3D, using this Nickelodeon IP that a lot of us know already. And yeah, just sort of smashing colors together. It was very much in the tone and vibe of the stuff that I do.
Yeah.
So it was sort of a dream project, and one that I always like to talk about now, because yeah, I did the Kids' Choice Awards. It was incredible.
And I feel like, well, the theme that's coming across to me from chatting to 3D artists is that there's just this real opportunity to play. It's actually really fun, the sort of work that you create. And I guess the more of that you put out, the more clients like that you would then attract.
Yeah, for sure. It's for me, like we were saying during COVID, that was my time to show the personal projects and the work that I couldn't maybe always do with the client work that I did, where you're maybe a bit more restricted. So definitely excited to just have fun, do a bunch of tutorials, try different things out, had time. and it gave an opportunity for prospective clients to see, oh, I can do this style, I can play around, so here we go.
Yeah, I feel like that's always the advice, isn't it? It's like show the work that you want to do,
Yes.
and then those clients will hopefully find you and come your way. Talk us through a little bit of your creative process for something like this. So obviously you're working as part of a team with the studio.
Yeah.
Like, are you a pencil and paper start out kind of person, or do you go straight to digital? Like, what's your creative process?
Yeah, I kind of go straight into 3D really. I've become quite comfortable with just throwing different shapes together in 3D. And that's my sort of sketch pad, I guess.
Yeah.
I can just pump stuff out really fast and see it live instead of maybe drawing stuff out and translating it across. So yeah, I'm definitely going straight into the program and having fun.
Okay, amazing. And when you are, what's the process like when you're working as part of a big team?
So it can depend sometimes so I'm a freelancer, so sometimes I'm coming in a little bit later on in the project, or early doors with this, we were able to do a bunch of pitch work and R&D. So yeah, it kind of chops and changes based on the brief, but coming in nice and early on a project like this where it's quite fun, I just had a lot of time to, play around with different models and see what works, show it to the client, see if it works out, and then go into full production.
Amazing. Maybe you can talk us through some of the different elements that you created for this project.
Yeah, for sure. So just a lot of these crazy different assets and transitions, and colorful donuts and weird slime. The whole thing of the Nickelodeon Awards is there's slime everywhere and there's slime celebrities. So we were able to sort of play around with all this stuff in 3D, which was super fun.
Was there anything that you pitched to them that was super out there that they were like, no, that's a step too far. You've gone too far.
Yeah, I think there was some crazy stuff we did with the SpongeBob characters. Where they're like, okay, maybe not, and it's kids related. We need to make it so it's not too crazy and over the top. But we still were able to do what we kind of wanted to.
Amazing. Maybe you can show us some of your other projects as well.
Yeah, for sure. So another a cool one that I did. Was for Starbucks, and they have their iconic red cups during Christmas that everyone loves to collect. And it was really just sort of similar style of the stuff that I love doing. It was playing around with a lot of 3D elements. Let's see if I can play.
Yeah.
But yeah, just playing around with lots of different emojis and these cute little assets from the sort of Starbucks branding. And yeah, once again, just a chance to sort of have fun and throw together different shapes and stuff. It turned out to be a great campaign in the end, and it was displayed all over there on the fronts of all of their shops, on the digital screens as well. So yeah, just a cool opportunity.
Amazing. And I love the layering of the 3D elements over the video. You've got that sort of real action video. Let's see. So these are all the kind of icons.
Yeah, all the little icons and. See if it plays out. But yeah,
so fun.
It was just it was cool to be able to just make a bunch of loops, and then I think they turned them into stickers as well that you can use on Instagram and so on.
Oh, so nice.
But yeah, super fun.
Amazing. And was this one that you worked on with a studio as well, or
you
get brought in?
Yeah, I got brought in specifically to do the 3D, which was cool. So I got to just handle all the 3D stuff. Which is becoming more of a thing as I'm pushing out more the 3D work and the personal 3D work as well. So it's really important to, if you want to sort of own something, just go for it.
Yeah.
And let, as you said, let the clients know that, look, I can do this, and it can, you hire me, take me on, and then sort of go from there.
Do you ever do personal projects, to play and try things out?
Yeah, I'm always playing around with personal projects.
I love it. You've got a tab. That's
I got a little tab. Even made something for Barcelona, just to say that I'm coming. So yeah, I love playing around, creating these characters. It's basically just sort of R&D, and then hopefully sort of turn it into client work.
Yeah.
but yeah, super fun, and now I'm trying to push these characters into the real world and overlay it on footage as well. So
Yeah, that combination is so interesting, isn't it?
yeah.
Do you ever struggle with like creative block or anything like, you know, like if you're working on a project and you're feeling a bit stuck, so what's your go-to method to get out of that?
I think taking a step away is always important.
Yeah.
Just coming back to it with a fresh set of eyes. Yeah, I think that's the most important thing. You can kind of just get stuck in the weeds with things, especially within 3D and animation. It can sometimes just be so heavy and a lot of different layers, a lot of different things going on, and the process, rendering, and all these different things. So I think it's important to just take a step back and come back to it with fresh eyes.
Yeah, that is really good advice. I find like going for a walk or something where like your brain has like that little bit of time to rest so that the ideas can start kind of like fizzing again. Amazing. Maybe you can show us through some more of these plays because I absolutely love these.
Yeah, a bunch of stuff playing around. Love doing collaborations. You guys have David on next.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, we did a little collaboration
love
together, and it was fun because his style's obviously very 2D and does a lot of
Yeah.
illustration, so we were able to sort of link up and play around in 3D and 2D and throw files back and forth, and it turned into a really fun project.
David's so good at collaborating with people. I love
He's
it.
great. He's
Amazing.
the best. He's the absolute best. So yeah, just a whole bunch of stuff really. Just always playing, always finding new ways to try out new tutorials, things that I find online, and just sort of having fun is super important to do it.
So you talked about Nickelodeon, which is like one of your favorite projects. Maybe you could talk us through another sort of favorite project where you just felt so satisfied with sort of how it turned out.
Yeah, for sure, definitely. Super fun. Got to work on some screen projections. So this was for Westfields in Paris. And it was super cool because it was all in my style, and it was this very interesting. I forgot what you call it. I think it's called anamorphic screens. So it's like when you're at a specific point and you look up and it feels like it's sort of coming out of the borders. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So another one where I just got to play and have fun and sort of do my own style.
Amazing. This is incredible. So in a minute we're gonna bring someone on and you're gonna look through her portfolio and give some feedback. Tell us a little bit about the process for you of sort of building your portfolio. Like, are you really selective about what you put in there? You know, like how do you choose what to share in your portfolio?
Yeah, I think when I was starting out, it was definitely about just getting stuff up there and showcasing the work that I did. Especially if it was a lot of the brand stuff. I think it's just showing clients that, look, I was allowed to work on this brand or whatever, and I was comfortable with it. So it was a lot more of just sort of throwing up stuff as I started out. Over the years, I've started to cater it a little bit more to the work that I want to be hired for.
Yeah.
Which I think I'm in a bit more of a privileged position now to be able to try and choose the work that I do instead.
You kind of almost need a sort of volume, don't you, so that then you can start to narrow it down.
Yeah, I think so. So that's it. I think it's from that beginning few stages of your career where I think you're just putting stuff out, showing people what you're capable of.
What you can do.
Yeah,
Amazing.
and then sort of catering it.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Do you want to come join us? So maybe to start off with, you can introduce yourself, tell us a little bit about you, what's your name, what do you do, and then, show us your portfolio.
Yeah, sure. So my name is Joyce. I'm a freelance motion graphics designer. I mostly focus on 2D motions, and I spend a lot of time doing explainer videos or abstract things like title sequences or like shorter motions. And shall I walk through my portfolio?
Yeah, walk through. Go for it.
Okay.
Maybe select a project or something that you'd like to show.
Okay, so apparently I'm a motion designer, so I move keyframes. So can show you, this is my recent favorite project. So this is for opening sequence for a movie back in Hong Kong. And because I didn't come from an agency background, so mostly I do things like from scratch. Like I design the things like keyframes and all the way to animating. And sometimes I do the sound design, but this time there's someone with me.
Amazing.
So yeah.
I really love the style of this.
Yeah. So did you illustrate everything as well?
Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay, so you illustrate and you animate.
Yeah.
Oh,
so I can show a little bit of like behind the scene. So apparently it came from really rough pencil sketches, and I like to develop from there.
Amazing.
And then bring it to Illustrator and then add all the textures inside.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, that's cool. I love that you've actually put the drawings up. Yeah, so you can
it's
see
like
it.
looking at the people's behind the scenes. So
Yeah,
I thought,
yeah.
that would be helpful. And then this is my specialty is doing like explainer.
Amazing.
So this is about sexual assault violence in Hong Kong, like how they support the victims and how they walk through them through the whole process. This time I worked with someone, so there's another animator on the team, but it's mostly just the two of us. And we went through all the designing progress and the style frames, and we did a lot of like trial and error because the client was really scared of triggering like victims.
Yeah.
So we didn't want to use something that's too bold, like this color, or something that might trigger them. So we used like quite a calm color palette.
Amazing.
Yeah. And so in my portfolio, I mostly just put all my works in here, like a short GIF here, and if people are interested, they can just click in there and look a little bit more on the progress.
Yeah, amazing.
Yeah. So I didn't put a lot of work in there, and I do have some like experiments or like your website, like a play section.
Yeah.
But that's mostly on my Instagram because I always felt like it's not polished enough.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
That's fine. Yeah, I love it though. I love how clean it is. First of all, and showing the behind the scenes is super cool. Just to see the different steps you take to get to the end product, I think is always very, very important. But very lovely style. I love it. It's like, and the fact that you illustrate and animate, that's like a super bonus. So very, very powerful. Amazing stuff.
Thank you.
How have you found, so these projects that you've worked on, like how do you find your clients? You know, like what has been a good process for you in terms of finding clients?
So most of them I would say is from people that I used to know.
Okay.
Like I used to work in a news company, so lots of them work in different organizations.
Okay.
So from past clients, and they refer me to like a new client.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
That's how it passed
you're
on.
like networking, meeting people, building relationships.
Yeah, I will say I'm trying to, but I often think I'm not very good at it.
Oh, I'm sure that's not true. Maybe you could talk us through a couple more of your projects.
Yeah. So another one. This is a documentary. It's also in Hong Kong about old theatre.
It's taking a little while to load.
Yeah, so it's around, the movie is around an hour, but because the theatre was so long ago, so they didn't have lots of footage or not lots of pictures of the theatre. So we had to animate lots of the newspapers.
Amazing.
And use the voiceovers of the founder of the theatre, which was in 1950s, where video was not a common thing back then.
Sure.
So I wish I can show them, but
that's amazing. So you use a lot of mixed media as well within your stuff. Okay.
I'd say that's my style. And then this is more like a branding thing for a rice bowl, like a convenience store in Hong Kong. They're trying to sell some new onigiri, which is like Japanese rice bowls.
Yeah.
So this time I worked at the studio, and they created all the style frames, and I only had to focus on animating, which is nice because less things to worry.
Do you prefer that? Do you prefer doing the illustration, like starting out, or do you like being handed stuff and just animating?
I think both had its merits. I personally prefer starting from scratch because I feel like I have the art direction. I can in charge of the art direction.
Yeah.
But sometimes it's nice to work with someone because I can see their progress really different from me, and lots of like crashing new ideas, which is very nice.
Amazing.
Yeah.
And do you have any questions that you would want to ask Cash?
Yeah, so I've seen you worked on lots of different projects, and you said you put all your work for your potential clients. How do you make yourself be seen by your potential clients?
Yeah, so I think in the early days for me, it was just an abundance of stuff putting out there, because of course there's so many amazing artists. And to kind of get your head above the water, I think it's just important to post on all the socials, go on the Behance, whatever it is, and yeah, just get yourself sort of known. You want to kind of get to a point where, and you've kind of got it, I can kind of see it, where if I come across your work and it's not on your website, I'm like, oh, that's yours. And I think that's very, very important, and you're definitely building it. I can see it within the projects you've done. So yeah, I would say just hone in on maybe an art style that you really enjoy doing. And for me, that was my 3D stuff, and then that's just how it picked up for me. People, clients would see it and be like, okay, that's Hash's kind of work. We need Hash to work on this project. So that was beneficial for me to get those different clients for sure. But you're getting there. I can see it. It's really, really cool stuff.
One of the things that I find kind of hard, though, is because I'm not from UK. I moved to UK for a couple of years, but I feel like because I didn't work in a company in here, it's a bit hard to network into a professional setting. Like I would know other animators or other creatives, but not in a professional setting where they'd be like, oh, this is Joyce's work, let's push it to her. Or,
yeah, sure.
There's this work, we have to find a motion designer, let's find a person, and then they will immediately think of me in their head. I find that pretty hard. Do you have any like advice?
I mean, I think places like OFF are basically the best place. You're out here if you've got stickers, merch, or whatever it is. Hand it out to people. Yeah, I think just getting out there. You're in Brighton, right? So I mean, even Brighton, very massive design city. So what I love to do, especially in the early days, was there's always design events, meetups going on. Go on Eventbrite or Meetup or whatever, and just see what's happening and just go down. It's normally on an afternoon or evening or whatever. Head down, see what's going on, make friends with people. You'll be surprised how friendly the other artists and designers actually are. It can feel a bit intimidating, especially if you're sort of starting out and stuff. But you just got to get out there and network. You've got the work. So
thank you.
It's just going out and showing it off. And as artists, sometimes we're a little bit intimidated, but no, it talks for itself. So yeah.
Oh,
I think sharing your work is like a really vulnerable thing to do, isn't it?
Yeah,
And
it is.
It's still. Do you find this like it's still a bit scary, like having to put it up there and show
for
people?
sure. Even talking about it, I sometimes feel a bit. Ooh, can I? But no, you kind of got to let go of that and just do it.
I'd love to ask you one last question before we finish. And to both of you, have you ever had to deal with sort of people copying your work? Because obviously, as illustrators, you create quite a distinct style. And then people obviously see that and want to emulate that. Have you ever experienced that? How do you handle it?
Yeah, I mean, for me, maybe there's be some people that I see similar styles, but everything's sort of an imitation of something else. And everyone... I think another artist can take it and evolve it in their way, and that's totally fine. But yeah, for an individual artist, I think you just got to stay in your lane and just keep cracking on with what you love doing, and not to get too distracted by it looks like my kind of stuff. No, it's integral to you. That's the most important thing.
Amazing. What about you, Joyce?
I don't think I have that experience. I've seen some work that kind of look like my work, and I think, is that my style? But I wasn't really sure. But then they execute it in another style, so I feel like it's almost like the same when I see other artists and take inspiration from them. But it's a very thin line where it's copying their style or
totally.
Taking inspiration.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, thank you both so much. I have loved seeing both of your work. You're both incredibly talented. Thank you, Hash and Joyce, for joining me.
Thank you.
We will be back with another session shortly, so stick around and enjoy all of these live streams from OFF, and thanks for joining us.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Adobe Live here from sunny Barcelona. We're at OFF Festival.
Yeah.
It's amazing. I have the pleasure to host the one and only incredible, talented David Oko.
Thank you.
David,
hi,
how are you doing?
I'm all right. I'm first time for me in Barcelona at OFF Festival. I feel blessed. I'm very excited. I'm going to have a 3D mapping happening very soon today. So I can't wait to see the wall. So I'm like a kid in the candy shop at the moment, you know.
That's exciting. David, would you like to introduce yourself and
Okay.
tell us a bit about your work?
For sure. For who doesn't know me, I'm an illustrator animator based in London, and a lot of people know me for my digital illustration, but a lot of people don't know that I come from a very heavy, traditional, fill up the gap everywhere you go kind of illustration, but this led me into designing more complex, some people say psychedelic, some people say crazy Macedonia of elements coming all together in a random way. And yeah, now I move into animation, and I think my next move will be moving into the 3D space and exploring more how can I combine 3D animation and maybe some AI product together, all together.
Cool.
So
I can totally see that.
yeah, yeah, I can see that too.
Yeah, that's good.
But I still don't know what will come out of it, you know. So, and yeah, please.
How did you get started with illustration?
For me, illustration, I've always been, I always say like, for me, illustration is a gift because, you know, a lot of people discovered that they like art in a later stage in life. Rather for me, it was more, as a kid, I scribble on everything, I draw on everything, and I don't know, since a kid, I always knew that that was a special gift for me. And I just did it every day, overdid it. I got obsessed by it. I started filling up tables, walls, anything that I can put my hand on, I would draw on it. And
Very
for
nice.
some reason, I never let it go since the age of 3. So it's, if I don't do it one day, I feel bad about it. So it's part of
Your
my
identity?
love.
Ah.
It's part of my life, you know. If I don't draw, something will die in me,
Yeah.
you know, so.
Absolutely passionate about it,
Oh,
which
big.
is super exciting. What was your highlight so far at the festival?
So, first of all, you, Mr. Arnaud, nobody can see him, but I made some amazing friends. It's the first time for me, so for me, it's more being in a space where you have a lot of talented creatives. I know we do this in London, in Germany. I have friends here, like Ash, that was before in the live, that, you know, I collaborate with a lot of people in the room already, and I don't know, it's a space, I like to be in a space where there's a lot of creative people similar to me. And I was telling as well before we had to speak about how beautiful finding your tribe in a place like this, because sometimes I feel like a fish out of water in a lot of places, but when I come to events like this, I find people so similar as me, and sometimes I don't even need to talk. Those kind of, the people understand me. So I think the beauty of it is coming together and meeting people that share the same passion for something so unique, you know. So and yeah, and it's amazing. We
That's
have
the
some good
magic of
party.
community, right?
For sure, for sure.
By the way, if you have any questions, feel free to drop them into the chat if you're watching us on Behance or YouTube. And in the meantime, David,
Yes.
is there any highlight or project you want to share with us today? Like, do you have any specific project where you say, like, this was such a career highlight for me, or I learned so much?
I don't have a specific one, and the reason for me specific is because I'm somebody that always challenge myself in doing things, and I think one of the biggest highlights, let's say, for me have been Sphere Vegas. So for me, the only reason why I'm saying that is because, sorry if you see the screen moving images very fast, I'm trying to find a picture, but my PDF was huge.
But it's a nice way to show your portfolio.
Yes, for sure. And here we go. You can see it here, the second image. That was my animation for Sphere Vegas. And the reason that I say that this is something that I kept in mind is just the scale of. It's beautiful to see your illustration, your animation on such a big scale.
Absolutely.
Today I'm doing it on this wall, but I think Vegas is 3 times the size of it. So
it's huge.
I've not been there. I would have loved to be in there, but I think that is one of the biggest accomplishments to actually see your work in the
Absolutely.
world like this, you know. So I will pick this as one of the biggest project for the moment. But then, as you can see, I've done a car wrap and other things, but everything that is new kind of excites me. Anything that is out of the normal skin is something that I'm really excited to do, and it gives me that joy for doing things, you know.
And I mean, I know you.
Yeah.
But
Come on. Gang, gang. No, just-
but I know you're a big fan of collaboration. What is it that excites you so much about it?
I think when I grow up, I've been a lot of times surrounded by people that was artists, yes, but they were so possessive of what they was doing. When I say possessive of what they was doing, it's like they would do always things alone. People, some people were scared of collaborating because they didn't want people to look at the style in a certain way. But for me, I've always believed in the power of being in a room of people, and I work with you, you have a style, so that style challenged me of thinking in a different way. But while I draw on your style, I'm challenging myself to match the beauty of your illustration. I don't want to ruin your illustration, but I want to do something that even elevates it.
You will never ruin my
No, but I mean, but in terminology, I believe in the fact that people come together and you learn, I learn, and we elevate each other. And I think something that is much needed in the design space, collaboration is key for me to success. And because I truly believe that you cannot have all success for yourself. You should be able to share the success, because if you're able to do that, then everybody around you will just flourish, you know. So it's, for me, it's to the heart. And sorry, I just want to show some work because the people deserve it. Here you can see in the corner, there's Carina's piece with the sneaker shoe in the corner. We have Sami from France with a beautiful portrait. You have some matte Voyce. I do a lot of collaboration also with photographers. So I take the imagery and draw around real images just to create something a bit more unique and distinctive. You can see this Puma shoe here in the middle. This is a project where we actually had 10 people working on the same project.
Wow.
And it just passed hand in hand in hand. And I finished with the illustration, but there was an animation process, color choosing, and we worked together as a team.
So cool.
This is one of my latest pieces.
Absolutely amazing.
I don't want to pronounce the name wrong, but it's Murujai for who doesn't know him. And yeah, Holly Rose Stone and Hash and Clady. So we have a lot of people in the room. Yeah.
Do you have any tips for aspiring illustrators, how to get started and how to reach out to people, for example, to get a collaboration started?
Yeah. What I will always say to people is never be afraid to ask or promote yourself. Even if you're not at the highest level of your career, I start very basic, and 20, 25 years of just working, it just kept improving. So don't be afraid to ask something out there, and always promote yourself, because even if you're not good enough, you will fit in the right place somehow, and then you just have to grow and evolve, you know. So it's, that's what I would say. Don't be afraid to push yourself to do something or reach out to people. Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. I totally agree.
Yeah.
And today we have the pleasure to do some portfolio review
I've heard.
of the very talented Julia Hanke. Would you like to join us? Please welcome Julia.
Hi guys. Thank you for the opportunity. Yeah, sure.
Julia, how is it going?
Good, thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to show my
Yeah, of course.
my
We're
stuff.
super excited to have you. Would you like to guide us through your portfolio?
Yeah, sure. Okay, so I mainly do 2D illustration. As you can see, I'm drawn to some femininity theme, vibrant colors.
I love your use of color, by the way. I just have to say it.
Yeah, I think we have like similar color use. Yeah, this was actually my personal project, inspired by my hometown near lakes.
Okay.
So it's the girl who has a name of the lake.
Okay.
It's very funny. It's Łapinuszka. Łapinuszka is like catching legs.
Okay.
So yeah, it's very like local. Yeah, more feminine characters. I also done some covers for another personal project in my hometown called The Warszawianer as a New Yorker, but it's like imaginary cover for Warsaw, and I done so far 2 of them. One in my neighborhood, Illusion building. It's a very nice place in the park, and it's in the winter and in the summer. I also had a chance to work on illustration for Puma.
Nice.
This is the color palette was inspired by the Puma shoes. So even though it's winter illustration, it's pretty warm. I also like very warm colors.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
So I wanted to add it, even though it's a winter illustration. I had basically freedom to create it, so it's the most fun project when you have complete freedom.
One thing that I really love
yeah.
about your illustration, sorry, because I just noticed
Sure,
it,
sure.
is you have a beautiful way of using strokeful, solid colors, gradient, and even the way you use lighting with the grainy kind of effect. You put a lot of, you combine a lot of techniques, I can say, and that's something I really appreciate.
Thank you. That's very, very kind of you. Okay, and another one of favorite project of mine is for
nice,
live spots. Now these illustrations are more simple. It shows.
Was it painted on the wall, by the way?
Yes, but this is a mock-up. But
okay. We all do that, don't worry.
Yeah, but actually there was a mural in a city in Poland where I came from. I'm coming from Warsaw, exactly. Yeah, and it was combining all of these illustrations, like it is in a flat, in building flat, and we can see the people in their room and enjoying the time, like cooking, getting comfy on the sofa, on the balcony, and the fun one is with the pet, but it is not like usual pet.
You
it's
have
a
a
tiger.
tiger in the living room. Okay.
The client wanted some like a little bit of fun with illustrations, so that was nice.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, sure.
I know we mentioned it a little bit before because before coming here. Please show while you speak. I was wondering, like, we talked about animation because I think your work will be beautiful animated. Okay. We talk about it and it's just popping out.
And they're just going there.
But I wanted to see, like, for you as an artist, do you see your work evolving into animation? Is it something that you would like to do? Is it something?
Yes, I actually do some this kind of projects.
Okay.
I think my illustration is naturally very dynamic. So it's always the person like moving, and I think maybe clients see the potential of creating animation from it. So yeah, I work on illustration for animation purpose. This is also the one made for Samsung, so it's also very nice collaboration.
Is this actually After Effects that you're using for that, or is it like a proper a 3D?
The animator used 3D.
That's amazing.
Yes, this is used 3D. Also here. But I would like to learn that, or also frame by frame animation.
For sure, I think it's a beautiful direction because me personally, I do some animation, but
I saw
I'm
great
stuck
stuff.
into moving. I don't define myself animator, but more like a motion graphic guy. But I think your work deserves frame by frame for sure.
Yeah, I would love to learn
because it
that
feels more like a storytelling. You have a lot to say, and I think with the color that you use and the grain, you will definitely create something amazing.
Yeah, that's the destination of mine, I guess.
That's good.
Yeah, another illustrations for packing design. I love the theme of femininity. It fits well with my style, and it's always nice to work on something for women. Yeah.
Have you started always drawing with this style?
No, actually, I was starting with some like graffiti style.
Okay.
So it was not feminine at all.
Okay.
And I was going through different type of styles.
Okay.
And
what was that thing that let
think-
you stop on this? I'm very sorry if I asked that, but I'm very curious because I know a few people that put all these elements together, but the way you balance all the tones, it works very well for the composition that you do.
It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell because it's. I think that you also say that it comes like the styles come naturally. It is like a part of you.
Okay.
When I started to develop also like work on my inside and finding myself, then my style also started shaping.
Yeah.
And now I feel like okay, sometimes my works are more complicated, like more having more shades, and sometimes I use only like two or three colors and lines.
But I like the fact that you can be able to be simple, but also do more complex illustration.
Yeah,
Because I have a difficulty to leave space when I draw.
You have a lot of complicated illustrations. I'm not so. I think I'm a bit too lazy. Like maybe not lazy, but sometimes I want to see the effect very quickly.
Okay.
And maybe if I'm.
But you see like this, the two oranges for who doesn't see it. But for me, that is amazing just because you give so much room to breathe on the top. I wouldn't be able to actually create something that allows the image to breathe, if it makes sense.
This actually, I would love to animate frame by frame. It is something that I'm thinking for a long time. And I'm always saying this, like, oh, I would love to, maybe you could animate that. Actually.
I mean, you should start a collaboration, right?
We were talking about that
You have to do
before.
it.
That would be great to have a collaboration.
For sure.
Julia, is there anything you would like to, any piece of advice you would like to have from David on your portfolio?
On my portfolio, actually, we you talked a lot before.
Yeah.
In the interview, you had share great tips. Also, I feel like it's like very good tips. But maybe from the technical part, do you feel like it's good to share more on your portfolio, or just keep it simple, or more?
I think I'm pretty sure you have much work, yeah, because I saw a little bit of your website before.
Yeah.
And you know what I would say? I think before we talked about how maybe wanting to move into art direction.
Yeah.
And I think that is something that is personal to her. But as an illustrator, what I mentioned to her is like, you're not limited to only branding, illustration, animation, but as a visual person, you definitely can be an art director. And I think the only difficulty for you will be finding the right people that can actually encapsulate your vision by working with you, at example, you know. So finding people that can see your vision and bring it to life, I think that's the harder part when it comes to art direction. But as soon as you find those people, anything that you do will be magic, for sure. Because you're already in a good place. And I think like when I began, I was so far away from this, you know, like I literally just did wall, and then, I don't know, as you said, the more you do, the more you explore, and more your work improve, and just boom, explode.
Yeah.
It becomes something very unique
exactly.
to you, you know.
Exactly. Exactly. It's a part of me also.
So Julia, where can people find your beautiful work? Is it mostly on Instagram or on your website, or?
I put some my recent stuff, my recent projects on Instagram, but actually this portfolio I created not long ago, so it's pretty fresh. It took me 10 years to sit and build it in one day. I have a very good motivation just to sit and done it. So if you're working on your
we need a deadline.
Yes, so if you're working on your portfolio, just have a deadline deadline one day. It was actually a tip advice from my friends, which are here. So it's good to have friends, also as you said, from our field.
Yeah.
Yeah, so follow me on Instagram, of course. I also share my life as an illustrator because I think it's really a part of us. Our work is combined with our self, like
burnout,
yes,
drama,
burnout.
stress.
yes. So you can see how it's like shaping.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Is there any last piece of advice you would like to
I'll be
give
honest with you, I love your style. I told you I want to collaborate, but one thing I always say is like, anything that you have on your mind, you are able to do it. So that's the only advice I would say, because I think like, as a person, there's no limit of what you can do. Just try to do your best all the time. You're in a very great space, and I think like, if you will master animation or even turn your illustration into 3D, could be the next step for you to actually, as you know, you start still, but when you master frame by frame animation and you can tell a story, you will get more customers. You will have more to say in the industry as well. And I think with a style that's like yours, you will definitely leave an impact out there. So just always do you, and nothing is impossible, I will say. Definitely. So
that's a great word of
thank
advice.
You.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks to both of you. Thanks, Julia. Thanks, David.
Thank you.
Thanks to the community.
Thank you, Carina.
Thanks to everyone joining us here live from OFF Festival in sunny Barcelona. Make sure to stick around because we have a lot of fun streams coming up next, and see you shortly. Bye-bye.
If you are just joining in the chat, we're here for 2 days live coming to you from OFF Festival. If you're joining in from YouTube or on Behance, go ahead and post in the chat where you're joining us from, any questions you have, and we are here live so we can answer them for you. So I'm joined here today with Radim Malinic. Radim, how's it going?
Wow, I mean, I've been here this is my 4th or 5th off.
Yeah.
And it just never ceased to be the Wonderland. It's like a Disneyland that just keeps getting bigger and better. So, yeah. Absolutely love it. Absolutely love it. I think they've done an amazing thing that by bringing so many people together with the common interest of just like, how do we win at creativity? So, yeah, love it.
It's so cool. And I know we're connected online a lot of the time. I'm seeing all of your work that you're posting online. So actually to be here in person in this creative space is so cool.
Yeah, I think we get a sort of temperature of what we're doing, because sometimes we just work in our silos. Like we lock ourselves away and we work on our things. We go out in studios, our little projects, and then we sort of finally meet each other in person and realize life is sometimes complicated. Like it just doesn't happen easy, even though our sort of online presence might sort of allude to the fact that, you know what, it looks good. It's not always, is it? Like it's just I think it's nice to be sharing what everything entails and actually not to feel alone how we do stuff, because when creativity gets tough, because creativity needs to be messy, life is messy, relationships are messy, everything's messy. Yet we come to creativity going, this should be easy. It's not, and it shouldn't be, because we would lose interest, So yeah, I think it's an amazing melting pot of like conversation, like actually, are we all in the same thing, and are we actually feeling the same stuff? So yeah.
Yeah, and to be able to discuss that in person is so nice too, like just being in this space and having those real conversations. I know that, so from your background, you're a best-selling author.
Thank you.
Also, you have your brand new studio, Lux Coffee Co., and the Mindful Creative Podcast. So you're working on so many amazing different projects. Can you tell me what is your inspiration behind the work that you do?
I think the life motto that I've got is the sentence that goes, no risk, no story. Like I don't want to be a slave to a client project. I don't want to sort of go back in the ground to sort of regret something. So it's kind of like working backwards. So I'm like the marathon runner who decides to sort of run those 26 miles. But like, okay, so when we get to the end, how do we fuel? How do we prepare? What shoes do we wear? So to me, I think it was the realization that we can give ourselves permission to be creative. Like no one is waiting. Well, no one should be waiting for the permission to actually be creative because we can do this. And I think with the tools that we've got now available to us, it's another Disneyland. You can be anything and anyone. You can pivot. And I think my career and creativity took me in such unorthodox ways. You know, I grew up in Czech Republic. I was an ice hockey player. I was a musician in death metal bands. I was a DJ. There was the music that got me to the UK, where I now live for the last 25 years. I've decided to go record shopping, but it was the surroundings. 25 years ago, I've been like on a constant holiday. So I decided that, like the surroundings made me believe that I can be part of it. So I started as a graphic designer, went into illustration in advertising. Like it's all kind of gradual process. Like none of this, what I mentioned, is like happened in 5 minutes. It's like bit by bit by bit. So when I was 25, I properly started. It doesn't add up. I was 22, but I was 25 years now. But it's the ability to make stuff happen. And I think that's the most liberating thing of the thing that we call life.
Yeah, and just creativity transcends all of those pieces. So even with music or, graphic design, it's just all across everything you're working on.
I mean, when I was in bands, when I talk to people on my podcast, they're like, so what was it like to be in a band? I was like, it's a bit like a design studio because you work with people that you don't like, like you have to try to come up with an idea, like, do we get it right? Does it work? Like you have this interpersonal sort of battles and relationships. And that's how creativity works in a collaborative space. And like you actually need to understand who you are, who's everybody else, like how do we work on an interpersonal level, what makes us tick. And it goes to that level because when we arrive at our sort of pair of trainers, be in a Photoshop or InDesign or Adobe Express, it's like, how are you ready? Like, because there's so many life inputs that go into this process. And that's what matters to me because I used to be happily locked away in Photoshop. In fact, I used to count my happiness by the hours I spent in Photoshop. Sometimes it was 16 hours a day.
Wow.
And I remember like,
hopefully you got some daylight in between.
Yeah, that was the problem. I didn't really do vitamin D and therefore I just, what I call I touched the stove, which was a horrific burnout.
Yeah.
Because I was happily, locked away, working across many different time zones. And I felt needed.
Yeah.
But I was breaking myself. And ever since it was a way of kind of like finding myself, working for therapy, working through, understanding who we are and kind of sort of inspiring my work as a writer because these books, even though they are all very much about creativity, they are laced with mindfulness. Absolutely. All about the fact, like, how can we do this thing that we do better? So it was kind of sort of nice to come back to OFFF after speaking here last year on the main stage, to come back actually do workshops on how to find calm in creative storms. So I feel like my role in this creative industry is actually to share a bit more because we can be happily in our silos and not necessarily share too much. How do we feel behind the scenes?
Yeah, and I think we don't talk about that enough, the importance of mindfulness, the burnout that many of us experience, especially in the creative process. At conferences like these, many times we see the output and we see the beautiful work that you've created, but not necessarily the process behind it.
Yeah, and I think what was the best takeaway from the workshop today, like when people realize like how they feel, like they've got unique problems. But when you we had like 300 Post-it notes on the wall, and everyone realized they go through the similar problems, they got similar emotions, and it's just like, it's liberating to see people feeling like, because we want to feel connected to one another, because this is a beautiful industry where we kind of got all our horses in the same race, like we should feel happy for one another to be further in our careers, but sometimes it can feel quite anxious, kind of like insecure, like, am I doing enough? Is somebody else ahead of me? Which is, I just believe like that our time is coming. Like just because your thing's not happening now doesn't mean you give up. Like there's a plenty of opportunities in a couple of years' time. But it's just like stay connected to your creativity and self-accept who you are, because that's what will kind of actually make you true to why you started in the first place.
Yeah, I think that's such an important message to keep. And I'm looking here on the chat to see if we have any questions. So we have Dorina who's joined us, Raul, and seeing if there's any other questions here in the chat. Go ahead and post them in there since we are live. And with that, Radam, I know you have a Mindful Creative podcast in which you're discussing a lot of these issues. Can you share a little bit more about that and how people can tune in and listen?
Yeah, so Mindful Creative is available on any channels that you know, but wherever you get podcasts. But what I try to do with this is actually get everyone and anyone from my industry to come on and share their experiences. So I've spoken to Stefan Sagmeister, Talia Kotzen, we had Chris Wilson, Joe Rocca, like anyone that's in the industry that we look up to.
Yeah.
And they come on and they are human. And they share their hopes and fears. Like Stefan talked about the fact that he had to lie to his client to take a first sabbatical. Because we look at Stefan and go like, how did you do it?
Yeah.
He was like, I lied. I lied. Literally, I told him I was not going on sabbatical. I was like, not accept, like, because there's a fear, because we all worry about the fact that our clients will desert us.
Yeah.
But we might not go to a certain shop for 6 months or a year, or we might not listen to a certain band for 6 months, or a couple of albums, and then it comes back. So yeah, I spoke to Simon Dixon. So I've been running this for now about a year and a half, and it's liberating. It's liberating because I prepare only very little for these conversations, because I want to have a very honest, genuine conversation, because I'm a bit nosy. And it works. It absolutely works. And it's been most rewarding work so far. I mean, to speak to people from around the world, kind of just to say, we are all equal. We are all equal in life and creativity, and sometimes it doesn't feel that way when you see people from afar through the little squares, and I think that's when we invent false narratives and ambitious anxiety, like, am I far enough? You don't have to be. You're exactly where you should be today.
Yeah.
So, the podcast is available in wherever you listen to podcasts, and it's just, it's been one of the most rewarding things, because you can just share the truth.
Yeah, I think that's just uncovering that raw human emotion and experience. I mean, that's what makes it real as creatives, and to be able to relate on that level. And in terms of who you have, anyone coming up that you want to sneak peek on the podcast, or any latest episode that you want to showcase?
So we've got Liz Mosley coming for the second time.
Oh, I see Liz. We're live, so she's here in the audience.
So Liz, we've currently equalized our guest features, so we've got 2 and 2. But we talked about rejection and kind of like, again, like really drilling onto this, like how do we self-accept. Danae Gossett, who is coming next on this broadcast.
Yeah.
She's coming on a podcast. Oliver Jeffers, David Carson, just trying to get pretty much anyone to be open and come on the show, because some people, like Joshua Davis in his life, has done like 2 podcasts. I'm like, let me be number 3, because like, we need to share what's behind the scenes. And I mean, this is obviously a great way of sharing. Like, how do you get that human level? Because this can feel intimidating. Like, you see people on the main stage, and like, when will I be ever on the main stage?
Yeah.
And I mean, I do a lot of things. It looks like I do a lot, but I have worked for many, many years to make sure these things work for me rather than me working for them. So, you got some exclusives.
I think that's a really good approach, making sure it works for you. I have to remind myself of that too.
I mean, I have to say, like, obviously, like Adobe AI tools. I mean, I'm originally like graphic designer and retoucher.
Yeah.
Generative fill is my best friend, because like the things that we used to spend a couple of hours on, like, it's now working for my for my benefit. So there is definitely spaces to save time. So actually, we can focus on doing things that kind of propel you forward.
Yeah. No, that's such a helpful overview, and definitely check out the Mindful Creative podcast. We'll go ahead and post that link in the chat. Before we move on to our portfolio review section of the stream, I want to make sure that we touch on your Lux Coffee Co. So I know that's, you're repping it. We got the T-shirt here.
I need to do this, obviously. This is when you're a designer, you always make a merge. If you turn it upside inside.
Beautiful.
So I created this. There's a beautiful story behind this, because I've been making this company for 6 years. I launched it here last year.
Yeah.
And I got to work with an illustrator called Julie Solstrom, who got a shout out by Aaron Draplin at Max 2023. Aaron generously showed lots of illustrators. And I'm like, I can do what she do, but no, I need to speak to her. And literally, we were like sort of messaging each other and sort of adding each other on different networks. I'm like, I need to work with Julie. And we've created a core range. And Lux Coffee Company is a creative company, first and foremost. It's a creative company, because what we do with this is actually creating a cross-platform of ability to collaborate and actually create things that, I mean, the word is liberating. I mean, there's a beautiful coffee behind this. I mean, what they say is, I mean, I've been talking to lots of studio founders at this festival, and prior to this, like actually bring in mindful moments. Hi, I recognize you. Mindful moments to our creativity, because we find ourselves sometimes in studios, like literally what I call chucking diesel.
Yeah.
And you're like, it's a deadline. And what I do with my sort of written work and with my podcast is actually promoting mindful moments. Like, the world is not going to fall apart if you take 5 minutes away, if you take 10 minutes away, half an hour. Like, just recharge and think and listen to yourself. So, I mean, as every designer creates anything, we want to create merch. I mean, this festival is a testament to, you know, when designers put on an event, like it's over-designed, you know, but it's such a liberating thing. And then all of this is created in a very sustainable way. Like there's fresh roast, so we are plugged into amazing roaster. And it's just kind of we're having a conversation with, as I said, with lots of studio founders, how to promote this well-being. Because 25 years ago when I started, it was a different story.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful design to be able to showcase there too. And I'm going to post that in the chat here so people can check it out. But with that, I think we can move on to the portfolio review section. Yeah. So we'll bring on Maca San Martin, who lives here in Barcelona.
Hello.
So Maca, how's it going? How's OFF Festival for you?
Oh, I'm so excited to be here. Thank you.
So Maca, tell us more about your background as a designer.
I'm a graphic designer. I studied 20 years ago, and my work has been like this, my work journey. So specifically to design, I started like working full-time like 5 years ago. And recently, I'm starting to look for clients again, because I had a fixed job, and now I don't have it anymore. So now I have a lot of questions.
Oh, I feel like I'm put on a spot.
About my portfolio, because now is the time that I have to showcase in a smart way my job. So this moment is crucial for me.
Okay,
this can be before and after in my life.
Okay, well, let's see what we can do with the time we've got available. But
So this is my portfolio, where I selected my favorite projects and the ones that I'm showcasing more in depth. And then I have my Behance, where I have 40 projects, but superficially.
40.
Yeah, a lot. Like everything that I have done. But here, this is the one I will show you. And it's my favorite projects.
That's what I was going to say. Show us your favorite, the flagship.
Also, I will start with this one because I have it more, but then I want to ask you another thing.
Okay.
Okay, so this is one that I did when I was working for the company I used to work. And it was a branding project. It was this page called Crossword Helper, that it was for people that were plays crosswords.
Okay.
And the logo was already designed and the colors were assigned, but nothing else. So for the references, I went to the old newspaper, and I wanted to keep the old and new, and from the newspapers take the textures and everything, but keeping in mind that it was a digital and current project. So I wanted to include some pop or something that you see it and you know it's nowadays. And I also saw a lot of elements from the newspapers that I really liked. So at the beginning I started something like this, it was when you do a screen print, then it's kind of moved.
It's like a lino cut, it's just a little pieces when you just sort of tear it up.
Or a super classic illustration, but adding this pop.
Dotted,
So this is the first thing, and then I started on this direction, playing with the use of the black and white, because I also really like the patterns that the crosswords themselves created. And these were the kind of illustrations that I decided. It was clue solver and helper, so I wanted to highlight one of the elements with the color. And at the end, the final versions were like this, and with kind of texture on the images and solid color like that was the now moment. And for me, it was a really exciting project because I don't do illustration.
Okay.
So this was like pushing my boundaries a bit, and I was really happy with the results. These three were the illustrations. This is how you see it on the web. And then I also developed the images for the errors, also taking into account the newspaper language.
So I think what it says, like basically the grid doesn't lie. Like when you've got a grid, when you've got rules, you can actually find your freedom in those limitations. I think that's really interesting. So I think I'll really like how you did your research and then put it in. Actually, I really liked how you did these sort of moving textures, like where you sort of had the outline and just told the story within the squares. I think that's beautiful. That pop of color is great. But if I could lead this, if I could ask this question, like
Yes.
you said, you're looking for clients. You're looking, like you said, you're looking for more work. So what is the type of work that you would like to do? Like what is it that you want to attract? Like what is the signal you're going to send out? Is this the type of work you would like to do, or?
Yes, branding. Also,
Yeah.
I would like to continue on branding, although I'm like in a crucial moment because design is kind of weird nowadays, and AI and everything, and I feel like I have in my mind that you need to start doing UX, UI, but what I really like is branding.
You don't have to do any of that.
Yeah, I know.
You already have
But
to
it's
do
like
it.
the
All you have to
pressure,
do
I
is
don't
what's
know.
true to your soul. Because if
Yeah.
you try to do everything that you feel like everybody else is
Sí.
doing, then you only sort of dilute your message. Because I'm a designer stroke illustrator. I've started a branding studio because I wanted to do more illustration. I wanted to do more visual storytelling. And that was the true purpose, actually, to go and sort of cut out of branding agencies, advertising agencies,
Sí.
actually do illustration. And this is like, when you write down your 5 reasons why you're a graphic designer, you want to go with those reasons and pursue those things because no one's telling you. I mean, you might feel you want to do UX and UI,
Sí.
but there's other people who are very happy doing it. If you want to do branding, stick with branding because even in the age of AI, we are humans producing work for other humans. There's zillion and one little brands, you know, like the family businesses trying to do incredible work, like not creating products for other people. They need someone like you. This is where, like when you say, this is what I want to project in the world, just cut away the noise. It feels like, oh, well, somebody can offer me a UX job and I can earn 10, 20,000 pounds or dollars or euros, whatever. But it's going to only take you off course. You know, it's going
Yeah.
to take you away from where you want to be because ultimately, if you cast your net and go like, I'm going to go over there and do it because you're not going to win every day. You're not going to win every month. But at least you keep on going forward. And that's the most satisfying thing because you will
For
ultimately
sure.
get there. So what do you want to do? Just write it down and go like, hey, I'm going to be a branding designer.
Okay.
I'm going to manifest. I'm going to work with small businesses. I'm going to work with people and go and speak to them. Like literally, if you live in Barcelona, there's so many amazing makers, right? Say, hey, I'm Maka. Especially start with the conversation. I love what you do. That's the first icebreaker. Like, don't tell like, by the way, what can I do for you? They'll be like, go away. But if you say, hey, I love your product, because if you believe in the product, that's half of a battle gone, because you winning them, they winning you. It's like, I want to work with you. I like what you do. I love your reasons and your values, like all the strategy. What can I do for you? Or even just say, hey, look, I love what you do. And by the way, this is what I do. Let's speak some other time. Let's get a coffee. When you need me, call me. And that's how you make those like human emotional connections where, as opposed to sending 5,000 emails a day, like you get people who are like, hey, we can spam 100,000 people. So you get 5 phone calls out of this. I'm like, who needs that? Like, no one needs their inboxes. I'm a true believer in sending love letters. Like, the work I got as a freelancer in 2010 or whatever, I said, like, hey, I bought your product. It's great. Can I be part of your story? And they're like, yeah, in 6 months. Got time? Absolutely. Let's do it. And this is like, because there's a lot of noise. There's a lot of things that be like, oh, shit, what should I do next? Because there's so many people who seem to be so much far ahead of you.
That's the thing. It's like,
but this is your story.
And the imposter syndrome is like,
no. But this is the thing. It's your story. Like, you're here because you are here today where you belong. Somebody else is ahead, but that's their story. And you don't know what's behind the scenes because you speak to some amazing founders. And it's crazy. Like, you know, being up what's perceived as a top, it's a hard place to be. Being ahead is a hard place to be. But if you've got time and obviously you want to pursue something, it's law of averages. You're going to build up and gradually build up momentum, because if you wake up every day and say, I'm a branding designer, then you will kind of, people will, like the universe will know what you live and breathe. And it will emanate, that message will emanate out of you. And you'll be like, you will attract those people. And you go after the people you want to work with, because we can all sit behind our screens going, I'm on Instagram, I'm on Behance. I'm like, you know, it's just a busy place. Like, it's a great tool, but how many people are looking for you and how many success stories are there? Because you want to be in charge of your destiny and say, I'm going to go and speak to those people, because they might have a friend, they might have a friend, they might have a friend. And it's an organic thing that we did pre-social media. And I spoke to Liz Mosey about it. Like, we've got our sort of digital selves, which are like, I've got this amazing platform, I've got this amazing portfolio, come and find me. Whereas what we used to do, we sent emails every day like, hey, like, can you see me? Like, and it was just, it was a simple place. But that practice still works, because there's lots of people waiting behind their Instagram accounts, hoping that they'll be found.
Yeah.
But you've got a passion there, and that's you can't buy that, you can't manufacture it. And if that's what you want to do, especially in branding, forget all the noise. Just be who you're meant to be. Like, that's the beautiful story. Because then all of a sudden nothing matters, because the conversation you would have with a founder would be like, I believe in your product, I believe we can do better. They will not even ask you to see your portfolio. That's what I believe. That's what happens. So I hope that helped. I mean, I hope you got some time, but like, this is a true thing, because I think I would find it scary to be 20-year-old now, because again, we're in a Disneyland and life is great.
There's a lot of.
But oh my God, it's confusing. It's just like, but when we simplify this, because like I think finding clients is like finding your life partner, or finding like, you can have a one-night stand with someone on $200 or something, but as in like a real easy client. But when you pursue something for long term and create a long-term relationship with clients, it's a continuous process. Like we hope when the cash flow is running out, when we get scared, we're like, oh, I need lots of clients. I need them now. We're like, you don't. Like, you just, the tide is out, but it comes back out. And it takes time out for it to go out and time to come back in. So it's creating these relationships and actually being known in a place and like networking and like having the real connection with people. That will get you work much quicker than UX or UI. And you will feel happy to wake up every day. I hope. Sorry, I can't be held to this. But so good luck. I think, we didn't really talk about your work, but I hope that all of this was useful.
For sure.
It's just very useful, because it doesn't matter. I mean, I'm not going to name. Well, I'm going to name drop now, but I was with David Carson. I was chatting to David Carson a few weeks ago in Paradiso, Mexico, and I said creativity is first and foremost verbal, and he goes, "What do you mean?" Like, because David Carson is David Carson, right? He just does what David Carson does. And he said, actually, I had these people, they said they really like my BBC Masterclass. And I'm like, and do you know why? Because of your words. You explain yourself, what you believe in. Because in the world of prompts, now in the world of AI, you can put zillions of prompts to get a picture. But you can also put millions of ideas into people's mind by just expressing yourself. And then the magic happens, because when people believe and trust in you, what you can do, they give you the freedom. They trust you and they actually give you that platform to actually do the best work you can. So, thank you.
It's exciting. Is that something you think brand design that you'll move forward with?
For sure.
Yeah.
Now, currently I'm working in a branding project, and I'm like
so happy.
14 hours every day.
Oh, it's
and I'm so happy doing that.
Excellent.
So thank you very much for reaffirming. Sometimes
and zero
clouds
part of
doubts.
And zero part of that is UX and UI. So
well, Malcolm,
fantastic.
Maybe we can pull up your site one more time here, and maybe if you want to just talk through one more thing quickly, and then we can wrap up, and then let people know how to find your website too, and I can put it in the chat.
So this is the project I am currently working in. So it's work in progress, and it's like a more conceptual project that involves airfares, and it's with a lot of code. So I took the inspiration from the flip-flops screens.
What do you call it? Like
I don't know the
split flap.
Is it?
Yes, but
yeah, I actually
it's
don't know
difficult
the
for me to
word.
say split flap displays.
Let's ask a, let's ask a
display.
Peruvian how to
Yes.
say it in English. Yeah.
So I started like taking those elements that I saw that they had a lot in common, the code and the flip flops.
Yes.
So I started like this. This is part of the presentation I presented to the client, the slides that I presented to the client with an initial color palette and logo. And after a review, I changed a bit the logo to make it a bit more current and recognizable. So this is where we are nowadays. And this will be like the brand mark for the icon and everything. And with the typography, I selected one that was open source because at the beginning I had selected a Adobe font.
Yes.
But then I changed it. And this is the project. And here I also included the discarded options because I really like them. And I think it's interesting that for a same project, taking different values, the propositions can be very different. So this is kind of poppy and visually very different to the first one. And the third one was like the chaos and like more with the manifesto side and very different. So
reminds me of Tomato Studios from like 1996, just where they had like so much overlap in typography. But what's really interesting when you go like the not used like a route. And I found it, that's one of the best ways to actually get your project across the line, because you show the client what they should have, then you show them what they shouldn't have. They go like, of course, we should have the first version. So I think that's a really interesting secret, like how to play on that psychology. Because they're like, this is the thing I didn't really want to show you. This is what we worked on. We definitely found not quite right. And we're like, yes, of course, the first version really works. So there's a really simple psychology in there that works. Yeah, I mean, if I could say something,
yes,
I mean, because
it's
we all try to get away in our careers by doing a dot as an ownable device and doing this. I think in terms of scalability, I mean, this might be already live, but I think in terms of scalability, obviously, if you make it really small on a digital devices, like that might get lost. So I think, is there a way to, put the code line behind Faircrams? The cursor.
Okay.
Yeah, because it's all about scalability. Like, how do you see this? Because I've got a pet peeve for logo devices which are the first letter of the name. And I was like,
actually, I instead of this, first I had used the F with the green desktop, but it was Facebook.
That's true.
Yeah. So and conceptually so different to Facebook, this project, that I looked for a different way.
But it's a lovely project. Yeah, I feel especially the color contrast is there. Like it tells me it's code, but does it tell everybody else it's code? But it works. It's really nice, especially to see like where you've been and what you didn't do. So, or what you didn't present, or what you.
I will look into. Porque it's not like live yet. So
and I think your terminals on the S and A, I think quite sharp. But again, it's like, do you lower the line or it's like, but again, it's just a play, like it's the different fonts. But Faircrams, I get it. It's great. But scalability, I think, might be the point of like, how do you get this? And actually, you can then turn in, if you were sort of elongate that mark, because this looks like to me like a switch, like a switch for on and off for lights. And it's like, how do you make it more of a sort of identifiable device? Because it would be quite nice. I mean, we talk about merge, right? But it's quite a sort of ownable device. Is there a gradient in it? Like, does it tell more colors? Like, do you give yourself flexibility by projecting different colors? But, I think your reasoning is fantastic. What's really interesting that you've decided to go from with the capital letters to lower cases, because they, you might, for example, look into a mono font that's a bit more sort of even in the spacing. It's great. Yeah, I think refining is great.
Thank you.
Well, I think we can wrap there. Thank you so much,
Thank
Maka,
you so
for sharing your
both of you
portfolio with us. And then we'll go ahead and post in the chat. Do you want to say quickly your website or?
magasanmartin.myportfolio.com.
Okay, perfect. We will put that in the chat. And thank you so much for walking through that. And Radam, thank you for showing all of the projects that you're working on and for providing feedback in the portfolio.
Well, thanks for having me. Yeah, I'm excited for your journey. It's really interesting. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Well, thank you both. I hope you enjoy the rest of OFF. And thank you, everyone, for tuning in. We have a couple more streams, so be sure to stay tuned as we're here live from OFF Festival in Barcelona. Bye, everyone.
Okay, hello, hello. Ooh, this is my first time doing a stream with an audience, and I can hear myself. That's cool. Welcome back to Adobe Live, everyone. We're here in Barcelona. It's beautiful and sunny outside. We're at OFF. It's my first time here. I'm joined by Danae Gosset. Can I pronounce that correct?
Yes, perfectly.
Good? Okay.
Perfect.
And we're going to be chatting through all sorts of creative things, a bit of your journey, your background into design and other things. And then a little later, we're going to do a portfolio review. So we've got a few things coming up. If you've been watching all afternoon, welcome back. And if you're new here, then come and join us. We're on YouTube. You can chat. And we'll respond to some questions if we're able to keep an eye on it and we don't get lost in thought and all sorts. But Danae, we met last night, had a great dinner with a bunch of creative people, illustrators, designers, a lot of fun. But for those of you who weren't at the dinner, who are you? What are you doing?
That's a loaded question. I never know how to, I'm still figuring that out for myself on a daily basis. I guess I know my name. That's a good start. So I'm Danae Gosset. I'm the founder and creative director of Pencil TV. And we are a production company in animation specializing in mixed media practices. So it's usually what I do a lot is like make either commercials or music videos using different techniques that are like a merger between analog and digital.
Yep.
So like, and the standard of that would be 3D animation, which are then worked frame by frame using Paint and other tools, and then sequenced and rendered for the final product.
Amazing.
That makes sense.
So I mean, your work from a glance has an immediate aesthetic to it. So you know the name Pencil really kind of like fits in with it for sure.
Yeah.
Has a very like soft and sort of like textural look. I mean, you can see here, just looking at your homepage with a few things. But I know you have a slightly interesting background in terms of like your location and where you're based and all sorts. So originally from Paris?
Yeah, originally from Paris. I was born and raised in Paris, and then I moved to the States when I was 17 years old.
Okay.
And then I studied in art school, and I went to the School of Visual Arts, where I got my degree, and then I stayed in the States for about like 5 years after I got my degree, and I worked at Tegmeister & Walsh and at Apple, and then I went back to France.
Nice.
And then that's when I started I really wanted my own company. That's when I decided to found Pencil TV.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did you go to America for studies initially?
Yeah.
Was your draw like, did you see something in America that made you want to be there specifically? Like, what was the
To be really honest, like I had a boyfriend at the time who moved to New York, and we had met in boarding school when we were younger, like I was around 15. And so I kind of like followed him there, and I was looking for a reason to go.
Yeah.
And because of the place that I was in my life at the moment, like it's like you're supposed to go to study and not just like do anything. So that's what I ended up doing. But I didn't go to SVA directly. I started at a school called New York Institute of Technology, doing TV production studies, like nothing to do with art. And then I changed my major, and then things sort of like rolled into me transferring to SVA.
Okay.
And that's where I got my degree as a graphic design major initially, but now I work in animation.
Okay. So I guess, so there's enough there that made you want to stay there and kept you in New York.
I love New York. I mean, who doesn't really? It was the best years of my life. And just like being in that position, you know, like to be a student, like you're in the position, you can ask all the questions that you want. You can you can experiment as much as you want. Like everything is tailored so that you kind of have almost like a child feeling of just, you know, being able to express the things that you want to do.
Yeah.
And I found that to be very rare, to find that, especially now, like as a professional in the world, you know. So
I mean,
that meant a lot.
Even doing that at 17, like that, that's young. Like technically, still a child, really, moving the other side of the world.
Yeah, I never even think about that.
Yeah, like you literally were in a state of play, and then you kind of went to professional play.
Yeah, which is everyone's dream, or maybe not everyone's dream, but it was my dream, you know, to like not. I personally hope that I will work until the day that I die, and that's my view on things. I don't think about retirement. Like to me, my work is so much fun, and I get to do it every day.
Yeah.
And I feel so lucky for that, and I never wanted to end.
Yeah, no, that's amazing. I mean, for me as well, I have experience of like, you know, moving around and living other side of the world and whatever. So I completely know the feeling.
Yeah,
of,
exactly. Yeah.
Just sort of being by yourself, but then creating like a new community.
Exactly.
Are you still very much in touch with like a community you built in New York, and do you go back frequently?
I used to go back like a lot, because when I moved back to Paris like 4.5 years ago, I used to do like 3 months in Paris and then 2 months in New York. So I was kind of like doing half and half. Then I was a bit more settled in Paris, but now I'm moving to Los Angeles, which is a big move at the end of this month.
Wow.
So I do miss the United States. I think it's because it shaped me professionally, because I was in my early career, right? Like when I started to be a professional. And I think it's just, I'm very much shaped, I think, for the American standard of industry, and I do miss that a lot. And I want to be close to my collaborators. I want to be close to my clients, and it just like makes sense at this point in my life. I think.
I see. Yeah. So do you have like a team of people that that kind of like waiting for you back in America, or is like you mentioned, like obviously you have a lot of clients there, but how are you shifting the move, or is it like a new fresh start? Is there something bigger?
I think it's going to be a fresh start, in the sense that like my team, a lot of them are in France, but you know, like they can work remotely. It's not like I'm closing the door in future like collaborations. I think they're very much independent in the way that they're set up works. So I can always work with them remotely from the US. And I'm also looking forward to finding and meeting new talents as well.
Yeah.
So I think it's a fresh start, but of course, like keeping my people close to me.
Yeah, of course. And then going one stage further into LA, like that's even further away. So was it like 3 or 4 hours extra time difference? I know for me, I enjoy being on the more Eastern time zones. Because then you have your day, you do your stuff, and then when everyone else wakes up, they're the ones who have like a list of things to do.
Exactly.
You're going to be the one on the receiving end. Because you're going to have people from Paris and whoever sending you stuff.
Exactly.
So that's going to be fun.
Yeah, I think it's going to be fun too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So have we got anything that you've kind of enjoyed working on that's visible we can take a look through?
Sure. There are a few things. Well, I guess maybe I can show my latest project.
Sure.
That I didn't show during my talk earlier, because I was so afraid to go over time. But now we have all the time.
Yeah.
I'll take advantage of that. So that's actually like a trailer for. He's like a French YouTuber called Loris Giuliano.
Okay.
He has a really, really big following, and he's like kind of he's almost like a comedian. Like he goes in the street and interviews people.
Okay. Yep.
And it's very like I don't know how he does it, but like every person he goes towards like has a really interesting story, and he's actually like quite like special in their own way. So he wanted to. So he had a new show coming with the TV production, like on TV. It was him going to like different, like he was incarnating different professions. So he would like go to a veterinarian. How do you say this
word? It's a difficult word.
It's a difficult word.
It's the end of the day off. Like everyone's been relaxing, having a good time.
Veterinarian.
Veterinarian.
Yeah.
A vet.
A vet. Yes. Thank you for that.
Simple word. Yeah.
Just a vet. And he would like spend a day incarnating that profession, and he needed a trailer for that. So like he reached out, and we did. And he was very much like open to doing something very like surreal. He like his favorite book is The Little Prince, which we took a lot of inspiration from for this trailer. But I think I'll stop talking and just play it.
Sure.
If it loads
if
at
it loads.
all.
So I am seeing there has been some like technical network stuff, but we should be good.
Short and sweet.
Nice.
Short and sweet. And he is the character in that trailer.
Can we just talk a little bit about how you made that?
Yeah. Well, for that specific one, actually, it was only 3D. I tried to add some like more mixed media stuff, but like the client wasn't really into it, and so I thought, actually, it was interesting for me to like not like push for what I usually do, which is because I'm all about like mixed media and long practices, and doing work that is very time consuming. And that actually, like, just handling the 3D aspect of it was already like a whole thing.
Yeah.
But I actually would like now to diversify into different practices. Like, I would love to like do some projects that are like just 3D and not having to go through like the mixed media process all the time. Because I did enjoy it a lot. I mean, I'm a mixed media girl at heart. But I do actually enjoy doing the other things, and I would love to kind of expand my like the work that I can provide.
I mean, that's kind of the beauty of mixed media, isn't it? Like, the clue is in the word, like mix. You can mix anything and everything, and you'll still be true to what you want to do and talk about. So just checking in on the chat here, I'm going to shout out to Clara. Are we live with the chat? Is it working? We're all good? Yep. Okay. We have had a few network things, but we got people here anyway, so we're gonna keep talking with you guys. Cool. I think we should have portfolio review time.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm excited.
So, Pamela, if you'd like to come join us.
Hi. Hello. Hey.
Hello, hello. Welcome to Adobe Live. We don't bite. This is very friendly.
Yeah,
no,
it's
I'm
super
excited.
friendly.
I'm excited.
Okay, how do we want to do this? Do we want to shift over a little and you can jump into...
Perfect. Let's do that.
Is it your tab here?
Yeah, that's it.
Great.
Cool.
So, well, first of all, welcome. If you'd like to just introduce a little bit about yourself, who you are, where you're from, what you're doing, how's OFF been? There's a whole load of questions there.
It's really good. I've gotten a lot of inspiration since I've been here. I've also had a very busy week, so it's good to relax and just be in the consuming side. So my name is Pamela Calero. I'm a creative director of visual storytelling, branding, illustration, and graphic arts. And what I do is I give visual form to ideas to simplify projects that aim to have an impact beyond profit.
Yeah.
So I love that because that's something that hasn't been clear for me since forever. I realized it maybe a couple of years back that I want to work, it's aligned with my values, with people who are like purpose-driven projects. And I love the mixed media girl. I'm like that too. I mix a lot of like design and visual arts because that's my background, both of them. And I'm happy to be here and get your feedback.
Nice.
Of course.
Exciting.
Well, feel free to drive into whatever work you'd like to show. And
I made a new mini. Oh, did I? Okay, no, it's good. A new sub page with more recent projects. So these are not super launched in my homepage.
Okay.
So this is a branding project for an app that's a visual directory of holistic experiences. And well, this is the animated logo. We built all of the visual system and a lot of icons. The app is about to launch. The website is live. I also worked with them on the website, and it's a project that I'm quite proud of, and I'm looking forward for it to be out into the world because I'm also going to be a user of it.
Yeah.
And this is a personal project. I did it in collaboration with a florist, and we made this poster that we ended up like selling some of the prints for Valentine's Day, reframing how you should define or how it's traditionally defined like romantic love, but like you can also have a romantic platonic relationship with your friends. And I very much enjoyed that. I do a lot of personal projects as well, and it ended up being featured in Women of Type. And another project that I wanted to bring here is this poster. Well, I did the visual identity and the posters for this Indie Fest in Barcelona, which is sad that it got cancelled, but I saw the posters up on the street and I couldn't take pictures because it was like freshly glued.
Oh, no.
So I'm like, oh, but still I'm gonna share it because, you know, like the website is up. Hopefully they take it back in another year, but they got cancelled last year.
It's cool your work still got out there.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
your job was still shown.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why was the festival cancelled or the event
No
cancelled?
idea. It was like, I don't know, maybe like on no idea. I didn't get to know why it was cancelled, but I saw the posters up and then it didn't happen. So not that many people saw it.
But for you, the work side was still fine? You still got paid?
Yeah, I got paid. And
Okay, good. So
Yeah.
it wasn't the situation that just disappeared?
Exactly. I think it was a matter of like the internal organization or maybe the artists that were in the lineup. And they're quite well-known artists in Spain. So
nice.
Yeah, it's like a bittersweet feeling, you know, like super excited for the project, sad that I didn't get to see it out there that much. And then just for closing, I wanted to bring some animations that I do. I do this kind of drawing a lot to explain my work mostly, like simple animations with line drawing. And yeah, I always want to mix play in my work. It's very important for me, and I want to invite people to play while they work. It's not that serious, and even if it is, like it always helps to be happy about it, right?
Yeah. Sorry, just to jump on that point, I feel like that is kind of the overall feeling and theme that I felt at OFF is like, you know, everyone here is obviously professional work and stuff, but also it's a time for everyone to just kind of relax, you know, have a drink and, you know, just hang out and play and meet people, and you never know what's going to happen with like your work and stuff. So that is already encapsulating how it feels to be at like an event like this.
Sure.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Do you have any thoughts that you want to go through on some of the projects at all? Or
Yeah, for sure. I think it's, well, first of all, I love everything that's physical, and I think I love flowers, I love type, so like seeing just like, and I love good messages with good energy, so like when I saw your, the fact that you made like a nice sentence with flowers, I think it's beautiful, and that you've also collaborated with, what did you say she was a flower maker?
Florist.
Florist, yes. Because you can't really make flowers, you need to let them grow, as they should do, as part of nature. Anyways, so friendship is valid for, I mean, I love it. I think it's really, really strong. It kind of makes me think of like the Stefan Sagmeister type. I don't know if you've seen the Happy film. Yeah, right. So kind of in that spirit. Me being an animation girl, I think I would just love it so much if it could move.
I was just thinking the
you
same.
know,
like stop motion.
Like stop motion, like forming the letters and kind of maybe, and what like, you know, because like the meaning of the sentence which was shift so much if like the flowers were dying.
Yeah.
You know, like friendship is a valid form of romance. You know, then it would shift the meaning of it, which I think is interesting just due to the nature of time passing. But I do really love this. I wish maybe, I think showing more behind the scenes as well would be beneficial for like showing the project, because it seems like a very intense labor, like a labor-intense process. And I think it's always nice to like have a bit of like the behind the scenes, like if you were to shoot like a time lapse of like the florist and you collaborating on it together, maybe like some sketches of like your layout or like which typefaces were you originally drawn with, like why did you choose these specific flowers is a question that I can ask myself. Are they, you know, is it because like the color, the color codes like go well with each other, like is, you know, like do they have meaning beyond what we can see? I always love a good storytelling, so like if you can add that onto it, I think it could be really beneficial. Specifically for like the video of the making of, like I think mixed media people in general, like artisan people, like it's just about like feeling those textures, like the process of things, you know, like it like really personally gets me. So I like every time I see like a process thing, like the amount of thinking and doing and the crap that goes into things is something that I find just like really exciting.
I mean, we've got like a tiny bit of this with the hand, like in this image and then below.
Yeah, no, for sure.
But,
We do.
But
we
yeah,
do.
like seeing more. 'Cause again,
more.
when you see the end piece, in today's world, some people would just think that's completely digital.
Yeah,
creation.
exactly. You
when
know,
you show the hands involved and like
so
everything.
True. Yeah, so it's like I think more and more today with AI and stuff. It's like you never know if it's like if it's digital or if it's like handmade. So I think it's so valuable to show that process.
And in some ways, like some would see it as like, oh, I don't need to prove myself. It's like, okay, you're not proving yourself. It's just other creative people just want to see. Like we're just nosy. We want to know how it's made, and like we're just interested in that.
Exactly.
Yeah, like that's definitely a thing to show more of, I think.
Very cool that it was featured in the Women of Type. Very nice. And yeah, I do like that poster. Oops, sorry. And I like that you're showing it with some motion. I wonder if you can just push perhaps like the motion bits a bit more. And again, like because I'm such a fan of mixed media, like I just would see everything sort of like painted and and moving, like kind of in a stop motion way. Did they give you this logo, or did you have to use it?
I made it.
You made it. Okay, go.
Yeah.
It's called La Charito.
La Charito Fest.
La Charito Fest. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Nice. I mean, I love the colors. I think like the colors are really nice.
Yeah, the thing is I make GIFs in Photoshop, but the animation, it's been made by other collaborators. So, no, I would love to commission more of these pieces to animate my work for sure. It adds up a lot.
Yeah. How is the process working with other people? Do you feel like you're able to get what you're wanting, or do you feel like sometimes it's like a time constraint, or like is there any sort of difficulty with with working with other people?
So far, it's been great. I like to work with other people the same way that I like people to work with me, meaning that I let them be the expert in what they do. So I'm like, you know, this is the idea, and we can, like, I'll direct it in the sense that we change this, do that to make sure that it's aligned.
Yeah.
But no, I love collaborating with others.
Perfect.
Like the flowers, for example, they were chosen by the florist. I was there, like, making the letters, and we're like, okay, like, give me something with more contrast. It was like a 4 hands work project, and we didn't really know. We had the template for the letters, but it was also kind of serendipity what came out. We didn't plan it, and I love that part of the creation process.
Amazing. Well, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you.
We do have to
Thank you
wrap
so
up
much.
on this one, but stick around. We've got more people joining in the stream in just a few moments. Danae, Pamela, thank you very much for joining Adobe Live.
Thank you so much.
It's been fun.
Yes,
Go and enjoy
so
the
much
sun. We've had warnings of heavy rain, but I don't think it's going to rain.
It's not gonna rain.
It's a blue sky out there.
Seems like it's not gonna rain.
Yeah. So enjoy the rest of OFF, and we'll catch you in a moment.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Hello, hello. Welcome back to Adobe Live. We are live from OFF in Barcelona, beautiful, sunny Barcelona. And I'm joined by the wonderful Liz Mosley.
I know. This is like such a
welcome.
good opportunity to have a catch-up.
I know. So Liz and I, we go way back through multiple Adobe events and all sorts. And yet somehow, recently, every time it's like, catch you later. And then that turns out to be like the next event.
Oh no,
So
we
we
keep
can
missing.
actually have a
They
catch-up
scheduled
today.
it in so
Yeah.
that we could actually talk to each other.
Just forcing it.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely not a forced process.
No.
I'm happy to be hosting you, Liz. For those of you who don't know, by the way, my name is Joe Allam. Yeah, we're going to be talking through, I guess, your experience at OFF, first of all.
Yeah.
And just a journey on how you got here. And we can go as far back or as recent as you want. You can talk about from lunch.
Yeah,
How did you get from lunch to here?
I mean, it was only a few steps, let's be honest.
Okay,
It's not
yeah.
very far. Yeah. Where should we start?
Well, I mean, when we first met, which was a number of years ago now, at an Adobe event,
Yes.
I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but you had just launched your podcast?
Yeah, but that's probably about
that
right,
was
timing-wise.
yeah,
Yeah,
it's a number of years ago now,
like
but
3
even
or 4
so,
years ago. Yeah.
So the way that I would describe you in a short sentence is like, if you want to get your creative business up and running from the get-go, you have the tips to get you there and the connections to people who can expand those tips into more.
Amazing.
Is that accurate enough?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It's nice to hear someone else's perspective. I think the way I describe it is that everything, I don't like limiting myself to just doing one thing, but everything that I do comes under the umbrella of helping small businesses with their branding and marketing. So like whether that's me designing their branding or whether it's them listening to the podcast and getting tips from lots of different experts or, doing things like Adobe Live, like educational content. I feel like it all fits neatly under that umbrella.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel really excited and passionate about helping small businesses in particular. Or another way maybe to describe it would be like independent businesses, people like us who are like out there running our own businesses, creating work, all that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So yeah.
I mean, to be fair, it's one of those things where if you're starting a business but you actually have no design idea or anything, like that's really daunting. But being able to reach someone who's either capable of doing the design for them, which you obviously are because you're doing that all the time, or being able to guide them, because I know you help a lot with people doing like templates and setting up like say Adobe Express things and stuff to just guide the person who, let's face it, has probably never opened a creative app before to do anything.
Yeah, I think so. And that is one of the reasons that I love Adobe Express is that it does make it a lot more accessible to more people. And I think for small business owners who maybe haven't come from like a creative background or don't have that design training, like it just gives them some options. And this might be a bit of a controversial opinion, but I'm going to throw it out there.
Okay.
As a graphic designer and as a branding designer, I don't think small businesses always need to invest in branding, professional branding right from the start, because I think often when you start your own business, you don't necessarily you don't know that business yet. And I think often in the first few years of a business, it changes a lot, loads of things happen. Sometimes you start a business thinking that it's going to go in one direction and then you actually discover you love something else and it goes in another direction.
Yeah.
And so I think it's good to have a couple of years of like really working that out and then taking that to a professional designer and be like, okay, I'm a lot clearer on who I am and who I want to help now. And so, but you still need branding, right?
Yeah.
So you need something to get started. And I think that's where like tools like Adobe Express and you can get a lot of help from different places to create something that's good enough to get you going and then invest down the line. And obviously that's not going to be right for everybody. Like some people have such a clear vision and it's like, yes, make the investment from the start. But I also think it's a totally legitimate option to like DIY it, work out yourself and then do the investing part.
100% agree. I think as well from the perspective of being a designer, if I had someone come to me and they didn't really know what their business was, and they're like, so we're going to do this thing, and this is one of our products that we might be making, and this is what we're thinking of doing later, and we're kind of not sure. I think I'd hate that as a designer.
It'd be a hard brief,
and
wouldn't
it
it?
would probably end up just kind of eating away, and the thing would change, the goalposts would move, and it would just be a really difficult brief. I'd much rather work with someone who has a bit of an idea what they're doing. Happy to work with them on that, but if the fundamentals still growing, that's a tough gig.
Yeah,
for sure.
I think so.
So no, you're putting wonders out into the world of, you're actually relieving a lot of that stress from other designers and letting them work on the more meaningful and bigger projects that, sort of bring it about.
Where hopefully they're getting the good briefs, the ones that they can get their teeth sunk into.
Let me try and word this into something. You are breathing into briefs. You're creating the breathing room for the good, the briefs. There's a good brief. You can breathe around. You're doing good.
Yeah, I'm doing it. Yeah, amazing.
So let's have a look. We got some of your work up on screen.
So these are some of the projects that I have worked on. So again, like all very sort of small independent businesses. So I can chat through a few of them. Like one I really enjoyed recently. So I've never niched by industry. I always like to... I like the variety of working with loads of different clients. So like, for example, recently I worked on this project for a nutritionist. So like a lot of my work is almost like the opposite of corporate, I would say. So like has lots of like playful elements, hand-drawn elements. So for this like nutritionist, she really wanted to have like a Mediterranean vibe to her branding. We actually looked at loads of other nutritionists' work, and you know, like a lot of industries will end up having almost like a visual clues. You know, there's almost like a uniform. You know, like banks often all look the same, or like particular products all look the same, that kind of thing. So
look at it through a blurry lens, and you're like,
which one is it? Yeah. So she was like, she really wanted to create something that stood out from the other people in her industry. But obviously, like, it needed to, you know, like appeal to corporate people that she was working with, but also appeal to sort of like small businesses. So, you know, we had quite a lot of fun creating patterns and having this kind of like really Mediterranean feel with her logo and stuff. And then I created her a website, and there was lots of sort of like flowing, you know, like curves and everything. And like a really important thing for her, and I think this is where branding gets really interesting, is like how you want to make people feel through it. So for her, it was like really important that people felt like really welcome, you know, like it had to be very hospitable. She also, you know, like was a big believer, and I think this is where like the values are like so important to the brand. She was a big believer in there not being like one size fits all when it comes to nutrition. So it was meant to be, you know, very inclusive, very like, you know, you come as you are, and I'm going to help you as an individual. So we kind of like tried to bring all of that in. So that was a project that I loved working on. Another one, I mean, this was so fun because it was for illustrators. So basically, it's a live illustration company. Okay. So it's someone who started it on her own. So her name's Katie Chappell. And so she goes to events. She's actually done some for Adobe. So she goes to events and someone will be giving a talk and she'll be there live illustrating the talk. So it's like a graphic representation.
Kind of like a more creative version of like a courtroom.
Yes, exactly.
Like, what are they called?
A courtroom illustrator, because they can't take photos. Yeah.
So just, you know, doing the very serious.
Yeah, so she'll be pulling out like, you know, the quotes, you know, like the important information from that talk. And then at the end, she provides them with this like massive document. It's really cool. But anyway, she basically expanded her business. She was getting so much work that she sort of effectively created, I guess, like an agency where she had contractors so she could send people. So she basically needed to move away from like a personal brand to something, you know, that wasn't just about her.
I'm just imagining, say you've got, I mean, like an event like this, you could, you know, illustrate what's happening, or like a wedding.
Yeah.
Or a birthday.
Yeah.
And then by the end of it, you've got like this, I don't know how big it could be.
A keepsake. Yeah, I think it's a really nice
just
way
a night
to do
out.
it. A night out.
Friday in Cardiff.
I'm not sure how many inspiring quotes you get out from a night out in Cardiff. But so obviously, because it was for illustrators, you know, like it needed to have a very illustrative feel. So, you know, she pulled out a lot of the icons of the kind of topics that they often illustrate, and we created patterns. We also created some like really fun characters to sort of like represent the different illustrators. They needed something that would sort of like show that they worked for that particular company. So like lanyards, T-shirts, that kind of thing. Yeah, so this was like a really fun, playful one. I actually really love like working with illustrators, photographers, you know, like doing branding for creative professionals, because I think it always, you know, they often bring a lot of like their personality and their input to it, so it feels really collaborative. So that was a really fun one. Another sort of personal project, and I actually ended up talking about this. I did a talk at Adobe Max, and it ended up being all about this, which was actually really fun. Was my sister's wedding. So I created a load of graphics for my sister's wedding. So she's like a marine biologist, and so
Very
she
cool.
wanted a sea underwater theme. So, you know, but what was really hilarious is that
The wedding's not underwater though, right?
No, thankfully. Although it is
Was
near
it
the
by the
sea.
sea?
It is
Yeah?
by the sea, yeah.
Okay.
But she did the classic thing, and I sort of talked about this in my talk, where, you know, she was like, oh, could you just do me a save the date? And
Could you just?
Yeah, could you just? But, and what I said in my talk was that if she'd been a client, like, that would have been a red flag, and I would have run a mile. But in this scenario, I was the red flag, because basically there was no way I was just doing anything. So I
Right.
turned it into a whole brand. So then I was doing all these, like, different ampersands, did all the
Nice.
illustrations, created patterns. We got merch. So
Amazing.
I, like, love this because we've got these cool, I should have brought one. There's these cool cups at OFF, you know, festival style cups. So we actually like ordered those, got them printed. We've ordered the shoes as well.
Amazing.
So like just all these different fun things that you can do. And
I
this
didn't
is
even know you could do custom vans
yeah,
like
you
that.
can. Oh my goodness, you should totally do it, Joe.
Wow.
You could probably get your photos printed on some vans.
I could get a photo of each foot.
Yeah, that would be cool. Yeah, okay. That is a very good idea. But yeah, so
Some people make a lot of money with that.
I think yeah, they would. So I just think like often these personal projects are where you can like play in a way, you know, like it's much easier to convince my sister that she needs custom vans than maybe like a client. So we had a lot of fun creating this, and you know, like creating a little zine with information about the day. So yeah, this was a really fun project to work on. So
Did you also do some fabric of that? I'm not sure if I saw an image.
There
I imagine
was
like a scarf.
There
or-
was like
yes.
a tie and a little pocket square. Sadly, we didn't get these ones made. It was
Okay.
like, this is what I was like pitching to her that we could do,
Yeah.
but ultimately there was
Did you have
still
a
a
big screen?
budget. yeah. Did a little presentation. I was like, here's what you should get done. But it was fun to like play around with it and sort of mock up for her like what all the options could be.
Yeah.
So yeah, so I think like, I definitely, well, I don't know, you can tell me what you think, Joe, but I love pattern. I love bringing sort of like playful elements into my work, and just have as much fun with it as possible, really.
Yeah, I mean, this is so much fun. And also, what's really nice about it is just how personal it is. Because obviously, it's your sister.
Yeah.
It's an event which I'm going to assume you're going to.
Yeah, in a couple of weeks.
You still got the invite? It's still
I'm still
valid?
invited.
You haven't given too many red flags? Okay. So yeah, like that's just such a wholesome thing that you've kind of, you know, steered this project into something pretty cool.
Yeah.
And likewise, probably added a lot that would have never been added. So like there was maybe never this vision of having, you know, these types of custom stuff. So that's great for your sister. And, you know, she's also got plenty of other to plan and do for the rest of the wedding. So you've taken a lot of stress away.
She can just leave it to me.
You're putting out fires, all sorts.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, totally.
And then a big thing that we kind of touched upon briefly is your podcast.
Yeah, so I got my podcast website. So shout out to I didn't build the website for this. An amazing agency in Bristol called Studio Con put it together, and they specialize in podcast website. Well, they do websites for small businesses, but they've started this offer of podcast websites, and they've put. I mean, not to go off on a podcast on a website tangent, but they put in all these really cool features for me, like where I could. So, like, if you click on an episode, for example, there's like a little bio of the guest, and they made it so that, say, this guest changed their Instagram handle, I just change it in one place, and it changes it everywhere. So it's like, you know, like little features like that, where in the past it would have taken me hours to go and fix something.
And the more you do, like the bigger the back catalogue, and you know, obviously it's great to build your network, but realistically, I can't even keep up with myself, let alone my friends and like people in professional networks.
Yeah,
so
totally.
having those things,
And I think that's it, you know, with a podcast, once, you know, it gets quite big. So like now there's like 170 episodes, like the thought of going through and like changing things.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I don't know if you find the same, but I love just doing lots of different things in my creative practice. So yes, like branding is my kind of like day to day, but hosting a podcast, doing stuff like this, like I find that really inspiring, and it all sort of feeds in to each other.
Yeah.
And I think, I mean, you've been a guest on the podcast. Like, I learn so much from my guests. It's kind of a selfish endeavor, really. I basically just invite people on that I want to learn from, and then hope that I'm going to ask the questions, you know, like the people listening would want to ask. So this has been like a really cool project. And it all sort of comes back to that umbrella of like helping small businesses with their branding and marketing. You know, like my favorite thing is when like people message me and are like, oh, I sat there taking notes and, you know, like I've implemented this thing and this is what happened.
Yeah. I mean, also from the perspective, so myself being a guest on your podcast, what's really nice is when I've got messages and people are like, whoa, worlds colliding. They're like, I've been listening to Liz for ages. And then they sort of message and they're like immediately listening to that one because they recognize my name and face.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, that's really nice. Like the networks, they all kind of like intermingle and connect on a global level as well, which is really cool.
It's like bringing those audiences and those communities together, isn't it? Which is really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's been a really fun.
And likewise with the magic of places like OFF, where you can just hang out and just bump into people you've not seen for ages. And like there's a few people yesterday, I had no idea they were coming. And I just walked into it, I was like, what are you doing here?
Yeah, it is so nice. And I do think I mean, I'm definitely like a sort of pretty typical extrovert, and I definitely feed off like, you know, being around other people, but I do feel so inspired by, you know, like even just today, hosting other people on lives. I've discovered new people, new work, you know, it's just got me itching to like go and make things. Like there's something really powerful about that sort of community aspect of being a creative, I think. So yeah. Yeah, no, it's good things. Yeah,
good things happening. I can't find the words to explain with it.
It's the last stream of the day, Joe.
Yeah, no, it's definitely good. I'm feeling the sun like beaming across,
I know,
which is nice and lovely.
It is nice.
I've also lost track of timings and stuff that we're doing. So we're reaching up to 6 o'clock here, local time.
Yeah.
How are we feeling? What's are we good for?
Yeah, we've got a few more minutes.
We're good for a few more minutes.
Yeah.
Excellent. So let's talk a little bit about the journey of what got you involved with Adobe to start with.
Oh, okay. Oh, I love this story.
Yeah. You go ahead. How did you get involved with Adobe?
So I would actually credit it to my podcast.
Okay.
So about a year into the podcast, I just put up a story being like that. I was looking for a sponsor. And I didn't know this, but someone from the Adobe marketing team was in the UK, was following me. And he messaged me from like a personal account. So I would never have known that he worked for Adobe.
Wow, okay.
And was like, I'd love you to send over some more information about sponsorship. And then he was like, here's my email address. And obviously it was at adobe.com.
Wow.
And I like had a little freak out and was like, oh my goodness, put together a slide deck, send it over to him. And I didn't really think anything would happen with that, and it didn't. But unbeknownst to me, he recommended me to become an Adobe Express ambassador. Oh. And so that was my route in.
Amazing.
And so I guess from there, but then went on to do loads of like different things. So, you know, like got connected with doing Adobe Lives, which is where we met, and you know, like we hung out on like live streams and stuff, speaking. So like a couple of weeks ago we were at Max London and I got to speak, which was really cool. So lots of sort of now having sort of done lots of different things with Adobe over the last kind of 4 years, which has been really nice. But yeah, I think there's the thing that I love about that story and what it always reminds me is that you never know who's watching what you're doing.
Very
and
true.
who's consuming your content.
Who's watching now?
Yeah, and who's like silently sort of, you know, enjoying what you're doing and not necessarily had said anything yet. And so I like it always really encourages me to just keep putting yourself out there and sharing your work. I mean, you must find this too, like with opportunities sort of.
To be fair, my story with Adobe is somewhat similar. A case of just asking.
Yeah.
Like just going to them. I think I got invited to an event as a paying customer. It was an email of, this was like 2014. It was like, we're doing a Creative Cloud. It must have been like a Back from Max event. It was like November or something in London. So I went along because there would be drinks and people to meet. And I'd finished work like early that day. So it was just perfect timing. And just turned up. Rufus was on stage.
Oh yeah.
I was like, I recognize this guy.
He was on stage at my first
Yeah, I was like, I
event
recognize
as well.
this guy. And then after it all sort of happened, Tony was backstage doing like tote bag printing and stuff.
Awesome.
So did the whole experience. And I was like, okay, there's got to be some people here from like the PR or agency. Because I just started my YouTube channel at the time.
Oh, so it was early days.
Let me just go and ask. So I was like, is anyone from PR here? And they're like, oh yeah, talk with the girls over there from the agency. And then funnily enough, I asked them who their clients were and they mentioned like some travel stuff. I was really interested in that because I was about to go traveling. And then 2 years later, I got an email inviting me to another thing, and it was Adobe related, and it went all the way back to that first interaction. And they're like, oh, we've seen what you've built. Now Adobe wants to be involved in some stuff. And I was like, oh, cool. Yeah.
And then I think that another lesson there, like as creatives, is is patience as well, because sometimes it doesn't necessarily happen straight away.
Yep.
Like you make that first sort of connection, and then like it can happen down the line.
Yep.
I think so often we want everything to happen straight away.
True. Yeah.
And yeah, it's sort of like a good reminder that even if it doesn't happen straight away, it doesn't mean it's not going to happen, which is really cool.
And if you go with the intention to try and make it happen straight away, you're probably going to do yourself a disservice, and you're going to come across a bit too strong,
bit too full on. Yeah.
Sponsor my podcast.
Yeah, totally.
But yeah, no, I mean, that all worked out, everything kind of all connected and continues to flow.
And you've been working with them for such a long time now.
Meeting with all sorts of people again.
Yeah.
So yeah, this has been a lot of fun with Adobe Live. We're going to be back for more sessions throughout the week that we're here. So I guess
come back tomorrow.
Yeah, come back tomorrow.
Lots more creative.
Check the catch-ups. They will be linked over. Get this wrong all the time. They're going to be linked on the sidebar somewhere. You never know. And we'll have more sessions. Are you hosting any more?
No, I'm done for the day.
You're done?
But you're doing some tomorrow, aren't you?
I'm doing some, yep. Yeah, so it's going to be fun. We'll catch you again soon. Thank you, Liz.
Thank you so much for having me.
See you later.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hello, hello, hello. I am Eloise Rouet, and a happy second day of OFF, actually. We're here from OFF Barcelona, and I am joined today by my dear colleague, Robert. And Robert, would you like to present yourself?
And I think I can also give you a flow around Premiere Pro.
Pretty cool. I am a graphic designer, so I don't know nothing about video. And you may have a lot to learn me.
You'll be up and running in like 30 minutes, like at Premiere and After Effects Pro.
I'll be an expert.
Exactly.
So let's go. Would you want to start with, would you say Firefly Video or Premiere? Would you want to?
Yeah, let's do Firefly Video and Premiere all
Firefly
together
Video.
because
Okay.
I think it's always important to basically look at Firefly or AI in general as like an integrated workflow, right? I it's like this big buzzword, you know, AI, you know, everyone is freaking out. But, you know, for me, I try to look at it as kind of like almost like a childish, naive playground, toyful, playful, creative way. Like all of a sudden, my tool set just gets expanded by this vast array of tools. And I just, like a kid in a toy store, go in and like try everything out, try to break it, try to make it.
Like an infinite toolbox.
Like an infinite toolbox, exactly. That's how I like to use it, you know. And I like to use it in a way that makes sense, in a way that you can actually integrate it in your example for B-roll and for creative purposes. So I have a couple of examples I would like to dive in directly. So, and here's the story. And I've shown this example a couple of times. This is from multiple trips and multiple clips that I recorded and captured on 2 trips to Iceland. And the story goes, and it's a true story, that I didn't see like a couple of things that I wanted to see, like Northern Lights and whales, for example. And also, I made a couple of mistakes along the way because I love photography. I photograph a lot for years, and sometimes I forget to film. I just go out and like, you know, take photos, and like, oh damn, I didn't capture video.
I get you on that.
And this happened here, right? So I have this beautiful horse, and I came back and I just started working on that travel video, and I realized there's no video of that horse. So how can I do that? Well, if I'm going to Adobe firefly.adobe.com, I can see that I have the video tabs here, and right here I can already go in and start working on that. I could, you know, type a prompt in here, or I can go in here and just, you know, upload a video of anything I would like to choose. And let me explain to you, and let me get rid of these before we get going. So just a little crash course on what we have available here in Firefly regarding video, because I think it's pretty amazing. And first of all, you can choose between the model that you want to use. So we have the commercially safe Adobe Firefly model that you can use now, but you can also choose your own model, for example, VO2, which is not commercially safe. So it's up to you. We give you the choice, but you have to make the responsible choice and selection that which one you want to choose. Now, the next thing is pretty new. We just announced this at Max a couple of weeks ago, and you have the choice of not only choosing the full 1080p resolution, which is great, but also lower resolutions like 720, 540, which allows you to be much quicker, right? So 540 typically takes about 20, 25 seconds, maybe less. And 1080p takes 1.5 minutes. So the bigger the resolution gets, the longer it will take, right? So that's pretty cool. But also, and again, this feature is coming from a feature request because we are, like, as evangelists, we try to be the mouth between the community and Adobe. So we listen to feedback, we relay feedback to Adobe. And a lot of people said, like, it's great to have widescreen, but we also want to have vertical to be able to integrate it into our social content. So we listened, and we've included that. The same goes for Square. Now, you're also able to choose, like, shot size, bottle, or like having like the wide angle shot to show the full scope of what we see here. So that's pretty cool. And also we can choose camera angles, aerial shot, eye level, and of course you can add some motion to our scene. Now, you cannot do this if you upload a frame, because the frame is then defining the angle, obviously. So do you have questions so far?
No, but I just wanted to say, as I said before, I'm really like, I'm a noob at video pretty clearly, but I think the UI is pretty clear on what is the motion and everything, because I don't have the languages for video, but this is pretty clear. And this is something that I really enjoy about the app, Firefly web app.
Absolutely, and this is true for everything around Firefly. We try our best to make it as creator and artist friendly as possible, you know, like to be as clear as possible while maintaining a lot of creative control along the way. So we can just drag that horse image that you just saw in Premiere Pro, and I can just type like a cinematic shot in an Icelandic landscape with a beautiful horse with wind gently blowing, and I just click generate. And again, we have the 540p version, which is like a lower res version, which is fine, but it will be like between 20 and 30 seconds. Now, again, you don't see the camera control because it's all being defined by the actual image that I'm using as a source. And as a tip, you know, you can prompt just by text, but using an image as a foundation of what you want to generate as a video sometimes gives better results, because if you have a great image, turning that into video is a little easier than just creating a text prompt. And there you have it. So there's your horse just casually chilling on the Icelandic landscape, looking around like Michael would say, like, what's up, horse? So that's a shout out to Michael. But you can integrate that and have this in your timeline. Okay, so I let this play, and then we get to a scene that features a beach, and let me show you that beach. So that's the beach, and again, the same thing. I didn't record video. I uploaded that photo, and you know, you get something like this, crashing waves. And now, when you listen to the sound, we can bring the sound back. Okay, you hear with some sound effects like crashing waves and stuff like that. That's really cool because a lot of people do not know, and that's a bonus tip for you. Okay, so watch closely.
Taking notes.
Okay? Taking notes. You go to audio.
Go to audio.
This is the typical edit thing, so you can edit, and this will auto detect what it is, like music or voiceover or ambient sound. So again, AI coming to help you, not just to create, but also to help. So here's the cool thing: you can switch to browse. And then all of a sudden you have the tab of music and sound effects to choose from. So you can choose sound effects, and you can type in like waves. Okay, and it will then, here we have like avalanche, crashing, British surf birds. Like you have and then you get something like this, which is nuts, right? I mean, this is like amazing, and you can also work in very creative ways. You know, like more like abstract and more kind of designy.
Really cool.
You can create anything.
Tim is asking, can I also generate a Robert to help me with After Effects?
Yeah, I wish sometimes I could also split myself in two parts and be at 2 points at the same time.
You know what? I use Premiere Pro, but really like for small and not that complicated.
Oh, yeah,
like,
that's fine.
But I didn't even know for the music sound effect. That's
see, that's why I'm sharing this.
Yeah,
it's
but
cool.
this is a cool tip. Thank you very much.
Of course, of course. So now that we are able to go in, and let me show you that really quick here. For example, I can get rid of that, and I can prompt something like a fireball on pure black background, and I just hit enter. And I'm doing this again in 540p for ideation purposes. Just have like a quick result. Let's see if that's working. If not, I can also switch to my recording and show you what it looks like. The essence of that is basically, because I was prompting on a pure black background, to be able to isolate it, right? Because you know Photoshop, right? So everything that is on black, you can use the screen mode and the blend modes to add different effects to that.
Ultra key in Premiere. That I know, the ultra key.
Exactly.
Isn't it? Okay, great.
And something like this is pretty cool, like, okay, that's a fireball, but it gives you like this cool kind of sphere, and you can always go in and iterate. If you don't like the result, you can change the seed and regenerate. So then you get like a different thing, or you can also change the prompt. You can play with the seed and the prompt together to get a new result. So either leave the prompt and change the seed, or change the seed and no, the other way around. Change the prompt and leave the seed, or change the seed and leave the prompt. Now I see that it's always giving me this ball because it's kind of like getting stuck on that. So I can say a fire explosion, because I want to have that on a pure black background, and this will give me then a different result. And I can always go back in history and find out whatever I like. I think that looks actually pretty cool.
This is super cool.
I mean, technically you can record this in your studio, but I don't know if you want to...
playing with fire is not recommended. And talking about history, this is something that is pretty new in the web app Firefly.
Yeah, exactly.
This is something that the community was asking about.
Again, something that the community wanted to have the history. You can always toggle this on and off, and you also have the generation history saved to your account, so you can always go back and find out what you created.
Really cool. This one is cool too.
So you can take that, put it into your visual effects shot or whatever. So that's pretty cool and a lot of fun to work with.
It is. Yeah,
should we have some fun with After Effects?
Oh please! I want to learn more. I really don't know nothing about.
Okay. So I'm going to try something bold because, because I'm brave and I'm nuts and I haven't tried this before. So we're doing live work the way I would work. So what I did is I filmed this beautiful building, and of course I want to integrate a spaceship.
Of course.
I mean, it's almost a running gag with me, me and Star Wars and spaceships, I don't know. But I thought, man, this looks like a spaceport, so I want to include a spaceship. But you will see here right now, this still looks kind of like gray and loggy, and I want to create a look first. So let me quickly go back to Premiere Pro really quick and take that footage and see like, wow, this looks better. And why does this look better? Because the kids are having fun here. This looks cool because now this is like the log, and this is like the interpreted log. So if you go to the color grading, you will see in settings that it's actually auto-detecting that this is a log clip. So we have a lot of, actually we can also tone. Map that. Cool. So let's do that. I don't know, make just a little bit cooler. Okay, so what I can do now is I can export that. I can export that media. Let me choose what I would do for usual work when I want to continue editing that. I will not use MP4 because MP4 is kind of like an export format, right? It's like MP4
version.
Done, but if you want to carry on working with it, usually I use codecs like ProRes 422HQ. So if you choose QuickTime, then it automatically selects that. So that is a pretty cool codec. So and we save this to the desktop. We're gonna call this off. Like this, 3 Fs, and click on export. As you can see, export is also pretty fast. I'm doing this all live. It's a short clip, but still, it's pretty cool that it works so fast. Now, going back to here, I will import that clip that I just exported to my desktop. So I will go in, and I think, which one was it? It was this one, right? So yeah, I can include that one over here. Get rid of this one, and now you can see like, okay, I have this better looking version. Yeah. And what I did also before we started, I did a 3D track. So basically, a 3D track allows you to enter any 3D data on this thing. And I also created a camera. So basically, the camera is recognized. Nice. A bit smaller, like 25%. Well, because it's 3D tracked, you know, it's kind of like chip. And say like, okay, it's, you know what? Actually, let me get rid of that and start off like this, you know, like his. Okay, and maybe rotate this guy around a little bit.
Excellent.
Just like that. Okay, so maybe we need to add another keyframe because it's going down like this. And of course, as with, you know, Illustrator, right?
And you have the path.
You have the path,
That's
yeah,
super
because
cool.
you can go in keyframe assistant.
Yeah.
And you can, go to keyframe interpolation and tell the spatial interpolation, you know, which can be Bezier. And all of a sudden you have the curve and you can make
that
this.
I play with Premiere.
Really?
Yeah, I play with that with Premiere, but you know what? I think this is something that I have always done. As I don't know After Effects, I'm doing like kind of motion design, like for example, a simple mouse clicking on something. I do that on Premiere.
Yeah.
I know this is not done for that, but I played with Bezier. Yeah, so that I know.
So that's
Great,
cool. But
I can understand that. And you have the, this is so cool.
But you would probably rightfully say that, no, this, I mean, yeah, it technically is in 3D and it flies in there. And again, I'm doing this all live.
Yeah.
I've never tried this before. So we wing it and we go along. So how can I make sure that it's actually behind the tree? You know, so for that, I would probably just grab that little sequence here and duplicate that, okay? And now I can basically make sure to shorten that, okay? So it's like just this area here, and I just double-click that. And now I can either play with the roto brush tool, you know, so I can just select that and, you know, select all the trees. So that's one way to mask it.
Okay.
Because then you can have like a mask like you would do in Photoshop. Or if we go back and have this mask, we can play with, for example, luminance or levels. So let's play with levels. And isolate that shot. And, oh, actually, let me get rid of the roto brush. And just really crank up the brightness and the contrast. So we really have something like a...
Like levels on Photoshop.
Yeah,
something
exactly.
Like that.
You know,
Okay,
like almost
cool,
creating
super
like a mask.
Yeah.
You know, like this. I think this should be enough. Now, I'm able to basically go ahead and add an effect. You know, like set matte, and then I can use the luminance. So if we look at it like this, you will see that it's kind of like matting this out. Okay, so we can also invert the matte, and also really make sure that this is like really black. So we can actually go in and crush the blacks and you know, play with the input whites to really have this. Okay, so if we go back, you will see that we can use this as a mask and put this over the ship and mask out the ship, you know. But to be able to mask out the ship, we need to create an instance from that ship. So for that, there's a new feature. You can control-click, and you can say create 3D layer instance. And now we can mask that with, for example, this shot here. Or you can also invert it. And now it looks like the ship is...
Yay, okay.
I mean, I can increase the contrast and make sure that it's a little bit better and it's actually looking like...
But for something did in like 5 minutes, this
yeah,
is
I mean,
decent.
give me like 5 more
honestly.
minutes. Give me like 5 more minutes and then...
This is super cool.
and
You make it look like it's super easy. I told you that just before, but
and of course,
I love it.
We would have to do the same thing. So I would create a mask around this little hole and have the spaceship fly in. You know what? Maybe I will do this tomorrow and finish it and upload it to my Instagram. So check, like this is the shameless self-promotion for Instagram to check out the result of this thing. So that's pretty cool. So yeah, that's how you can work with that. But there's also more other stuff that I'm happy to share. So for example, let's go ahead and I don't know. Let's use Bruno. I love this guy, you know, because everyone says like, Robert, can you just do something else in spaceships? And I would answer to Rufus and say, yeah, I can do zombies. How about zombies? So culture is important. So how about dancing zombies, right?
Great, perfect.
Because
a bit scary, but
why not?
Why not?
Okay. So since the latest version, we can not only import GLB, GLTF, and OBJs, but also FBX files.
Okay.
And FBX is really cool because if we go to something like Mixamo, Mixamo is an Adobe service. Not too many people know about that, but it's really cool because in Mixamo, you can actually load a 3D character, and you can choose between zombies, princesses, and everything. Oh, I've been signed out. Let me just log in again. And with Mixamo, you're able to... no, anyway. With Mixamo, you can download characters and rig them and also animate them. So for example, you can have a character make like crawl or jump, shoot, fall down, like all action stuff or dance stuff or fun stuff. So the cool thing is if you downloaded that and you go to animation options, you have mixamo.com as the animation track. And if you play that back now, you will see, okay, here's our guy dancing. Now, rightfully so, you will say, Robert, this looks like not something you would like to publish because the light is not correct, right?
Yeah. I don't know nothing about light, but yeah.
But the light
probably,
is not correct.
But he's gracious, though.
So let me just add a light to this because lights will help to wrap this in the correct environment. That's why we can choose environment light, click OK, and now we can rotate the light around to the back.
Oh, that's cool.
You know, so it looks like it's actually being lit from behind, you know, like 180 degrees. And all of a sudden, this blends in much better. And of course, we're still missing the shadow on his feet. So how can we add the shadow? Let's add a layer. So let's make this layer 3D and turn the layer around by 90 degrees. Oops. Not 90 degrees, like this. Okay, and then we rotate this around 270. Okay, so we just place it under him, just like that. And you can always go to the left view in 3D, you know, because 3D is like all-encompassing. So we can make sure that he's actually touching the ground, right? Because then the shadow is also matching. Now going back, you will say, okay, this is wrong because the angle is not right. We can create a camera. And with camera, we're able to adjust the angle so it's matching the angle of the stage. But then you will say, Robert, where's the shadow? It's a black solid.
It's a black solid.
So we can double-click AA like shadows, or AA like all axis, and we can do accept shadows only. And all of a sudden, you can only see the shadow, and we can go back to the environment light, rotate it to make sure that it's really coming from behind, and now the shadow matches that perfectly.
That's so cool.
Going a little bit further, where we have all our effects applied, a little bit of glow, a little bit of grain, a little bit of all of a sudden it looks like this, and you see our zombie dancing.
I love it. This is super cool. I didn't even know that we were able to do that.
Yeah, so that's good fun.
This is really cool.
So
and
maybe
it takes you 2 minutes.
Yeah, and maybe a bonus tip, because we have 1 minute left. Going into this scene here, and we have spaceships, again, something like this, and you want to wrap the spaceship correctly into this light speed environment. You can choose your environment light, And now not only choose HDRs or EXRs, you can choose the actual QuickTime that is embedded here, which will give you the actual reflections in the cockpit. So when this thing is moving, you can see like you have the reflections of this scene, which wraps around the spaceship, integrating it much better into the environment, making it look so much nicer. So that's something that you can also do, which looks really cool and is a lot of fun to work with.
I love it.
Any questions?
No, I have so many things to say. At least I don't know nothing, so it's so cool. I didn't even know we were able to do that. You make it look super easy.
It is easy. You just need to practice it.
I
so.
just need to practice, but you know, creative, we don't have time. Never time, and always so many projects never done. But this is so cool, and now I would like to be friends with this zombie.
Yeah, Bruno,
so well.
Bruno, he's a good guy. I know Marcus is friends with him, yeah, he's a good guy. So yeah, so thank you so much for attending, and
thank you very much.
Thank you everyone that is also here in the audience, and have a wonderful day at OFF, and wherever you are in the world. So see you soon next time.
See you next time. Thank you very much.
Welcome everybody back to the next show. It's a new face here. It's your homeboy Marcus. Hey, welcome to the next session. I'm your host today, and now to welcome my new guest here, which was just a host, Eloise. Welcome back. And Eloise, you are a little illustrator queen.
Oh, thank
Illustrator
you.
is your turf, right?
Yeah.
So, can you show us some new cool stuff you have prepared?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So, for reference, I'm Eloise. I'm a graphic designer. I was a brand designer in freelance. Now I work for Adobe as an evangelist. And I'm also an illustrator. I try to be, at least. And one thing that I really like in my process is color and building my color palettes. So, today I wanted to make like a few focus on how to build a color palette and tips and tricks on Illustrator, so on how you can do that very quickly to save some time. And yeah, let's go into Illustrator now. I have, for example, this photo that I really enjoy. I love the vibes, I love the color palettes, but obviously I will not take those colors out of this image because this is the work of someone, but I get inspired by that. Let's just say it works also if you, for example, just like this background, you love the color, you can take it, and let's just do and grab a screenshot from that, and we'll first start with Adobe Colors. So here's my Instagram. Here, I can just drag and drop it from, oh, it doesn't work. No, let me do that again. You can just drag and drop it very quickly. Over here, let's
you make
just
a screenshot,
start again.
right?
Yeah, I just did a screenshot, and I can drag and drop into Adobe
perfect.
Color. And here I have a color palette. But this is not the end, obviously. What I can do here is change the ambience, the ambient colors of this color palette. I can change it to something more lighty, something soft, something dark, something, and I can change that how many times as I want, but for example, I really like this color, which is kind of gray, kind of beigey. Let's just grab that and put it in the middle. And now I have another color palette. I can obviously copy and paste all of these colors. Let's just try to do something like more luminous, perfect, and something more blue over here. And I miss my, you know what? Let's just grab that pink, perfect.
Oh yeah, pink.
Yeah. Of course, you can, for example, copy and paste directly and check the accessibility, for example, over here.
Which is very important.
Which is very important. So yeah, you can check the accessibility with the color palette you just built. And let's just extract that theme. Let's just say this is the color palette I want to go with. I can obviously just copy and paste the Xcode into Illustrator, but what I also can do here is add this directly into my libraries. And as I always say, if you are not using libraries, what are you doing?
What are you doing? Wake up.
Yeah. For reference, libraries are connected, for example, to Adobe Express, to Adobe Photoshop. This is super cool if you work with clients, especially with Express, if you want to build a template and if you want them to use the right and correct fonts, if you want to use the right colors so they not tweak it. Really cool, love that. Let's just put that in Bon Vivant, which is the brand I was working on prior. And let's just call that color palette. Perfect.
You basically can basically throw anything in your library, right? Like pictures, fonts, colors.
And the thing that I really like about
logos.
libraries is that you can also add, like for example, if I enter a font which is Helvetica in 50 points, I can just use that as a paragraph style, and you can just use that in your template, and you save tons of time. Like, love it. But if you go back to the color palettes, you can add tags and publish that theme. Let's just not do that for the moment and hit save. And if you, let's just go into Illustrator and you will see, boom, he's here, color palette 01.
Here it is.
What we can do here is I have my circle because I like to work with shapes so I can visually see how they can interact together. Let's just hit, you can see like I can select my shape and hit the color in my libraries, and here we are. I can build that very quickly. Let's just hit that and add my orange. And of course, this is not the final result. As I said, I will not just extract those colors. One thing important also to notice is that the color picker was improved last max, so a few weeks ago, from CMYK images, I think. So pretty cool. Thank you, team. what we can do now, if you want to change this color palette very quickly, I can select all of my shapes over here with all the colors, and I can hit Edit and Edit Colors. Now I can do several things. Generate color, generative recolor, sorry, so you can enter a prompt, for example, sunset. We'll just do that, for example. Let's just say that I want to start over this. I can hit, for example, sunsets. I want some blue and summer, for example. Let's
this
just
is
hit generate.
made with AI, right?
Exactly,
Like
Firefly, which is
yeah.
commercially safe.
Yeah.
So train only on content Adobe has the rights to, such Adobe stock, how do we say that, Creative Commons and everything. Here we are. I have a sunsetty vibe with some blue, but for example, this one is not kind of that's blue, and I want more blue. I can hit the plus here and ask for a specific color, and hit generate again. And you have 4 variation, and you can generate and again and again and again. Here we are. I have beautiful color palettes. This is not the vibe that I was going for, but I just wanted to show you this trick because this can be very useful if you want to quickly, if you have an illustration, a vector illustration, for example, you can select everything and really try a new color palette very quickly. Let's just reset and go to the other panel, which is recolor. This is not based on AI, for example, but this, for example, the color that I created here, I think they're too dark. So let's just say that I want to add lights to this. I can play with this little button and the other one. I can play with the brightness over here. So let's just say I want more light into my colors. And it will change all the color palettes and add more brightness. Obviously, I can be more dark, but let's just do something more lighty here. Perfect. Here we go. And I can also play with the saturation, which is really good. For example, here I want something more vivid, more vibrant. Let's just do that. Yeah, make it pop.
Make it pop, exactly.
Another thing that I can do here is, for example, I really want to have some other dark green. For example, let's just change this one. I can unlock the color over here and just say, okay, I want something more dark and more like khaki color. And for example, here we go. You can just change one color. And let's imagine that we have a full illustration. If you select a red, a specific red, and in an illustration, you will change all the red in the same time, which is really, really cool. But let's just say, for example, this one I like it, but let's relink all of the color, and I can just change all the colors, but while keeping the harmony of the color palette that I just did. Obviously, if I want to go back, I can Control-Z over here. And another thing that I really like about this panel is the color theme picker. For example, I can just go over here and select, you see that? It changed all of my color over here. I can just use the lasso over here. For example, I want more orange.
And it will select that.
Yeah,
that's cool.
That is super cool.
Yeah.
I love that. And if you have very complex images, for example, you can really insist on one color, and it will give you more of that color, which is really, really cool. And this is a group, but you can also just select 3 of them.
Wow.
Isn't it cool?
That's
I
really
love
cool.
it. Yeah.
I have to try that out.
Yeah. You can also pick from an image, for example.
Oh.
Really cool too. And the last thing that I wanted to say about this, because this is one of my favorite tools ever. Yeah, so for example, so this is not as complex as I want to do, but the prominent color over here, which is really cool, you have handles over here, and if you want more green in your color palette, for example, I can just say, the more prominent color that I want here is green, and just push it to the maximum, for example. Look at that. This is more green. Love that.
So you're in
super
total
useful.
control of your color management, your color palettes.
Imagine that with a super complex illustration. Michael Fugoso, we're thinking about you. You can change really quickly super complex illustration with a lot of details, even with gradients. This is chef kiss. Love it. Okay, now let's go. Let's just say that this color palette is what I was looking for. We don't need that anymore. Do I have something? Oh, yeah. Okay, great, perfect. Let's just say that I want to create a gradient out of this color. Here I have a rectangle. Let's just make it bigger. And what we can do over here is basically just hit the gradient over here and hit, for example, double-click that, hit the color picker, select the pick. Adding a point here, and again, and blah, 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 and on and on and on. This is boring. I don't want to do that.
I can long time.
Too much time. I don't have time for this.
Yes.
what I can also do here is, you can see here that I can just, for example, select all of my colors, hit the group, and it will be added to my swatches, which is really good if you want to create a gradient over here, because I can just select it and drag and drop it into my gradient. Useful, but wait, we have better.
It gets even better.
I can select all of my colors and just hit this button over here and create gradients, and boom, it's done.
Wow.
Yeah, and you can
Saves
play
so
with
much
it.
time.
Exactly, non-destructive, it's Illustrator, you can change over here, everything. Of course, you can add another color if you want to. Perfect, let's just say that this is really what I was looking for a reason. Another cool thing about gradient now is that if you use your libraries as you should, because you really, you really need to use your libraries, you can also add now your gradients directly to the libraries. This is something that we weren't able to do before. And this is kind of new, but you can add it to your library now.
Gradient.
We love that. Thank you very much,
that.
Illustrator team. We were looking for that, and boom, I can access it really
Eloise,
quickly.
now you have picked your colors, a gradient, and we know all the struggle. We have to prepare the color values for our, let's say, client to finish up the project.
I can just select that, make a screenshot.
It was another tedious
for
thing.
example, I can just use text over here and RGB. No, we don't have time for that either. Let's just say that I want to create swatches. I can select all of my color, or I can go directly into my swatches over here. I have all of my color, and now we have this pretty cool button, which is Create Swatch Info. If I click, I will have a window. I can choose the width and the height for the card contents. I can choose also the layout, and mostly the color codes that I want to have in my swatch info. Let's just hit Create with everything on. And boom, you have your color.
Okay.
Really
oh my
cool.
God.
So much time saving.
Yes.
I can't remember how long I spent on just clicking on a color and then copy and paste.
Switching back and forth now with forgetting the color values. Yeah,
it
was
is really
such a long
boring.
process.
Very, very boring.
Oh, amazing.
Of course, you can add your color to your libraries by just clicking on them and then hitting the plus. You can add the graphic, so the circle, which is pink, and also the fill color. You can see here, if I can show you, for example, this is my brand. You have all of my typo, my fonts here, my colors are over here. So yeah, we can do a lot of things with the libraries, and I can access that. And if you are working with clients like regularly, this is really useful. So yeah, play with libraries, play with your colors. And the last thing that I wanted to say about colors is not regarding how to build our color palettes, but how we can use that with image trace, for example. So here we have a hot dog, which is, you have a lot of details over here, as you can see. So let's just say that I really want to change a little bit of the details in my hot dog, and I want first to image trace it. I can select my picture here. This is not vector, of course. This is a JPEG. I can hit image trace. Oh, that's terrible. We don't want to see that.
No.
Let's just hit here the image trace panel. I can choose whatever I want here. Let's just hit the first one. There is color on here. And I hopefully, the gradient is horrific.
Yeah.
Look at this
Color
weird
banding.
shape.
Mhm.
Boo, don't like
boo,
it.
we don't want that.
But we do have a lot of details that we still have the details in our hot dog. But this is not what I want. I really want to keep this gradient because I really want, Basically what I want to do here is hit Advance. And here we have now a new button that was launched last October, I think, during Max Miami.
Yes.
Hit Gradient and just change the smoothness of it, and boom, I have my gradient.
Wow.
Wait for it.
Wait for
Expand.
it.
I can
Okay.
degroup that, and here, boom, this is a gradient fully. You can modify it, you can edit it as long as you want, but remember that we save our gradient to our library. Let's just hit here, over here, we have the gradient, and we should be able to just, boom, and voila.
Ah, you can change it directly from your library. That's really cool.
It kept the gradient parameter. So yeah, really, really cool. What else I wanted to show you? That's it on, few shortcuts, because shortcuts,
Shortcuts
We
are very
need
important.
shortcuts.
Yeah, it saves also so much time.
So much time. Let's just say here I have my fill, that is, the focus is on the fill. And this is pink. Let's just say use something darker so you can better understand. So here we are, I have my fill. My focus is on the fill, and my stroke is empty. Let's just say that I want to change it and switch it. I can just hit Shift and X, and now this is my stroke that is green, and my fill is empty. First shortcut. Now, let's just say that I want to focus on my stroke and not on my fill as it is now. I can just hit X, and my focus is changed on the strokes. If I want to go back to my default color, I can just hit D, and now this is white fill and black stroke.
Just like in Photoshop.
Easy. Yeah. Yeah, pretty easy. But you know what? I didn't even know that tools. Like those shortcuts are pretty new for me. Like basically, I've been doing Illustrator for like 10 years, but those I was like blown away and super useful. I use them on a daily basis. Love them. Really cool. And also another thing that I wanted to say about shortcuts and colors, for example, let's just say that I want to change the fill color to this green color, for example. But if I just hit I to have my color picker, and if I just hit on this circle, I will lose my stroke that is black. What I can do here is just hit Control Z, and if I want to so keep my black stroke and change my fill to green, I can hit Shift, and it will select the color, but you're on your focus. So here, my fill, really cool. Another thing that I learned really too recently is that if you want to change, for example, your stroke weight, you can just, so I'm working on a trackpad, and I also illustrate on a trackpad, which is absolutely crazy. I get that, but this is not the subject. Here, I can just scroll on my stroke.
What? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. No.
Yeah.
That's something new
so
for me.
Cool. I love it. Look at that. Oh. Okay,
really
great.
Cool.
Yeah, this is super cool. So yeah, that's it. I don't know if you have if we have any time. How long is it? Because I have so many. Okay, we have time.
We have time.
Great.
One more thing I could ask you: when you have a stroke, let's just a stroke with a color, and you want to change the color of the stroke with the
the color picker, for example.
Here,
yeah. For this pink.
And it has to keep a stroke, but you pick the color from this circle here, which is filled. It would switch to a filled area, right?
I don't understand your question. Sorry.
But if you make a circle just with and fill it with a stroke, just like this, just can you do this for me?
Like that?
Yeah, but with no fill.
With no fill?
Yeah, no color inside. Sorry.
Oh, I don't know that.
Just without color,
so
without the green color, and it's leave it empty. Like this color.
Okay, and leave it empty. I don't know how to leave it empty.
Yes, exactly like this. And then you want to change the color of the stroke by picking with your eyedropper on this circle
and
here. And when you hold the Shift key, it will just copy the color and fill the stroke.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so
this is what I was. That's one of the shortcuts I didn't even know.
Okay,
about.
great.
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's cool. Super cool. If we have time, I can show you one of the latest features that we have in Illustrator.
Course.
It's Illustrator Beta, but I can show you over here. I have a video to show you. This is called Gen Expand, and this is currently in beta, in Illustrator Beta. But just imagine that you have an illustration and you forgot about the bleeds and you need to print it. And this happens to me like thousands times.
Yes.
And here we go. Let's just say I forgot the bleeds, and I designed puzzles in my life. And this happened to me during this process, and I was like, oof, that's a catastrophe, basically.
Yes,
and I need to redo all of the, and I don't know what is it taking so much time. Perfect, and now boom, and I have 3 different variations that I can play with, and I have my mountain that is like so much longer, so my bleeds are not empty anymore. This is called Gen Expand. again, in Illustrator Beta. Really enjoy this. This can save you like
So
a ton
much
of time.
Yeah, normally we would just scale it up the vector, but then we lose our proportion, right?
Yeah.
And if you want to keep it, then just try to use.
And you
this
can use
generative
details
expand.
too.
Yes.
For example. But yeah.
Yes.
What else can I show you in this? Because I have a lot of things to show you. For example, or something that people don't know about, which is one of our greatest feature. Have you ever heard? So, I know you did, but have you ever heard about retype? Because I think that's honestly, I think everybody knows about, but this is not that well known. But have you ever lost a font, or have you ever expanded too soon without writing down which font have you used? You can just, for example,
Too many times.
Yeah, let's just select like 2 different examples. Let's just randomly, I didn't even see what the font was. Perfect. Let's just say that this one was expanded a little bit too soon. And here I have an image. Let's just try with both of this. I have, so in the window, I have the retype window. I can here select my object or my image and hit match font. It will take a while. You can change here the proportion where you want to search the font. Perfect. Let's just see here. And here you will have plenty of options. I don't know why it's not working today, but normally it's working. Let's just try with the image over here and hit finding matching font. Perfect. Look at that.
There we have it, yeah.
And we have Polino Black, which is pretty good. And from here, what you can do is search a font, which is out of the Adobe font catalog, which is, I think, 30,000 fonts, 35,000, I can remember.
Yeah.
Still counting. And we just added like 1,500 fonts, including Helvetica,
Gotham,
yes. Comic Sans, that we love.
Hooray,
Some
Comic
love for
Sans.
Comic Sans. But yeah, from here you can download the fonts that you like. For example, with this little button over here, it will add it to your font catalog. Another thing around fonts is that now the fonts panel is much more reactive. It's really fast, up to 5 times faster.
Really fast
Yeah,
now.
really
And
fast.
also you can look up your hard drive if you have local fonts installed. Not only Adobe fonts, right? Even your locally fonts.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's great.
Great. Do we have enough time so I can show something else, or are we done? I don't know. I don't have the time on my computer.
2 more minutes.
2 more minutes. What I can
Do you
show
have a
you
very quick and
Let's
fast,
access.
easy tip?
Yeah,
Okay.
I do. Let's just try mockup. I just select the photo. Here, this was created with Firefly, commercially safe again. I can select my image, and here I have 3 business cards, and I have my completely vector design. I can select both of them and hit the mockup panel, and I have plenty of things that I can try on. So digital devices, TV, telephone, watch, or packaging or apparel. But what we can do here is select the photo and the design and hit create mockup. It will take a while, but imagine you don't have time to create or search for a specific model. You can create your assets from firefly.adobe.com, commercially safe again, and then boom, look at that. Look at that. This is super smart. You can change, of course, the size. You can change the orientation. And oh, I have 3 business cards. Let's just click on that and hit out. And look at that. Yes. It will be perfect. You can just move around and look at that.
You even can change the type, right?
Exactly.
If you don't have it.
So this one is
cool.
vector, and it was expanded. But of course, if I double-click, hit OK, I can just say, OK, this one, I will change the hungry to orange.
Yeah.
And what I can either do is, like, for example, OK, I have 2 minutes, so I need to be quick, but I really want to show you that. This one is pretty easy, OK? I have business card, which is basically a white rectangle. Wait for it. I can choose from, oh my gosh, I need to go quick. OK, I need to show you that. This is really cool. Where is it?
I love that you are so excited, Eloise.
Yeah, but I really love this too. I really love this too. OK, so this is another masterclass, whatever. We have here a can, for example. Let's just use this can. I will have this same design, and we will have the same process, but here we have a can, which is like round, which is harder than just, I can just, but that's, no, I don't have the time. Let's just select the photo and the design, hit create mockup, wait for a while, and see the magic happens. This is super easy. You can obviously change the blend mode because, of course, this is like a white rectangle with the business card. But here, look at that. We have our, like the small water drops. What I can do over here is select again my design. For example, it doesn't want to select everything, but change the blend mode to multiply. And look at that. I will have my little water drops. And here I can, of course, move it around so you can see. Look at that. Perfect. Let's just try with the upper of the can. Look at this. This is super smart. I love it. And if I want to put it on the floor, perfect. I can also on the wall, on the floor, on the can.
I show this all the time at the Create Now events in Germany, and people are like, what?
Yeah. So we have an audience here. Did you know that? Everybody knows that? Yeah, thank you. So yeah, that's it for Illustrator and all of my favorite tips and tricks, I guess.
Okay, and I think we are out of time. Thank you so much, Eloise. I've learned something new, and I use Illustrator a lot. So I was like, okay, cool. And thank you so much for your time. And I'll see you in the next session in a few minutes.
Thanks, everyone, and thanks,
Bye-bye.
Marcus.
Welcome back, everybody, with another session. It's me again. I'm Marcus, design evangelist here at Adobe, and today's guest now is Lucas. Lucas, welcome. We both are from northern Germany. You are from Hamburg, right?
Yes.
And you had an incredible session last night, right? How was it going?
Oh, thank you. Yeah, it was quite good.
Yeah?
It was a little bit scary when I saw the
Yeah.
stage the first time. It's quite big.
So many people, right?
So many people there. But yeah, it went good. So I had a really nice time there.
I mean, your work is incredible. Like I've seen the work, and it's really cool. We look at this in a minute. But Lucas, can you tell us more about yourself? Like you're from Hamburg, obviously. So how's OFF going for you? And how did you end up here as a designer? Like,
yeah.
You know?
It was quite a funny story how I ended up here at OFF, because last year I spent some weeks in Valencia to just be there for a little vacation with some friends and enjoy the sun. And out of nowhere, I think the Hector, the previous organizer of the OFF Festival, saw the story and said, "Hey, this is my hometown in Valencia. Don't you want to come by for one day?" And so we decided to, let's have the chance to go there and see what's going on here. I meet him, meet so many lovely people here, and at the end of the festival, they asked if I want to join the next year.
Wow, that's really
so
cool.
now I'm here, and I'm super happy to now be the second time here and already part as a speaker. So really blessed about the chance.
Yeah, that is really a cool coincidence, right? You're going to vacation, and hey, you see and meet the founder of OFF. Wow, that's really cool.
Yeah, it was super nice thing.
Might show some of your work? I think people are really interested if they don't know you yet.
Yeah, maybe we can talk also
Yeah,
a
of
bit
course.
how I ended up doing
Yes,
this.
of course.
Because
I asked you that earlier. Sorry.
You already mentioned I'm currently living in Hamburg. I'm basically I'm a graphic designer with a strong focus on motion and typography. So merging these two things. And I don't know how, but I really ended up in doing a lot of decolorful black and white stuff. So I don't know how I ended in this niche to get rid of all the colors and ended up into only black and white type stuff. But I think it feels like a lot of people know me for that. It's just these attributes like black and white and animated typography. But I started as a graphic designer. I studied graphic design in a university in Germany. And in the beginning, it was full focus on typography. I just designed books and magazines and all the stuff, only using type stuff. I also tested a little bit of illustration and photography as well, but I quickly realized it's not really my type of thing to do.
Okay.
So, I ended up doing more and more type stuff. And then I spent my semester abroad in Korea and be there for 6 months. And I thought, this is kind of challenging thing for me. Let's try to do also some new stuff with the graphic and type stuff. And I ended up signing up for some 3D and video courses. And it was also kind of an accident. It was not really planned. And there I spent like 4 months working on a music video. It's like it was kind of an unofficial student project, of course. And this was the first time I learned a lot about After Effects and about animation principles. And so this was the first time I getting in touch with the motion. And from there on, it never stops.
So you were hooked.
Definitely. If you want, I can show you a quick.
Oh yes, please.
From the beginning, the video. I need to really scroll down quite far because I can't believe it's already 7 years since I made this video, so it's quite a while.
Yeah, time flies, man.
But I think it really sets the beginning and the stone for everything that follows up afterwards. I can see here a few screens, a few slides of the video. It is built entirely out of these black and white animations over 4 minutes and displaying and showing the lyrics. This was the starting point. I think everything what is already in there, it's what I'm doing the last 7 years so far. It's black and white, it's type, it's animated. So this is what I'm passionate for, what I love, and doing the last years.
It's so cool. I think the correct word for this is kinetic typography, right?
Definitely, yeah. But I think there are also a lot of other wordings around this, so I'm hearing a lot of different things as well. But I think kinetic typography is the most common.
So would you call yourself rather a typographer or more like a motion designer?
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. As I already said, I started as a graphic designer, but now with my commercial projects ending up doing more and more motion stuff. So I think it's more like an in-between. I'm definitely not a type designer. So I'm so far from drawing Bezier curves and stuff like this. A good friend of mine doing a lot of type design. When I see him drawing these things, I like, what the fuck? It's really like doing magic, and I don't have any clue about this. So, but graphic and type, anything in between, I think it's.
So bring typography to motion. Cool. Yeah. What else do we have here? You said this video here you should just showed us is 7 years old. Maybe we can see in the latest video of you, so you can see how you evolved over the years. I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm very interested.
Let's try to find something.
Yeah, so many.
So many.
So many good videos.
Yeah.
Maybe the intro for the OFFF festival, that looks really cool.
I think this is also kind of a little snippet from the last years what I did.
Wow.
I think what you can see here, it's what I'm doing the most, like building like these small compositions and layout compositions, mostly black and white and type, and try to find these kind of mini loops. Of course, this is now a compilation of it, but usually I do a lot of looping stuff that like just a few seconds. For me, it's super interesting to like motion design, it's already been there for years, but I think in graphic design it's quite a new thing. Of course it is. It's also been now a lot of, but it's not so common than the motion design itself. So for me it's super interesting to not have like always this big narrative like telling a story over 1 minute or something. It's for me like finding a concept or a narrative within just a few frames, within just a few seconds. So I think this is also another thing I always try to do, to break everything down to really simple things. And find some meaningful movements and graphics, even if they are so reduced, and not expanded like to 20 or 30 seconds. It's like always focusing on just these like hypnotic mini leaps.
And how do you come up with all your ideas, the transitions and all the movement? It looks so smooth, and I always wonder myself, like, damn.
Yeah, thank you.
How can you all those ideas?
Yeah, I think I always try to focus on just simple things, to just reduce it as much as possible. And I think when you're at a point when you can't reduce to trick the brain, these illusions are, I'm super obsessed with it. And when the last time when I was at my parents' home, I found the old puzzles from MC Escher. My father was collecting, and like, okay, maybe this is the influence where everything started, because I was as a kid, we played with these stuff, and I saw a lot of these things, and I was super fascinated by it. Over the years, I forgot a little bit about it, but yeah, recently I rediscovered them, and it's like, oh my God, I think this is what I always try to do in my work, even if I didn't knew that this is the reference. What I always try.
Inspiration.
Yeah, definitely. Even if I didn't knew that this is my inspiration or was my inspiration.
You use After Effects for all your work, right? To get it into motion. Do you start by sketching your ideas down and then bring it to After Effects, or how do you start your ideas, your work?
I think there are two different workflows. When I'm responsible for the graphic design as well, of course I'm starting sketching a lot of in InDesign and Illustrator, doing really building the layouts quite strict and already testing some stuff. I think at this point it's also where I try to find the movement already and building like little storyboards already in InDesign and After Effects, in Illustrator as a static sequence. And I think this is the main part where I think a lot about. And then After Effects is just a tool. It's just like, executing the thing. Of course, sometimes there is some things to play around with, but most of the time I try to find the mechanisms beforehand, that it's just like, okay, now I execute the thing. And if there is a problem or if there's anything I don't know, then there are so many tutorials out there to have a look on. Because I always get this question a lot, so if there's something I can recommend to, on resources or tutorials. And I'm not learned a lot with these resources. It's more like if there's a specific problem or bug, I try to find to solve it online. But in general, it's like finding these mechanisms is more like building concepts and thinking about a lot, and not about the technical stuff so far. But of course, there's also the different approach, like when I work with a lot of client projects and they send some prepared layout compositions already, then I directly jump in After Effects and playing around with it. So there's like these two different things. Mainly, if you see some color in my portfolio, it's mainly when clients send me their already designed stuff. So
So you would only use black and white then if the client wouldn't say, "Hey, I need this color." Okay.
Then I'm also doing it.
What do you say to most 2D designers who are like crafting, posters and typographic stuff, who want to get their design in motion, but they're sometimes afraid to jump into After Effects, because when you open After Effects for the first time as a normal 2D designer, I'm like, whoa, back up, it's way too complicated. Do you have any tips where to start?
So in general, I think it's especially when I see it in my work, it's sometimes super simple movements from a technical perspective. It's like most of the time I play around with some position, scaling, and rotation effects. So these are quite basic. It's more about the concept behind it. So I think if you already know what you want to do, then it's super easy to do it in After Effects. Of course, the basics need to be learned, like setting a keyframe, exporting a video, changing some values in After Effects, but I think these basic courses could be found everywhere online. So it's I think you can already start with a 10-minute tutorial, and then you have kind of the basic setup and can bring your stuff to life. And then it's all about inspiration. I also doing a lot of workshops in universities and teaching the students some motion stuff. And I think the most difficult part is always like that you need to start thinking as a motion designer, or start to think in sequences. So most of the people only have one slide, and then you need to switch your thinking to, okay, they need to at least 2 frames to understand what's going on in between. I think this is more like a thinking problem, or like an inspiration thing, what's possible, how you can move things, instead of a technical issue. But because I think most of my stuff, what I'm doing, is still based on these really simple transitions from position and scaling, rotation stuff.
So you need to start with a good idea, and then the rest is rather easy.
Definitely, I would say. But it's also like the more you're into it, it feels like super easy. But of course, it's like the knowledge I gained the last 10 years working with these tools.
It's really cool. Now I'm really hooked to try this in After Effects as well, because I always was fascinated by typography. If my old typography teacher would see your work, I think he would love you.
Thank you.
Or she would love you. It was her. And it's really fascinating. Do you also make like templates that you could sell or use for like an After Effects template, or for Premiere? Do you make this, or?
Yeah, of course. I think it depending on the project, but there are a lot of requests on doing it and handing over some files and preparing everything that it's super handful to use. I think it's also quite a different kind of niche or topic to get into it, because there are different techniques required to also bring everything on top to build. Definitely handy, but it's definitely also advanced stuff. So I think if you're starting, it could be quite overloaded, but getting into it over the years, it's definitely helpful. I think coding in general is such a powerful tool to understand technical and mathematical things. I always had a passion for it as well. So for me, it was like this technical, but also creative part. And I think what I'm doing now is exactly this, combining these technical and creative things. But if you're not too technical, it's not a must-have. So I think there are so many other disciplines you can also animate and do, but it's definitely interesting. But there's also kind of a tool I recently built, so maybe we can also have a look. So
yes, of course.
It shows the passion for like all these things, like combining motion, type, and sound and code a little bit.
So you used your coding skills to build your own software?
Yeah, kind of.
Wow, okay, this is really cool.
Let me show you the starting point. So it all starts with this one. This was usually the intro animation for all my lectures and talks, so I built this. And it was quite nice. I used it for several years now, and it already felt quite good. But at a certain point, I feel like, okay, this could be interesting to expand, to play around with, to start with creative coding, to also kind of manipulate it. And yesterday, the lecture, it was the first time I kind of used this, built with the tool and used it as an intro performance. Like I had this little MIDI keyboard and playing it and manipulated everything live on stage. And I also made a version and put online, starting
cool.
from like yesterday. I put this live. It's like you can find it on my website, but also Instagram.
What's the URL? Maybe I can type it in the chat.
It's hello dot and then my URL lucas-hesse.de. But I can also to show the tool. I can also type it directly in the tool.
Wow.
And there are several sliders. You can manipulate, of course, the speed. You can play around with the fade a little bit. You can use the offset things to make some interesting compositions.
And this is completely free?
It's free.
Wow.
And you can play around with it. You can try it. And I would love to see how other people are going to explore it and extend it, because I think they're even if it's quite limited within these just a few sliders, I think you can kind of hack it and build some interesting compositions out of it. There's a feature that you can also resize the canvas, that you can record and export the stuff. So really looking forward to see other people testing this tool.
So they could basically add some code to it to make it more advanced. Is that right? Or
not yet.
No, okay.
But of course, you can, if you understand coding, you can always hack a website to manipulate it. But now this is kind of pre-baked. I think I'm gonna extend it in the future, maybe. But for now, it's like the basic setup. And I definitely will use it for the next lecture as intro as well.
Yeah, it's really cool.
So much fun.
I can download a video of this, a loop.
Yes,
that's right, and then you can just use it for free.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow.
You can play around and then share it on your socials or whatever. And
That's really cool. Wow. Well, thank you so much, Lucas. It's really interesting. I mean, I think you should all check this out, people. It's a really cool, handy tool to just play around with your type. And well, do we have time left? I don't know. Yeah, we still have time left. Like, where can people find you except Instagram? I mean, Instagram is maybe your biggest channel, right?
Yeah, definitely. I think I spent the last 10 years putting my work out there. I think they're the most recent and nearly every project I work on or I'm proud of. So this is the most channel I'm put the stuff there. Of course, I have Portfolio as a website, but there are more the bigger and less projects. I think Instagram is the
no
way
TikTok
to go.
then?
I tried it a little bit. I thought, I have moving content. I have all the videos. I tried it, but I think, it's a totally different kind of content there. So, I skipped for a while. Also, I tried to not overload myself with too many social media things. So, also try to, be a little bit detox from the digital world.
Yeah, that's really, of course,
but
important.
Therefore, I can also show you a project when we talk about less digital and more analog. It's also something I talked about yesterday. Let me find it. It's like when I started. I think it was during during COVID when I was too annoyed by only sitting in front of the screen, and I started. Okay, how can I bring motion or bring something into the analog world, and started to exploring some stop motion techniques, right? To make this kind of analog digital motion pieces. I always started here with After Effects, of course, because I want to make sure everything is not too overloaded, and also what I really liked about it that it still has this digital transitions and ease effects, but then translated into analog, that it's not like only analog techniques, so it's more like merging these two worlds together, that you still feel like the movements are quite digitally, but the look and feel is totally analog. And this is also the Lego thing, is when I was back in my parents' home and I found these things, like I was playing with them as a child, like rediscovering them like 20, 30 years afterwards. Like,
so those are real Lego bricks, right?
Okay, there's no AI or something involved.
How long did this take, though?
It was quite a while to make these stop motion things. It was,
I can imagine.
Was a few hours spending on drawing or building with the logo bricks. Yeah, it feels like a little meditation.
Yeah.
But it was good. Spending too much time on a computer, it sometimes feels really relieving when starting with the pen again, because I'm super digital when I look at my workflow. So I have no notebooks, no anything. I'm sketching or stuff, so everything is digitally. So that feels super nice to at least have something made by hand again.
Yeah, I can imagine. I mean, for me as a designer, it's always great to start like with pen and paper. Basically, make your sketch, because sometimes it's just faster to bring your ideas just on a paper and make a quick sketch than to type in something or do something in Photoshop, for example. At least that was what our teacher has said to us in design school, and it's really true. If you have just a pen and a paper, just scribble something on it, and you have your basic idea sketched down. And then from there you can move on to get it into your digital version, whatever program do you use. And I think it's really cool project you have there. And
thank you.
All of your work, of course. And what else is there to say? You know where to find Lucas. You know his work. Maybe you saw his session yesterday. It was a great success. It looked really, really cool. And I'm really happy to see you around here at OFF. Maybe we can connect. Next time I'm in Hamburg, then maybe we could, meet or something. Would
Definitely,
be so cool.
yeah, would be great, of course.
Yeah. And people, I think that's this for this session. And thank you so much for your time. And hang in tight for the next session in a couple of minutes. And I see you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
welcome back to another edition of Adobe Live at OFF in Barcelona. So welcome everyone. Also welcome everyone that is sitting there in the audience. Welcome everyone that is joining us online. Hello, hola, and I hope you're doing really, really good. So, my next guest, Carina Lindmeier, a wonderful artist, Austrian-based, illustrator, all-around creative, great girl. So I've known Carina for quite a few years. She's amazing. Amazing human being, but also an amazing creative person. So that's a good combination, I would say. And I'm excited to have a chat with you today. So welcome.
Welcome. Thanks for having me. I'm super excited.
How are you?
I'm good. It's day 2, so I'm full of inspiration. I'm super energized. I can't wait to see what this day will bring. And yeah.
Cool. So maybe you can tell a little bit about yourself for those of you who do not know what Carina is doing. Like I said, she's an illustrator mostly, but doing so much more. And so maybe you can tell a bit about yourself before we show your show reel.
My name is Carina.
Hello, Carina.
Hello. And yeah, I'm an illustrator. I would describe my style as very bold and colorful, but also with a lot of details. I love to incorporate analog elements and techniques into my work, although it's most of the time digitally made, which I find very interesting. I'm a big fangirl of all the wonderful Photoshop brushes. So yeah, I would say
While you do that, let's switch to this laptop quickly, because then I can scroll through her website before we show the show reel, so you can get a glimpse of her work. So if we are showing, yes, exactly, there it is.
Perfect.
So it's carinalindmeier.com.
Yes.
carinalindmeier.com. Go to it now. So you can see some of your fantastic artwork, and you've been collaborating with us as in Adobe for a while. So you've been generating wonderful artworks for us, which I always love and appreciate. This one, we also worked together on a Christmas piece that I animated in After Effects using your illustration,
which was super cool because animation is something I would love to explore a bit more. But yeah, it's like a very big box I haven't opened yet. So
it's the box, Pandora's box.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, once you go into animation, you can't stop, because it's just like combining
See you in 2 years.
everything together, like illustration, photography, and all that. So I feel you. So here you can see some of her work. And if you want to find out more, you can also go to Carina's Instagram, which is just her name, Carina Lindmeier, and get in touch with you. So why don't we try to play your reel out of my iPhone before we carry on? So let's try to do that right now, right here. So let's see the iPhone. Really cool.
Thank you so much.
So as you can see, it's like this super vast showcase of different styles and pure talent, to be honest. And what I love about that is that although you have your style, I suppose you don't want to be put in a box and just focus on just doing everything all together over and over what you always been doing, which I really like, because it kind of resembles the way I also wanted to be seen, because sometimes people ask me what do you do, and is it like motion graphics or is it film, and I say everything that tickles my creative energy. I think that's true for you as well, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely. Off screen, so somewhere else.
Okay.
And yeah, it works so far for me. But I don't know, I feel like inspiration is such a big topic. Sometimes you don't expect totally find inspiration everywhere, and then you really go and search for it, and you can't find it anywhere. So
yeah, I mean, sometimes, I mean, who doesn't know that feeling when you're out and about and you want to do, like, you have to do something, you're committed to a project, and you want to basically deliver, and the pressure is on, and all of a sudden you just go like, and I don't know what I'm doing. So you sit there, and then you just wait and wait, and you can't push a button to get that idea, and all of a sudden it's just like there, the spark is there, and sometimes it takes a day. I mean, for me that's true, and sometimes it takes 3 days. Is that the same for you? Or do you always have like this button you can push and then you have...
Yeah, sometimes it's kind of a chain reaction. Like,
chain reaction, okay.
Yeah,
I love that.
You start somewhere and then, I don't know, for example, my boyfriend tells me, but have you tried this? And then I go to the studio and I meet some friends and they tell me like, yeah, but you should try this color, or why not switch it to yellow, for example? And then it's kind of a very inspiring chain reaction, which is very nice.
But interestingly, it's like, I mean, you work mostly as a solo artist, right? But yet you're explaining collaborative things like networking and people around you. So maybe that can transition over to the next question. Like, how do you see things like events like OFF and you know, things like Adobe Live and anything that where you are just connecting with other humans and creatives? Like how big of an importance is that in your life for creativity?
I feel like it's very important for all of us. I mean, of course, I can just talk for myself, but I feel like we're all part of this very big creative family or community, and we can all learn and grow so much. Like, but this just happens together if we team up, if we share knowledge, if we open up, if we talk honestly about what moves us, what makes us happy, what's also frustrating sometimes.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that. And to be honest, I think we've like all had this enough of it being stuck in front of screens, you know, because of, you know, having lockdowns and all that stuff. But like we all crave to go out and actually have interhuman connections and relations and do that and do the magic. And I think especially like events like here, you just bump into people you haven't seen for a while. You see your heroes you aspired and be inspired by, and all of a sudden you just get this creative juices flowing. So I love that. So go to events. No matter what. So circling back and switching gears to your actual style, like obviously you started drawing traditionally, I suppose, or was it always digitally? So maybe you can talk a little bit of your progression on how you come from doodling to doing like high-end stuff digitally, mixing with analog.
I started drawing, I mean, very early since I was a kid, and my mom always supported me. And yeah, then I wanted to become a graphic designer, which was like a very fun decision, I would say. So I went to graphic design school. And of course, you learn all these traditional techniques as well. And I mean, back then there was no iPad or no digital drawing.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, you remember the good old days. So, which is now, I would say, a bonus, because I can take so much inspiration from like doing something in an analog way and incorporate it into my digital work. Which I find quite satisfying, to be honest, because it brings me back to the roots and also reminds me of where everything comes from, which is very nice. And then after a while, I decided to invest in an iPad. And this, of course, opened up a whole new world for me.
And you're using Adobe Fresco?
Of course, I started using Adobe Fresco at the very beginning. And yeah, so much has changed since then.
When did it come out, actually, Fresco? Like, I don't even know. Like, it's been a few years, but...
Yeah. I don't know, to be honest, but it's been a while.
But it's been a while. It's been a few years. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't want to put you on the spot. It's all good. But I was just like, how long has it been around? It's been around for a while.
It's really a while.
Now, what I love about your style is, like you say, you mix the digital with the analog. And like one of the things that I always notice that you have like this kind of like this grain pattern, which really helps to give it like more of this organic analog look. So what kind of technique are you using to do that? Is it like the last step, or do you always incorporate it early on, or is it just like a filter you slap on, or?
It depends on the project, to be honest. Most of the time I have like a specific texture or color scheme in mind, so I try to, of course I have like my regular workflow. And when I create some portfolio work, for example, just for myself, when I just draw like whatever comes into my mind, I try to let loose and just go with the flow, which is also very interesting. But the texture thing comes from screen printing.
Right.
So also back at school or university, I was really fascinated by screen printing. And now it's so easy because I can use like these digital brushes, which are nice textures, and I can also like customize them and create my own, for example. And I don't need to go to the printing studio. I don't need to, although printing is very satisfying. I love it so much. But
yeah, isn't it? Like doing
really
something with your hands, it's, I 100% agree.
But it's not so messy to do it on your iPad. So.
I 100% agree, because we as like digital artists, everything we create is like a pixel, and it can just vanish in the blink of an eye if the machine crashes, or I don't know, gets stolen. You don't have backups. But I mean, it's satisfying to create it. But at the end of the day, you do not take it out. Like it's like, okay, it's just somewhere in a pixel. But actually draw something with your hand, or produce something. I just recently built stuff at home, like furniture and things like that. And it was so satisfying to actually build something in your hands that you can actually touch and feel and smell and use. And I love it. So I wanna go to a different topic a little bit, because I saw you just running around with your camera. You know, so like, hang on. She's an illustrator, but is she a photographer too? So what can you say about mixing photography with illustration? Or like, do you do that at all? Or like, what's up with the camera?
Yeah, I mean, it's a fun story, because last year I decided that I want to learn something new this year.
Oh, excellent.
So I invested in a camera. It's a very basic one, and I have no idea how it works, to be honest. But I find it very nice to dive into something which is also creative, but totally different from my day-to-day work I do. So yeah.
How much do you enjoy taking photos opposed to illustration?
To be honest, most of the time I forget that I have the camera with me.
Okay. That's a classic.
But I feel like mixing different creative disciplines and trying to create something new out of it is very interesting. And I'm a big fan of collaborations. Yeah. So last year, for example, I teamed up with a photographer. Or for example, I also did some collaborations which we exhibited then in Berlin with the wonderful photographer Zofia, for example.
Oh yeah, no, Zofia, yeah, she's amazing.
So she's an excellent photographer, and she asked me if I would like to mix my illustration style with her photography, which gave like our project a totally different perspective and direction, which I find very exciting and beautiful.
And that's the thing, right? Always be open about collaborations, about learning new stuff. I mean, to be honest, I think the creative community is really cool, because there's not so much gatekeeping happening anymore. Like a lot of people want to share their workflow, because at the end of the day, even if you know everything and you watched 100 tutorials from this person, you will never be this person, because this person has his or her style, right? But I mean, it's a mix of learning which button to push, mixed with your own personality. So you always have to be able to just be open about that, and not think like, oh, I know everything and I'm like the best, and I don't care about learning, because then stagnation will happen and you will not grow. So one thing that I would like to ask you, because that's something that's always a big topic between creatives, is like balancing, for example, commercial work with fun projects, personal work, And can commercial work be fun work as well? Or do you also have like bread and butter jobs that you don't show on your website? Or maybe tell us a little bit about your like categorization of, because obviously for me as a motion graphics artist, it was always like, there's those projects that are sexy, that are well paid, and have a lot of creative freedom. So it's well paid, you make it into the show reel, but those projects are not the regular projects, right? So how is this for you?
It's a big question, to be honest. It's a mix. I feel like you have to find your own balance between all those different things, and you have to find like the right amount of all the different things you want to do, and put or translate them into your life. So, I mean, that's something very honest I'm sharing now with you, but especially in the beginning, it was very hard to balance it all out and try to make a living, also try to have fun, also try to involve my style. It's not easy, but I think it really helps to talk to people, also ask for advice, reach out to people, be open, take feedback, talk to as many people as you can. And then you will learn that everyone has to deal with kind of the same problems and struggles the same. So it's very, I would say, there is no, so to say, recipe to make it the right way. You just have to find what works for you.
Right.
But yeah, of course, I mean, there are big projects with a nice budget, and sometimes they're not fun, but they can be fun if you team up with a nice client. I mean, of course, it's not always that fun. And
yeah, of course.
It's work.
It's life. It's work and life, yeah. That's how it is, right?
But I feel like, when it comes to balance between work and fun or pleasure, you really have to find your own kind of thing that works for you. I mean, what really helped me was to find something which I do on a regular basis. There are a lot of challenges, for example, on Instagram, which helped me during COVID, for example, to really keep on drawing, showing up on a regular basis, try to improve my style, try something new, find a community which where you feel safe and where you can get nice feedback from, and that really helped. Yeah,
that's actually a great tip, because I also sympathize a lot with the saying of like, you can be the best artist if you're alone in your basement and you never share and you never know. You will be the best artist that no one ever knew, right? And you should not go down that route. So hopefully you're like everyone out there that wants advice. Like one of the advices, like you said, go out, share your work,
get your work,
talk
like to people.
Constructive feedback. There's of course there's a lot of trolling around as well, but I think it's also important to filter that out and to look for feedback that is actually helpful and beneficial for you as a creative person, as an artist. Yeah. So what do you say? Like, we are close to closing, but like, the best way to reach out to you, feedback, is it through Instagram, is it through website, or both? Or
both.
Yeah.
Of course, I mean, most of the time I share my work on Instagram first, and then we all know the struggle with our websites.
Same here.
And but I think the easiest way would be to reach out on Instagram. I'm always open for any kind of collaboration, and I'm always happy to help. If someone is starting out and asking or seeking for advice, please just reach out to me, and
while we're talking and while we're closing, I quickly show Carina's Instagram again. So you can find it at Carina Lindmeier. Look her up, drop her a message, let us know what you think of it, let us know what you think of the stream, let us know what you think of her art. Reach out, work with this amazing artist. And so I think our time is up. We'll continue in a few minutes. Thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you.
Thanks for being at OFF. Have a wonderful day wherever you are. Thanks for everyone attending here. I see you. It's lovely, and have an amazing day. See you soon.
See you. Bye-bye.
welcome, Anaji.
Welcome back to another Adobe Live. I just need to gather myself a little bit because honestly, I've never experienced something like this. This is so amazing. My name is Robert. I'm your host. I work at Adobe as Senior Pro Video Evangelist. And I'm like, this sounds so serious and so off. Being at OFF is not, I mean, being at OFF is the greatest thing, but me being like so serious is so off because you're like so much fun.
Are you laughing about us, Robert?
Yes, of course. I'm having the wonderful gentleman from Bro's Mind here. I was trying to figure out like who's Juan and who is Alejandro, and they were like,
easy. I'm Juan.
Yeah, and this is Alejandro. You know, our English is not really good, so we need to.
Oh, your
make
English
things
is great.
easy, you know.
Yeah.
Hola.
¿Qué tal?
Yeah, ¿qué tal?
I think.
Bien.
No, I think our English is better than his Spanish, right?
Yeah, I think
yeah. Your English is better than my Spanish. That's what I want to say.
Yeah.
So, okay, so here goes my intro. Last time, and also hello everyone online, I see you. Everyone, hello that is standing here. So it's,
I see that it's my name there. That's me, okay, not him, okay?
Yeah, so what I'm doing here, man.
So, okay, here goes the intro.
Yeah.
Last time I saw you guys, you were both dressed up as bananas. And that's not even a joke, right? But I think you will believe me after like this next 25 minutes. I met you both. Well, actually, I saw you both at another conference, Tokame in Munich, where I did the opening titles for, and you were giving like an amazing talk, dressed up as bananas, and I couldn't believe it. You also had a banana dance, right?
Yeah. I remember those hard times, man.
Yeah.
I remember that. It was like, what is happening?
We had to do things, yeah.
So now we're sitting down, and all of a sudden, you just pull out this magical machine, which we'll talk about in a minute.
Yes.
And I just lost it like 5 minutes ago. I couldn't believe what I'm seeing. So hang tight. It's going to be awesome. But before we get started, maybe you can introduce a little bit yourselves, what you do, other than just being two cool, great brothers.
Yeah, of course. Well, we are the Mingarro brothers. We are also Bro's Mind Studio, and we've been creating together during all our lives. And professionally, we created Bro's Mind Studio in 2006, and we are illustrators / artists / techies. You know?
We had the creative need inside, and now we're just finding like different medias to explore those.
It needs to get out, right?
Yeah, we made the money with the illustration, but we need all those other fields to explore.
Yeah, and we have, apart from the commercial world, we have this other side, more focusing personal projects, where we play with different disciplines. No? There is a lot of multidisciplinary stuff there. We do sculptures, installation, we build stuff like this, these devices. So
it's the daily fight against this personal commercial work, trying to find the perfect balance in between, because you want to make money with the personal, but it's not that easy. We've been here in business for almost 20 years, and we still are not fully independent with the personal. We still need to do commercial. So it's that constant fight. It's kind of this frustration that keep us the machinery
100%.
running.
We just talked about this with Carina just like 5 minutes ago. Like, how do you balance, like the so-called fun personal projects versus the commercial project, which also can be fun, but I mean, of course, you have like more limitations and make the logo bigger and make it black, but not so dark. Kind of this. I mean, we've all had this.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah, everybody is struggling with this, no?
And this is a message to all the clients out there. There is always an artist that is a perfect fit for that project, but I don't know why clients they just decide to choose someone else and different. They tell you, I love your work, but I want you to do this other thing completely different. Man, why do you? So it's very complex to teach your clients what to ask for.
Do you have it often? I mean, your style is super vibrant and fun, and I mean, very distinct, obviously. Just as thankfully with many artists, but do you have it often that a client says, you know what? Here's the suitcase with money. Do whatever you want. Or do you have it never like this?
It happened a couple of times, but they are not that wild. We're still waiting for that one.
Okay.
And usually when in the projects where they give you the more freedom, they pay less. At least in your case, the ones who have more money wants to put more restrictions,
Yeah, it's a very tricky exchange coin or trade, because when they offer you freedom, the exchange of money is lower, unfortunately. It's not always, but mainly, I'm giving you freedom, I'm giving you exposure, so this is a conversation between, so it's very tricky. The market is a roller coaster. Of course, there are clients that are wonderful and they understand completely your philosophy, they want you for a reason. But I don't know why, because arts and everything are every day more popular, But there is still, the clients are not still, they don't, not all of them, don't understand how things work.
now that we've been working in this for almost 20 years, my advice would be that to choose freedom in front of a lot of money, because at the end you will pay. It's better to have your own style and be free instead of getting the big money once and lose your identity. That's my advice.
Yeah, that's great advice. Now, you all might be wondering, what is this? Again, I lost it when I saw this. I'm like,
our kids
this is like this high-tech device.
Yeah, high-tech device, and you can actually put it in your arm, and look at this.
Yeah, there are bracelets.
Oh man, I'm not gonna fit.
Oh wow, okay.
They are getting bigger. Yeah. Those are bracelets that we carry during our keynotes, you know? We build them ourselves, the structure and also the technical part, because those are connected to our keynote that we program using processing.
Maybe on the little camera.
Okay.
Yeah, keep talking, brother.
So if you once go to one of our talks, we control the presentations using those controllers. This is the latest version, the most, well, this is wireless. And
does it have a name?
No, we call them the controllers.
Brosmain Tech, it's all under the umbrella of
Brosmain
Brosmain Tech.
It's proprietary, right?
Chance of risk is very high, but this is the price for freedom again. You know? The thing is that we needed a keynote or something to control presentations, because actually we're very shy and we don't really talk in public. So we decided to start creating all these layers in between, but also to kind of show our ideas or philosophy through also these all other devices. You know? We use always these platforms to say, okay, we are not only illustrators, you know, we are all those things that hopefully maybe one day will inspire someone. You know?
Yeah, and also what's neat, because you know the regular software used for keynotes didn't have some features that we need, and so we decided to create our own keynote app, right? I mean, maybe we can show you.
Maybe I want to see it. I'm like,
So for example,
you know what? I mean, I have my keynote in about 2.5 hours.
Okay,
Can we figure out a way I can? I don't know. Maybe that's like.
Let's talk.
I want to have that tech.
Okay, if you put the screen, we can always talk about money. It's not a problem, you know.
Boom.
Nice. Yeah, but
if you can put the computer, please.
We can show you how it works.
Yeah,
for example, you are watching.
Robert, everything has a price, Robert.
Yeah.
Okay.
But this is a slide of our keynote. Then, and with these buttons, I can go forward and move through the slides. But at the same time, we can put this kind of overlays. For example, I can put this, and
we are live from the Adobe situation here at OFFF Festival in Barcelona.
Or these kind of things, you know, those are overlays that we can put in any slide of the show, okay? And there are these ones also, you know, many of them that we can use to,
let's go.
You know, to reinforce some concepts. But there is even more. We have those little characters, which are like, you know, video game characters that we can move.
Yeah, of course.
We can control with a remote.
We have weapons and we can fight.
We can actually wrap things around here. Boom.
Can move. And
you know, the thing is, I mean, obviously, who didn't use a game when you're presenting, right? I mean, it's like the most natural thing.
Yeah, exactly. And the idea is that when you make a presentation, I mean, it's really, really complex to actually compile all your work, all your philosophy, everything in a presentation. Because it's not just about the commercial. We are lately just not talking about commercial anymore, or just a little bit on the presentation, because it's, man, I'm getting stressed, as you can see. Man, I lost track. Anyway, yes, because it's very hard to talk in 50 minutes what your work is about, you know. Of course, you can show the big projects and everything, but for us, it's much more important the process. And the process sometimes is not as easy as showing just some slides of how you sketch, how you draw, how you start a project, and how you end. It's also more the how things work in the studio. And we are brothers. It's only the two of us in the studio, and we have a lot of fights. I mean, the whole thing is a roller coaster of emotions. Because we are family, because the business is also very intense, you know? Right. So what we try to go through the presentation with all these overlays things, and it's also that intensity that we go through every day, and also the motivation, like, man, we need to, don't say it, you know, you need to do it, you know?
Right. And show it, you know, like seeing is believing, right?
Exactly, yeah, correct.
Yeah, absolutely, I love that.
Yeah, here we have this slide talking about this balance between personal and commercial, you know?
Oh, brother, come here, let me give you a hug.
No, I'm not confident. Yeah, I knew you were going to do that, man.
But this is running in Keynote then? Or
no. This is a completely program from scratch using processing. This platform to create for visual
Coding,
programs.
yeah.
Processing.org, and it's using Java. We learn how to program it, and we create this frame slide. Of course, we at the beginning, we just create a simple slideshow, and we were adding layers and layers with all those features.
Wow, so with all limitations, because I mean, how it works, we go to the studio and we have an idea or something, and we just try to find it around in the studio and say, okay, let's build this thing or that. So everything you see, like these controllers, the code, the hardware, and everything is programmed and made by us. So that's the thing that is actually very tricky because it can crash anytime. But that's what we say. That's the price for freedom, you know, because we can control everything.
And it's connected through Bluetooth, or
in this case, it has this USB, like not Bluetooth. It's the other one. Now I cannot say it in English. Well, anyway, we have these little USB things.
Yeah.
So it's wireless. It's the first device we built that is wireless.
Yeah.
And fun fact is that yesterday, for the first time, we were like, man, free of cables, free of wires. But the stage is so big, man, that from the other corner you don't get the reception.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
I have to get closer to the portable, the laptop.
We discovered the limit for technology there.
But you still had more freedom than having a tethered cable, right?
Yeah, exactly. Still more freedom.
And there's some music. We can even throw songs, you know, these kind of things for some special moments during the talk, you know.
And that's a cool thing. For instance, this car, it's a thing that we modified when we were kids. Maybe I was like around 7 years old. Right. We have those solar panels of hats, you know. Barcelona, Spain is a sunny city, sunny country, so we used to use those hats a lot. So we actually take that technology and put it into a remote control car.
Right.
So we were free of batteries and it was running, you know, so all that thing. So all that spirit from back in the day is what we're trying now to recover in our early days, you know. We used to create a lot, we even did movies and stuff, but that's the message, you know, the idea of like never forget all this freshness and spontaneity that you have as a kid, you know. Nowadays we're really worried about people commenting, the likes or not likes, all these social medias that are great, but at the same time, sometimes they limited you because you are, I mean, the audience is great because it supports you and sometimes it helps you what's the next step, but at the same time sometimes it's not that you are selling yourself, but you are too concerned about that, you know. So nowadays we're all, you know, our life is safe and stable now. We are now taking the risks.
Lose the fear, because when you are a kid you can invent anything, you know. You don't have that fear of what the others are going to say.
So here's the thing, because I'm a father of 2 boys as well, and like how much do you fight each other?
A lot, man. Yeah. And, you know,
it's kind of like a relief.
We've been fighting during our life, so we become friends very soon, very easy.
Yeah.
And that's good for the business because you can be totally sincere with the other. No?
Right.
So you maybe with other person you don't say all that you think when you are working together. You know, but we are super sincere, so that's good for your for getting your
you go
job
to the limit.
The
you know,
next
there's
level,
no
you know.
Layers or anything, you know, you go straight to the pain. It's very dramatic sometimes, it's very intense, but then you go have lunch and you forget about it.
Yeah, it's like this intense mix of love, hate, and kind of like, oh, I want to work with you, oh, I want to kill you, you know, it's kind of,
and that's the thing, you know, because this is all very relative, you know, it's all about points of views, you know, and I can love something, but he can hate it or you can hate it. So sometimes it will be hard for me to tell you I don't like something, but to him I can straight go to the point with my own explanation, you know, this is pure like, you know, and then he's like, why, I erased it for you. But then you kind of build it up from there.
Yeah, so but then talking about this, maybe we can show you a project some devices that we created to take decisions at the studio.
Oh, please, I have a hard time finding like the decision, like, do I don't know which
this is perfect to talk about this because you know we have a section in the keynote when we talk about the brush main tech, you know, this part of the company. When
those are all the controllers that we've been working through the years.
I can tell these are older, definitely.
And then we create this series of devices that I'm going to start with this most simple one.
Yeah, Robert, I think you need the yellow one.
Since we're just 2 people at the studio, if we think different, we will block. Okay, so we created those devices. For example, this is for very simple decisions. For where are we going to eat today? No, pizza or sushi, for example. That's very common at the studio. And we have this device. It's a flip coin machine. Okay, let's see. We have a little video to explain it. You will see.
So the idea is that we create all these rituals, you know, we have to build this technology, and when we have to take a decision that is important, but I mean, from who's opening the door or who's coming to talk at the Adobe thing, so we take this machine and you just press the button, and there's this coin that flips. it can be stupid but it's the whole process. We have to code it, we have to build it up, and then if the whole system dies because the battery is not working, we have a coin back here.
Yeah,
that you can actually
break the glass and you can use a real coin.
So that's what the hammer is for, to break the glass.
Exactly.
In case of emergency, that the
whole device is not working.
Yeah,
and there are other levels. There is like another machine that is like a basketball game.
Oh, I love I play basketball.
Oh, really?
I love
so you also need this one. This is for decisions a little bit more important. For example, if we attend to this interview, and just to not take the hot decision, we play a basketball game, and the winner is the one who takes the decision. Okay.
I love and then you have 180 seconds, so it's all about the skills. The other one is kind of random, it's like you throw the coin and that's it. But here you gotta really fight for it, Very basic and everything, but again, we had a problem and wanted to solve it, so we just built it ourselves, code it. And the last one is for the whole family. When the time comes that we said, okay, we might need to close the studio, it's a machine for the four of us, us and our parents. So those on the bottom are our parents, and it's this machine for fighting. So it's four controllers,
players.
You open it up, fight for it, and the one who wins decides what happens in the future of the company.
Yeah, but I need to clarify that we don't live with our parents.
Okay.
Well,
thanks
we
for
have our
pointing
own
that out.
families now,
Yeah,
because now
of course.
we're,
Okay.
maybe it sounded like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, you obviously you come up with all that, you code all that, you build all that. And when do you have time to do commercial work? I mean, this takes like,
very good
this
question.
is amazing.
No, because all those personal projects that you can see here are made in our spare time, really.
Wow,
Because for living, we do the commercial stuff, and we will have some time, instead of going home with our families, we stay at the studio and building this.
There's a message to our kids in the future. We love you.
Yeah, so
we were always there.
Yeah, so every personal project that sees the light is a really big success.
No, but we're incredibly organized. So we work from 10 to 7 every day, no matter what. And sometimes in this business, you get a project that you can live or sustain yourself for a couple of months, whatever. So we invest a lot of time, all the spare time, on personal projects.
So you're like super strict, and like from 10 to 7, you don't touch the machine.
Exactly.
But after the client work is done, you just drop the pen and then.
Yes. And we start playing and building stuff,
Yeah, that's why we're always on time with the clients and everything, because for us, the free time, the spare time that we can invest in our own stuff is the most precious things. At the end, it's not that we put automatic pilot with clients, but after those many years, you really you can focus very hard, like pam, 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 okay, let's go straight to the point. You have things very clear, when you get old, so we really focus on our stuff. Oh, Jean-Claude.
Is that you?
Jean-Claude Van Damme.
Oh, no, that's Jean-Claude, right. Yeah. So, I see that. I was wondering, what is that button that says erase?
Yes, it's for erase when we have too much noise and all the overlays at the same time.
Yeah?
It's like a panic button. You press that, because.
And I have this one, pam, and then we have, well done, brother.
Yeah, I have this to, when he says something funny, I can laugh at him. Or when he talks too much, I have this one. So yeah.
That is so cool. I mean, and you had your talk yesterday about that,
yes.
right?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. I just arrived last night, so I missed that.
But we're doing a mini talk too, just for you. No?
Yeah, I love that. Yeah. So these are the perks of being an Adobe Live host. I get to see this like one-on-one or one-on-two with you guys. So this is so inspiring.
Man,
wow.
We can talk about many things, but it's one project in particular. We love talking and we love sharing stuff. I'm gonna pass really quick. Oh man, sorry, there's many slides here. And we have this project, it's a weekly project, it's called Brusmine TV, where we put on the camera, we put it on Instagram, YouTube, on all the platforms, and we have this is not live, but we recorded it. We go to the studio on Tuesdays morning, we decide what to talk about, and then we make a little show from 2 to up to 10 minutes. And now we start to having some guests, some other friends that are artists, and they came to the show and we talk about it. And this is like our psychologists, we go there, we talk to each other, we talk about all our frustration, how hard the business is, or sometimes we do something more experimental. We talk about those things. So we kind of build also our own platform to talk about all those things. So yesterday on a stage, what we were trying to achieve was this feeling of like this Brusmine TV on the stage.
Yeah, so this is the culmination of all these years together. In this TV show, we put everything. We build stuff, we draw things, we talk about creativity. So yeah, this is the trailer. Just
I don't know if we have time, but every show it starts differently with the TV thing, and we are AI. I mean, we love. At some point we'll talk about AI. We love AI because it's a great assistant. I think it's going to change everything. And for us, it's also like a waking up thing that we thought, man, the AI, it's there it's going to be there ever. So we're trying to go backwards, and we're becoming more primitive, you know. We are trying to use less the computers and everything, and actually we started painting big size format and building stuff. So all the shows at the beginning are built with those little things. And
yeah, and we do it. It's very improvised because since we are working in other stuff all the time, we only have the morning of the Tuesdays to build this. Okay, what are we going to talk today? Okay, this. Maybe we can build this, and we do it. Everything, the props and we have there are built during that morning.
Right.
And we, before going to lunch, we do the program. And
I love that. You know, like, honestly, seeing all this and talking to you, I mean, if you go to Wikipedia and look like creative freedom, there should be a picture of you two, you know, because like this is like the definition of like, you know, being free of any like restraints and just letting go.
Oh.
Here's one question. You said you both have kids?
Yes.
Yeah.
Two each.
Two each? Okay,
Yes.
so we have one thing in common, so it's 6 kids. One thing that, for example, I struggled a lot with, and I worked like for 5 years on a personal passion project, was always like, okay, especially after work, you know, you work and then you work. So, but you love your work, so that's the fun part after the work kind of thing. And a friend of mine said, you know, why don't you try to integrate your kids into the latter? So do you do that as well? You know, like let them build stuff like Lego or like...
Yeah, not yes. I mean, they like our work for the moment. They are not the same of us.
Yeah.
They're starting saying like, "What are you doing?" They're putting those things on the internet. No, but when they come to the studio, they're free to do whatever, and we love that. I mean, at home we play, but it's not all directly connected to our work or to creative. It's pretty natural from us. So we are passionate about do-it-yourself stuff, you know. So we build things. So it's pretty natural also on the kids to see us fixing things.
Yeah.
So it's in there, but it's not something that we do consciously, you know. We actually would love to the kids to do something completely different, because this is, I mean, it's great, but there is a lot of frustrations and sad days, and it's very, very complex. So, but they are, I mean, they are fortunate, or that's what we like to think, because they are living surrounded by things that we were not, and that maybe opens something creatively inside them naturally. But it's not that we are forcing them to do something. You know?
No, because they see this every day, and I think that they think that this is normal, that your parents do this, you know, and maybe.
They're gonna hate it, man.
Yeah. When they grow up, maybe I don't know what they're going to think, but
No, but
for the moment they like it, so they are not afraid to start their own things, to create, to build, no, because they see us doing that, and we always let them develop their creativity.
That's so how it's supposed to be, you know. Like they don't have to be like Brosman 2.0, you know, like. No, you're you and they're them.
Yeah, exactly. No, but something that explains everything really well. We are not people that carry around all the time on a sketchbook, you know?
Yeah.
We close the office, we keep going. This is a business that you'll never disconnect. You're all the time thinking about it.
Yes.
But for us, again, we precisely put the hours and everything that is important. You know, we work at work. That's why we have a studio. And then at home, we're with the kids, with home, and the whole thing. Because there is a moment that we were mixing everything too much, you know? And at the end, you're just driving your life in some craziness.
That's a very good point, because it's always, like, as a creative person, like, it's... Like, when are you creative? It's not like a switch, because it's important to turn that off as much as you can.
Yeah.
So you actually have more freedom again in your mind to let the creative juices flow. But it's difficult, and in a way I'm relieved, because, you know, like seeing you guys and talking to you, that you have the same struggle of switching off.
No, absolutely. Well, we live in constant stress, man. This is crazy.
This was amazing. I think our time is up, unfortunately. If you want to find out more about Juan and Alejandro, you can go to brosmind.com, is it, right?
Yes, correct.
Brosmind.com. Also on Instagram, it's just Brosmind, BROSMIND.
Yeah, and also in YouTube/Brosmind, then you can find our TV show there and subscribe if you want.
Reach out to these fantastic creatives, let them know what you think, work with them. It's been such a pleasure. Oh my God!
Thank you, Robert, for having us today.
It was great to be here.
We really appreciate it.
Very nice.
That was awesome.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you, everyone joining here. Thank you, everyone joining online. Stay tuned. We'll be back with another episode of Adobe Live, and have a wonderful day here, anywhere you are, and at OFF. And again,
thank you, Robert.
Gracias.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias. Buen trabajo. Gracias por tenernos.
Bye,
Thank you for having us.
Hello everyone, we are back live here from sunny Barcelona, live from OFFF Festival, and I have the pleasure to host the wonderful illustrator Yuko Shimizu. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very good. I'm super excited because this is my absolute highlight to host you.
Thank you.
Because I'm such a big fan
Thank
of your
you.
work. But for the people who don't know you, would you like to introduce you?
Yes, I should look at here.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi.
Hi, to whoever's watching. My name is Yuko Shimizu. I am a New York-based Japanese illustrator. I've been working for about 20 years now. Time flies.
Absolutely. But you are not just an illustrator, you are also an instructor.
Yes. So I came to New York to study art at age 34. This is my second career. I have a whole different career before this. And after I graduated at young age of 38, I was offered to teach high school kids in a high school program at the school I graduated. And since then, I've been teaching for, 20 years now. It's insane.
Wow, impressive.
Did I just reveal my age?
Yeah.
Do not calculate.
And what is it that excites you the most about sharing your knowledge?
So, because I work in New York, and a lot of people, if you're not from New York or never been to New York or never worked in New York, you might be intimidated. You're like, wow, New York, like maybe all these artists just backstabbing each other and hate each other, and then like fighting for the job. But it's actually complete opposite.
Really?
It's very helpful because like a lot of things are going on in America, but putting that aside, it's the melting pot. They love diversity. They love diversity in race, background, ethnicity, language, culture. Also, your background reflecting your work. So everyone does different things. And so if you're doing something and I'm doing something completely different, and then we fight, like we're up for one job, it's not like the fight. It's either this client wants your style or my style. So if you get the job, like I'm happy for you. If I get the job, you're happy for me. So everyone help me, not just me, but everyone help new illustrators, those people who are really working in the field. And so I'm not sitting here right now if there weren't people who are doing it before who have helped me. And everyone has the same experience. So what we can do is to help the next generation. In that sense, like teaching is very rewarding. Like it is exhausting, but it is very rewarding at the same time.
So going back to when you started your career as an illustrator, how did you start and how did you find your very specific style? I mean, I know your work, but for those of you who don't know her work, you try to work in a traditional way, right? But also transfer it into like the current times.
Yes. So my work is half and half. I draw on paper with ink and then scan that in, and that's where the Adobe comes, like Adobe Photoshop. So half is handmade, half is digital. And especially I work as a commercial artist, not the work going up on the wall, but it gets printed, it gets digitally, like reproduced. And so to have the work colored digitally is really useful. But for me, the fun part is actually drawing each line by hand with ink on paper. So, like the coloring part is a little bit of work, but when I see it on my screen, I know how that would translate. So it really works for me to have this fun part. It's just my passion is drawing, and then how to make things streamline and smooth transition into reproduction is the digital color.
And do you sometimes, when do you decide to, okay, now the analog hand-drawn part is over, now I switch to the computer? Do you sometimes find it hard to transfer, from the analog to the digital world?
I guess yes, but also, if you do it for so many years, you kind of learn. In the beginning, it's really hard. When do I end the drawing? When is it done? And when can I... And also, when is it done in terms of coloring, too? But you learn by experience. But also, I feel like when I do... So, half the time I'm drawing, and that's a very intensive process. But surprisingly, half of the time I'm coloring. And then sometimes the outcome is not that complex, but, it takes just as long or close as long because I color it, then I start manipulating a little bit and clicking on and off the layers. Does this layer work? Do I need this layer? Can I take this layer out? So a lot of times I kind of go close to the finish very quickly, then spend time adjusting. And adjusting is the long time that I spend time on.
And how do you handle your clients? I mean, you are a multi-award-winning illustrator, so I feel like once you have like a selection of clients, do they come back, or do you? How does it work for you, like being in the business, or do you maybe have some piece of advice for aspiring illustrators? Because I know you are very supportive within the creative community, and you like to share your knowledge. Is there any piece of advice you can give to young creatives, how to start, how to find like what fuels your creativity, how to reach out to, or actually to get the work you want?
I think the most important thing is like how honest you are in your work, because there are a lot of great, like good artists out there, and if we start looking at who else is working, like I get freaked out, like there are so many people and I'm competing these people. But then like when I get stressed out, I kind of stop and not look at, doom scrolling Instagram for great art, it's great, but when it gets overwhelming, it's actually, if your work is true to yourself, at the end of the day, you're competing with yourself, not with others. Are we doing the best we can in our work to reflect our ideas, our vision, our thought, ourselves? And I think that's the most important step.
Yeah.
And then the rest, so social media comes very handy because, okay, I want to start, like I want to get work, but like how? And then you look at the artists you follow, and they usually post a published work and say, let's say like, thank you, New York Times art director, blah, blah, blah. So like, like I would like to work for this person at the New York Times, and you start making the list. And I'm much older, but the most of the people who are here are much younger, and then people who are starting out in illustration are much younger, and they can look online and find the information. And once you find one logic to, let's say New York Times, I think it's like first name dot last name at nyt.com or newyorktimes.com. Once you find that, you can find every person who you want to work for that publication through using the same tactics. And then you can email and say, hi, I would like to work for you. It's my dream. This is my little JPEG of my work. And then, like, here's my website, here's my Instagram. Like, I hope we get to work together. And then wait. Of course, like, I waited like 6 months, and I thought, like, nobody would ever hire me. And like we all have like hopes and lose hopes. Sometimes things feel like it's moving forward very well. Sometimes it feels like our career's over. It's the ups and downs, but slowly, getting work. One person emails back and give me a small job, and then you don't get it for 3 months. And then another person give me a job, and maybe I don't hear from anyone for 2 months. And then that wait period start to get shorter, and then you start feel like, maybe I can do this. But I still have doubt, and I still have good days and bad days like anyone else. You said like, oh, you're established, but yeah, of course, but then I'm also a freelancer. So if no one contact me in next 1 month, 2 months, then maybe my career is over, right? So like I do have doubts, but when I have doubts, I stop looking at great things that gives me inspiration outside floating the internet space and focus on me and am I doing it right? Am I getting better? So that's important. Also for young people when you're starting out, like, do clients come back? It depends, but often clients come back, and what you can do is like, this is what I talk to my students. It's very simple. You talk to your friends online, and then you like the way some people treat you. You don't like the way some people treat you, and then you learn from that and like try to have a better communication. It's sort of the business version of the same thing. You do things, you you communicate with your clients the way you want to be communicated. Because at the end of the day, whether you do illustration or animation or graphic design or you name it, you're working with someone, and yeah, they might be a big corporation, small individual company, individual person, but it's at the end of the day, me as a person and you as a person, and it's a communication. And if they like your work and you're lovely to work with and you had a great time, then you get calls. But if you do great work, but they think that what an a-hole this person was, then you never get the work. It's the same thing, right? So the logic kind of applies.
That's a great piece of advice. You talked about inspiration and that sometimes you just step back from going down the Instagram or internet rabbit hole. What is it that inspires you? Because you use a very specific style of coloring your work. Do you think like something external inspires your color palette somehow as well? Or how do you find your very specific style of coloring?
So initially, I hear this from young artists, especially my students a lot, like, oh, I can draw, but I can't, color's my enemy. Especially a lot of people do the physical part in black and white and then color that. And so it's intimidating to color. And I was like, yeah, I was that person too. I think everyone at some point, unless you're very sure, said I'm terrible with color. And what I did was I think you do the digital version of it because I went to school in the 90s. So if I see something I really like the color combination of, I see an ad in a magazine, I keep that page. And then maybe I can use this color scheme. Or fashion design, there's a fashion designer I really liked in the 90s. And then I bought the clothing and it really doesn't look good on me. The color is wrong on me, but I love the color and I can't maybe wear it because it doesn't go with my skin tone, hair color, whatever. But I still use the color scheme onto my images. And also I think, I look at, say, European illustrators, but European illustrators, even sometimes I can tell wow, this color scheme is very Eastern European. Sometimes you can tell. And I sometimes don't like being said your work looks very Japanese because I work things that's not just about Japan, Japanese topic. So I want to be versatile. But at the same time, I guess when people say, oh, your work reminds me of Japan, is because I'm Japanese and I can't change it.
Part of your identity.
Yeah, so I grew up with certain color scheme. I grew up in a certain environment with certain colors. Here in Spain, the light is more crisp and color is more crisp everywhere. But when I go back to Japan, everything's muted because it's very humid. And so there's a lot of water particles. And that makes the color change. And I think we don't necessarily think about these things, but those things really affect what we create.
Absolutely.
And it's kind of nice to be in peace with it.
Yeah, that's a great piece of advice as well. By the way, if you have any questions watching us online on YouTube or Behance and our Adobe Live channels, feel free to drop any questions. I will hand them over to the lovely Yuko. One more question from an illustrator's perspective. Do you feel like with this kind of visual overload on socials and being constantly surrounded by digital elements in our daily lives, do you find it hard to stand out sometimes? Or do you have does it also affect you and your work? Do you tend to step back from the screen more, or do you more focus on creating more analog work then? Or do you absolutely enjoy it? Could also be
no,
like this.
I mean, I think it's everything, because, sometimes I'm doom scrolling and whatever is, fed to me, it's overwhelming and like, I can't do this anymore. But then you find something that I never expected I will ever see. Like, it can be some kind of art, it can be illustration, it can be anything, fashion design, jewelry, anything. And like, wow, like people are doing some crazy, interesting stuff. And then sometimes you can actually connect with these artists I thought were great, you know, like, it doesn't always happen, but sometimes I'm like, oh my God, this is the best thing ever. You know, like related or unrelated to illustration. And then like instant follow. And then this person sees it and then they follow me and like, we're like, oh my God, you follow me, I love your work. And like, oh my God, your work is great. And then start meeting people is great, but then also it can be overwhelming. And my work is not necessarily style-wise what is the most popular right now. So sometimes on bad days, I'm like, am I like has-beens? You know, like, am I getting old? I do worry about that. And then I have to step away and do other things because at the end of the day, it's not the competition with others, it's the competition with not you today, but like former self. If I look at my old work, and does it look like a bit shitty? And that means I'm, you know, like that's bad and embarrassing, but also great because I'm getting better. And if I look at my old work and like, man, I was good 5 years ago, then I'm doing something wrong. And I have to like be better at myself and like working more, experiment more, and get better. So it's the mixture of like internet sphere is interesting. You can use it to your advantage. It destroys you, and then you have to find
your own peace.
Yes.
With it. Yeah, that's true. It's some kind of a love-hate relationship, right? So
yes.
One day you feel great, and then you share something, and the feedback is nice, and then on the other day you feel like, oh my God. There are so many people out there. I will never get ever work again. Like
totally. I think everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Absolutely. Is there anything you are currently working on which is very exciting for you? It can also be like a personal project or something you are exploring right now, or is there anything you're working on just for yourself, for example, or
my mic is like sliding. I hope it's okay. You hear me okay, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So as a freelancer, you know, I can say no to the things I don't want.
Yeah.
But of course, I'm a freelancer and I'm paying bills with it, so I have to be able to make a living from it. So it's like a balance. Not everything is what I love, but also I try to find something that is fun, even if it feels like work. And you know, like I'm not working on things yet, but last year I was busy because I was working on 3 separate book projects, completely different. One's a kid's book, one's an adult novel with interior art, and one was a pop-up book. So there are 3 different things. This year I don't have a book project right now. So what I'm trying to do is come up with my own book project. So I'm in a process of doing that. Yeah, I have, knock on wood.
So that means you're planning this for, like, working on it this year, and
I hope so.
Yeah, perfect.
It's very, you know, like, you know, let's be honest, like, we're in a really weird time right now, especially I'm in New York. And so I moved from Tokyo to New York because I wanted to be a small fish in the biggest pond in terms of illustration and design, you know, where all the people I respect are here. But then I still love New York, but it is part of the United States, which is not where I moved. I just moved to New York. I didn't move to US, but it comes with it. So there's a lot of uncertainty. And of course, that will affect Europe and world in general, but of course, it affects the US the most and earliest. So I don't know what's going to happen, but then, you know, as an artist, I have to keep going.
Absolutely.
So in case, and maybe it's not going to be a great year in terms of my illustration career, then I still like it's not that I make art because someone pays me. I'm making art because that's what I enjoy doing more than anything. So I'm still trying to make this into published book project, and I'm finding someone who's interested in working with me, but it's like self-initiated. I pick the topic. I don't write it. I'm gonna illustrate it. And so let's see, I can do that this year.
I'm excited. So our time is up. Yuko, it was so lovely to chat with you. I feel like I can talk to you for hours, but unfortunately we have to stop somewhere. For everyone at home, make sure to follow Yuko on her Instagram page and check out her website. And of course you will share the news when you publish a book, right?
Yes.
Perfect. And thanks for this lovely, wonderful chat. Thanks to the audience, and make sure to stick around because there is another live stream coming up very soon. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And good luck for your talk later.
Thank you. I'll be talking later if you have time. 6 p.m., I think?
Exactly, 6 p.m. Then see you soon. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Welcome back, everyone, to another round of Adobe Live, live at OFF Festival in sunny Barcelona. And I have the pleasure to host the one and only Matt Voyce. How is it going, Matt?
It's good, yeah. Loving it, soaking it up and enjoying my first time at OFF and just creative people everywhere. So it's just amazing.
Yeah, it's super exciting and energizing to hang out with so many inspiring people.
Yeah, perfect.
So, Matt, you had your talk yesterday.
Yes.
How was it for you?
It was good.
Yeah.
It was very hot. I was in the tent, the beat stage upstairs, and it's very smooth and relaxed, and I was wearing a thick denim jacket, and then I walked out onto a hot tent with no ventilation. But the talk went really well. I got to talk about things that I've done a few talks in the past, but like there was new things that I covered, and I tried to make new slides and videos for everything that I was going to cover. So it was essentially like starting again, but just having the past experiences of talking. So wonderful.
Yeah, I mean, you seemed pretty confident on the stage, and
it's good.
I mean, your work is great.
Thank you.
So for those who don't know you, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, so I'm a graphic designer turned animator who just focuses on type animation, type design, and type illustration, but has like quite a heavy illustrative background. So I did a lot of illustration for different clients through design agencies, and tried web design, tried branding, packaging, tried all of it, and then just found my way to combining motion with typography. And I love creating nice design type.
So cool.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm a big fan of your work. And for everyone who wants to check out Matt's work, where can people find you?
Either on Instagram or Behance, loads of stuff on Behance. Just search for MATVOYCE, and that's me. And you can find everything there.
Open your Instagram.
Perfect.
So make sure to follow Matt.
Definitely.
Matt, I have a question for you.
Yep.
I know you love to collaborate with people.
I do.
What is it that excites you in general, about collaboration? What excites you? What is the thing people can reach out to you if they are looking for someone to collaborate? Is there anything you specifically try to find in collaboration, or?
Nothing in particular. I just like to collaborate with people who have different styles, and we need to collaborate. That's coming. That's coming, everyone. Anyone who, it's not ever been about like Instagram followers or the reach that someone gets. It's about like their design style. So if they, for example, if they've never touched motion, and I think I can introduce some type in motion or even animate their work and find some way to integrate type, then that's like the end goal, really. And it's nice because you never know what's going to come out the other end. So you never know, you just don't know what the end result is, because it's like an unplanned project, and it could be anything. So coming up with like a rough concept or a rough idea, and then add in the layers, add in like their design style and like my type or motion, and then sound effects, and it just becomes this whole new and interesting thing that no one asked for, but people enjoy.
Absolutely. And I assume you also enjoy working with someone else, because you always get inspired by each other, right? So it's really cool because you both learn something new.
Yeah, and because I freelance on my own all the time, it's nice to just talk to someone else and to like collaborate in that sort of work environment where you can bounce off each other and just learn different design styles, because everyone works so differently.
Yeah, absolutely.
You just learn.
So tell us, how did you get into the work you do now? How did it start?
So like I said, I worked at a few design agencies, learned how to animate characters and things that were nothing to do with typography. But then I was also, at the same time, posting out things on Instagram, but like just like static type designs, just like typing out words and making them look nice, like with layer styles and effects and extrudes. But then when I went home and combined the motion with the type designs, it just became this whole thing, and I found out like I can start to animate all these nice pieces of type that I can design as well. So I had both skill sets. I had the illustration and the motion. And then COVID came in, and I turned to making Instagram stickers, and I just started flooding and making stickers all the time. And they just started to trend and snowball, and then commissions started to roll in, and before you know it, I was going freelance and just taken on briefs and random things all the time, and
Exciting.
it's just never stopped.
Do you have any piece of advice for young creatives how to get started in animation or type design, graphic design?
Yeah.
All the bigs that you do.
Yeah,
for
yeah.
example.
When I started type design, I was literally just like typing out words that I liked and words that I thought could make good wool art, so to sell online, and just making them look nice and getting comfortable with using the software and realizing that like I can make things look quite nice and just free quite quickly and easily. And then I had to take the basic courses in motion design. So for me, it's After Effects because it's just all I've ever used, and learn how to use the fundamentals of After Effects. So I took courses on literally After Effects fundamentals, learning how to animate things as simple as like a circle moving across the screen, stretching shapes. As soon as you know those aspects and those core skills, you can then apply and take them over to anything. So for me, it was type. So I was taking those core skills that I learned that are animating circles or shapes or whatever it was, and then applying it. So if you learn those fundamentals and the fundamentals of motion design, like gravity and bouncing and stretching, then you can kind of just apply it to anything.
Yeah.
You just got to find that little niche, which was type for me.
And do you feel like it's, although everything's so overwhelming on the internet right now, do you feel like it's worth sharing your work?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and that was like a key point I made in my talk yesterday, was to like share your work. I don't know, it's got like a lot more competitive now, and everyone's fighting for the same spots, but like if you don't add to it, then you're just going to get buried to the bottom of the pile. So just sharing stuff, even if it's like rough concepts, just get it out there, because I found in the past, like, you never know who sees it.
Absolutely.
And it just takes for one art director or designer or a brand designer, whatever it is on a project, to take you on.
Yeah.
And you've got a project, so just get it out there.
Yeah, it's really cool. It's like a snowball thing, and then it starts somewhere, and then someone else sees it, and then...
Yeah, you just got to show it in the first place.
And I mean, I know your work for a very long time, but you started with some Giphy stickers, right?
Yes, lots of Giphy stickers.
How was that even going? I mean, how did it start? Why did it start?
So I was getting into type design, and I found out like you could upload. I was using like Instagram stories all the time, and I thought you could. Where are these stickers coming from? So I did some research and found out Giphy, this platform here, was the place to upload stickers, and you have to basically make an account and get approved. They approve most people with different styles, so I started uploading them, and me being me, all over the place, no organization, I just uploaded them and forgot about them, left it. And this was over Christmas. I made like a Christmas sticker pack. I came back like 4 weeks later, and it had like 400 million views, and that was just a massive number.
Yeah.
And it's not like YouTube. You don't get paid for the views, but like I was obviously doing something right, and that then like fueled on the rest of it. And I got into this addictive process of uploading stickers, and now I'm like 600 stickers deep and 19.8 billion views later, and it's
That's
just
crazy. I mean,
yeah.
But they're also cool. I mean,
yeah, they're all quite different. So like whenever I'm making a personal piece, whatever the type is, I then single that out as a sticker. So it feeds everything. It's like an endless process in a way.
Absolutely,
and it can be anything.
And do people also commission you to create some stickers?
Yeah, it's slightly moved away from that in the last few years, just because I went through a phase of just doing sticker commissions before moving on to the bigger projects. But when I started out, it was just purely stickers. That's how I made my first start. Like they were like the first commission briefs, and it went from doing stickers for like startups to like Disney Plus and Lacoste, and like these massive briefs were coming in, and it just fueled it, and it
so cool.
Yeah, made me know that I was on the right track, and this was something new and something people were willing to hire me for.
So this also goes back to where you said, I mean, you mentioned it, like you started creating something every day, and then you uploaded it, and it kind of paid off in the end.
Yeah, it was the whole process of doing
so share your work.
Dailies, doing dailies, and if you do dailies for a month, at the end of that month, you've learned so much, and your skills are just skyrocketing. So
yeah, and it's also a nice way to build up a consistent portfolio, right? So people know your work, they know you, and then of course they hire you. Speaking of portfolio, we have the wonderful Kate and Anne. Let's come on over here live on Adobe Live. and we will talk about their portfolio.
Hello.
Welcome to Adobe Live.
Hi. Thank you for having us.
We'll make a bit more space for you.
Yeah. Thank you. It's so exciting to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we are very impressed your yesterday presentation.
Oh, thank you.
Of course.
Thank you very much.
Yes, very inspiring. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Anne and Kate, we of course would like to get to know you. Would you like to introduce yourselves?
Hi, I'm Anne.
I'm Kate.
And we worked together for more than 11 years. And we're the team that is called Skchee. And here's our website.
It is amazing. Already like blown away by like the details. Like you're really showing like the inner workings and obviously taking the time to create like the intricate details on everything, the textures, like the layering. You've got some really amazing detail on here. I've seen like a lot of people kind of do essentially like R&D sessions. So like Man vs. Machine does quite a lot of it where you kind of come up with like rough ideas and concepts or just make random things and just create like a page of R&D, just rough ideas. Because are these all client-based projects, or are these all R&D essentially?
I think 50-50, yeah.
Nice.
We have some of them that we made just for fun,
Wow.
for ourselves, and some of them are for clients.
Amazing. Yeah, it's really impressive. And I guess you get to, are you both doing 3D, so you get to bounce off each other? Are you both doing 3D, so you get to bounce off each other? The pre-render, and then people do it with, sometimes they show like the pre-render, so it's everything to and then you reveal the layers and you see the build-up, because people don't always understand like how much detail and how many layers go into this. So like I think it'd be really good for people to see like just how many layers and how much detail is going into this. Because are you doing like, is this Houdini or Cinema, or how are you creating this?
Yeah,
Cinema, yeah. Yeah, so even showing like the behind the scenes, just whatever it is, and just showing just how much detail goes into it, because I don't feel like people always appreciate just how much work's gone into these, because I imagine some of these pieces took a very long time with lots of detail.
Yeah, it is true, actually. Thank you for that. I think we might do.
Yeah, just show it from the basic up, like the Cinema 4D screen, whatever it is, and then the layers, because people will find that really interesting, because it just gets so overlooked. Like I noticed it with type. People do think it's like a quick process, but obviously making it like it's not quick.
Yeah, and there are also like I don't know, 50 to hundreds of versions of every image.
Wow. Yeah. So you could just, I don't know, people make a lot of reels now. Just show all those. Just find a way to show all the unseen work that people don't get to see, because it's amazing seeing the finals. But I found that like people do like to know like the behind the scenes and just see like. Yeah, just how many layers and details go into these things. Because are you two both looking for like freelance projects solely and just seeing what comes in and just trying to get out there a bit more?
50-50. We have some freelance jobs, and we also work for a company that makes dogs gear. It's called Staya, and some of those images are for them.
Oh, many of them.
Many.
Yeah, it's amazing stuff. It really is. And I've seen there's some motion. Is it mainly still work, or is it like a bit of both with motion and still work? Depend on the brief, just varies.
Mostly both, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, we started with 2D motion, so we kind of just go with the flow.
Yeah.
And then we got into 3D and more and more started to explore like look development and art direction.
Nice.
and stuff like that.
Nice, nice. Do you ever use Behance at all?
We have Behance, but our most works on Instagram.
Yeah. So what massively helped me was making those kind of like R&D sessions where like type scraps for me, so making the random pieces every day. So I started to build out like Behance projects of just type after type, and like they didn't have like a theme or like a reason. They were just like random pieces that were like the output of every month. So like if you find yourself with like loads of pieces and loads of like snippets of just bits and bobs, then I'd recommend like making them into like a Behance project and just calling it like, I don't know, monthly tests for May or whatever it is, like, and just showing people like the variety as well, because it's always nice for people to see just how much you can do, because you obviously can do a hell of a lot of different stuff. So yeah, just finding ways to show the breadth and the width of what you can do would really help as well. Because are you quite active on Instagram in general? Just sharing quite a lot and here and there?
Here and there.
Yeah, I know it's quite tough at the minute because there's just so much out there. Yeah. But Behance would be a great place, and for me, Behance was like a slow burner. It like took a while to build these projects and to get them going, but when you sort of get into a rhythm of uploading, even like if it's just like the unused concepts from projects that you can show, just whack them in a project, just mix it in and just be like, this is unused stuff, because people would love to see that. They really will. It just helps people see like the variety of what you can do. I think it'd make a massive difference.
What do you think? Now we are concentrated on our still shots.
Yeah, nice.
And we are mostly work for 3D motion, actually. What do you think? Should we put more like video animation on this page? Because it's on the top and we scrolled it, and, but we would like to focus on motion. Maybe to put more animation to this placement too.
Yeah, you could definitely like mix it up or find ways to have a bit of still, a bit of motion, just so people can see that you can do it all. Because obviously, like you've got the show reel at the top, which looks amazing.
Thank you.
But yeah, even if you're just sticking like GIF compositions in of just like little bits of motion, like little snippets, would be good to see. Because sometimes I found people go on sites and they might go to the top of the site and they might go straight down and they might miss your show reel. So yeah, if you like position them and chuck them in and around, like that could be definitely useful. Yeah. Just finding ways to get motion seen and let people know that you can do it, because it's obviously like a strong thing that you can do for sure. Yeah.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, but I know it's hard like finding what bits to put in and trying to not like just focus on one thing in particular and just trying to focus in on exactly what you want to do. It's a tough little spot. So it's going to take time as well. Like these things do take time, and it's kind of like a trial and error thing, but at least try it and just see if it works, and just see what comes out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you collaborate with people as well very often?
We will, because of your yesterday's speech. Yes, it was very inspiring.
You remind us many very important things.
Yeah, or we can even collaborate. We could get
that
some type in.
Yeah,
that
would
find
be
a way
dream
to
coming true.
Some 2D typing with some 3D motion. Yeah, easy.
I could totally see that. That would be awesome.
Yes.
Let's do it.
Go for it.
Yeah, it'd be perfect. Shall we give this a little play as well so people can see this? And do you do all the sound design yourselves? Are you like working with the people to get the sound in? Because I've seen on some of the other Instagram posts there's sound involved. Is that you two?
Mostly yes.
Nice.
But that is also a space for collaborations, because there are many people who would do it much better than we.
There's some amazing sound designers out there. And people will be willing to not do it for free, but to work on a collaborative basis to both show their work off and show your work off. So yeah, I'm sure you'll be able to find some sound designers that want to do this. And I think I, in fact, even know some, so I can put them your way from just people that I've talked to in the past that want to do sound.
Nice.
It's amazing. But like even in like, I guess in your show reel, you could show what I was talking about, like the layering. So like quick compositions that show like the basic layer all the way up to the detail, like just little things that show like the R&D and the process behind it would be really good as well, because people are interested in seeing like the behind the scenes, because everyone wants to know how things are done. So if you can show that, like, I mean, like people love that stuff. People gush over it. Yeah.
It really makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, but it's obviously hard choosing which pieces to show and which pieces are going to make sense for like someone who knows nothing about 3D is hard as well, because you don't want to be like too complicated or show something too crazy. So like I think that would be awesome. That'd be really cool.
We have a couple more minutes, and there is enough time for one last final question. Is there anything you would like to ask Matt on your portfolio, or career advice, or anything? That's your chance to do it.
Maybe I would like to ask how to find the balance between spending time for project and making portfolio, because how often to refresh it and do it once per week, one per year, how often?
Yeah, I think it varies on how many projects you're working on. Like because I mainly use Instagram as my refreshing portfolio, and then have like my website as like almost like an evergreen area where like there's great projects that I think worked really well, and like they show the best of the best, and I kind of only replace those when something else comes in that is really replacement worthy. So mainly just using Instagram to like refresh that feed and showing people like the new stuff coming in. And Instagram's just been the main source for me just for years, just has been. It's been my network, so using that and sharing and making reels and stories and using that as the refreshed portfolio is a good spot. That's just worked for me, but it's not the same for everyone. But then, yeah, choosing key bits on your website that are heroes, the best, the things that you think are the best. But it's hard, I know. It's balancing, juggling. It's like this, that, and the other, and it's difficult.
It's really difficult.
But amazing, honestly.
Really.
Thank you. I've seen like studios that are getting close to this, and it's just two of you. Like you just got to keep going. Honestly, just push. This is the time to push. Like now, really is.
Share your work as much as you can, and really just push it.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to see you collaborate. I mean, that would be awesome.
Yeah, it's gonna happen.
Yeah, really.
We'll make it
Thank
happen.
you.
Yeah, definitely.
Please do it.
Thank you.
So thanks so much for your time. Thanks so much, Matt, for this absolute amazing piece of advice on their portfolio.
Anytime.
For everyone at home watching us on Behance or on the YouTube Adobe Live community channel, feel free to drop any question into the chat. We'll make sure to hand them over to our guests. And yeah, we have to finish now for this session, but there is another one coming up, which I'm super excited about. So make sure to stick around. And thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for being our guest on Adobe Live. So see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Hi, everyone. Hi, also in the chat, and hi to Jonas von Devacht today. Yeah, for everybody who doesn't know you yet, do you want to start and tell about you a little bit, or yeah, how OFF is treating you?
Yeah, sure. I'm Jonas Devacht, illustrator and designer from Belgium. OFF has been great. I've been seeing a lot of people. I see you guys as well. Having a great time, enjoying the sun, and yeah, just good in general.
Nice. How is there anything you could tell me how you started out, how you got an Illustrator, how it worked out for you, and how you developed?
Well, this goes back quite a while, and if I tell everything, it's probably taking a bit too long.
Probably.
But I used to be in a design agency, and I noticed I was always like working after hours, like I was doing full time at the agency. And then when I came home, I worked on my own stuff and my own clients, and I was thinking like, why am I doing this? And I sort of decided for myself I should maybe try freelancing, because I'm doing the work after hours anyway. So I was like, let's just try it. And since then, I've been freelancing for the last 6 years.
Oh, wow.
So yeah.
Yay, that's quite some time already. Do you have a project that you want to share with that you like especially like, or that brought much joy? And
yeah, maybe I can like share my showreel if that's all right.
Oh, I'd love that. I'm sure everybody would love that as well.
It's sort of like a collection of all my best pieces of work into one video. So I'll quickly pull it up.
Yay!
It has like a very cool drum and bass track as well.
You wanna get murdered, bros, so don't take no talking, I'll show them mercy, just kill them all them, I can't believe it, cause this 160 shots to the ceiling, them on the one warfare, then they gotta get two dubs in the red back, quickly find them address about the search engine, go with their folder, delete that, it's Jackie, we did the X, I container with the window open, got this one ringing, they can't believe it with the way we're moving, there's no competing with this position, remember this with us, tell them how we are, kill them all in our tournament, them on the international, all about with us, send them on for the all of them, man, I'm mad with eclipse of them, take that debt, reciprocant, was when I move magnificent, them on the insignificant, new whip and it's rapid, boot off in the distance, we can't see no traffic, 1 hour I'm in the Midlands. Lunar eclipse all dark in the gaff, got the curtains closed and the window shut. For anybody saying that they like it, they do it. Us man about it, flinging muck. They ain't never reaching the level like this, but they think that they are and they actually mad. This one here is a national anthem, banner in the sky, man, a flag in the flag.
Wow.
Thank you, guys. So yeah, I do a bit of everything, illustration and design. And the illustration stuff is more like whatever I think is cool. I really like to work in different applications, like going from merchandising to branding to painting murals. I feel like my illustration work doesn't have a single application. I like it when I can apply it to all different things, and that's sort of what I do as well. Project-wise, I can show you everything, of course.
What's your favorite one?
Oh, my
Ones
favorite
that like
one.
spoke to you a lot?
It might. Let's maybe do this one because we're in Barcelona, and I did this project for FC Barcelona, so maybe a nice way in.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But I did this project for a collaboration with Topps, and Topps is like a collector's card thingy. So if you're into collecting football cards, you probably know what Topps is. But I designed 5 unique cards for their Year of the Dragon collection. And why this project is nice to me is sort of like creates that nice balance between illustration and design. So right now you see the illustrations only, but if you scroll down a bit, you can see them applied. So every card needs to have players inside of them. So what I did was like design the framing around it and illustration around it, made sure like the illustration works next to the player, so it doesn't take too much away from the player, but is still present. And this project is sort of like a nice combination between design stuff and illustration stuff. So I think nice.
I really love it, especially because it's so versatile and it like highlights the player, and also we can see your wonderful and beautiful designs and illustrations.
Yeah.
Yeah, really, really nice.
I can show you a bit of progress behind it as well. Like usually my projects start with a very rough sketch. You can see it on the left here. It's sort of like putting the base layout down, putting the type down, all that kind of stuff, really roughly. And then I usually check in with the client and see like, what do you like about this? What do you think about that? And then after the client feedback, I go on a second pass of the sketch, like really refining it, like putting everything down, like more into detail, making sure like the illustration is correct in terms of like perspective and anatomy. And then once the refined sketch is done, I put in like sort of colors to see like how is this going to look and work color-wise. Then I usually check in with the client as well, and then when they approve, I just put it into final, as you can see in the fourth one. So yeah, that's sort of how I built all these cards, like with this similar process.
And do you work digitally entirely, or do you sketch in pencil, or?
No, I just work in Photoshop. That's sort of my main tool I've been using throughout the years.
Very relatable.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you?
Yeah.
Sorry. Do I need to show another one?
Yes, please.
Let's see. Which one? Maybe I can show. Maybe this one for Adobe Max in London.
No, these I love.
So last year I got like the opportunity to do something nice for the guys from Adobe. You guys. So I designed this pin for Adobe Max, and the idea behind this pin, it's all about community. So it was a very open-ended briefing, and I was a bit like thinking about like how can I approach this from an illustration and design point of view. So what I actually, the concept behind this pin is community. And then what is community? Like two people maybe looking at each other, like maybe getting insights from each other, chatting to each other. But Adobe is also design, so we got like sort of a butterfly formation with the two faces. So I figured like, how can I incorporate design? And I did this in the middle of the butterfly, like bring in the pencil as a sort of body of the butterfly. So this connects like design, community, and people together into one single pin. And then the more like global inspiration for the style is a bit based off Peter Max. It's sort of like an 70s illustrator, and I found it like quite quirky because Adobe Max, Peter Max. So that was like the inspiration behind it, and this is then the result from that
Yeah,
project.
I love that one.
Yeah, thank you.
If you still have one, I would.
Oh, actually, go with me.
Oh.
I'll give you one after.
How did you come up with the color palette? Do you have a palette that you love to work with, or do you prefer to like approach every project from like a new angle and choose different colors, or?
I like bold colors, like black. I'm dressed in black. I really like a big contrast. And then when it comes down to coloring, I usually select like 2-3 colors to work with. And I think that's enough for me. And if you look at my work as a whole, you can see it's like really big, bold, very contrasty. But that's the stuff I sort of like in my personal work. And I feel like I always want to create impact with my work, whenever it's for myself or the client. And I feel like when using big contrast and bright colors, that's sort of the thing that makes the work pop, you know?
Well, yes, it does. And has your style evolved over time already, or how do you feel about that?
Yeah, well, I guess for everyone as an illustrator, my style has evolved throughout the years. And I can maybe show you, like in the past, I used to work a bit more roughly, as you can see in these thumbnails. Like I used to use rougher brushes, but right now I'm sort of transitioning into a more cleaner style, if that makes sense. I'm not sure why that is, but I'm always like on the lookout for like new influences. I look a lot online, like what's happening, who are new illustrators coming up, and look at their work and take inspiration from it. Or even like not like design related, like I like to walk on the street and take photographs and think about like how does the composition work and how does that work into my illustration work. So it's a bit of everything, to be honest. Like I'm always like watching and looking and what's happening around and try to bring that into my personal work here.
Yeah, and you never know where the next inspiration finds you, right?
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much.
No worries.
I'm super, like, I don't know, I'm impressed. Beautiful work.
Thank you.
So, yeah, and we're here to do a portfolio review with
wonderful Iryna. Come in. Hi, let's welcome Iryna.
Hi, guys.
Hi.
Really glad to be invited to this portfolio
We're
review.
happy to have you here.
Yeah,
Do you want to tell about yourself a little bit so we can get to know you?
Of course. So my name is Iryna, and I'm an illustrator and a bit of an animator. I come from Ukraine, but I live in Poland for the last 15 years. And I was actually studying journalism.
Oh.
And on the journalism direction that I had in university, there was a graphic design in media. So it was nothing connected to illustration or anything like artsy. It was more technical and quite boring, honestly. But yeah, later I actually self-taught myself illustration from the scratch, all the fundamentals. So I'm really proud I did that because I got a position as an illustrator in the company, and I couldn't draw when I got it. I had a lot of vector illustrations that I was just creating when I got the Adobe Illustrator, and just like, okay, shapes, this, that, and in the process I saw that, okay, it looks good, maybe it would look like this, but I never did sketch beforehand. I didn't know where I'm going with this illustration, but then it was a job, so I had to show something earlier to the clients, and then they had to have some expectations how it will look. So that's how I learned and got into illustration fully. So my background is more in maybe graphic design, but now full illustration.
Nice.
A
Cool.
bit of like graphic design. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
We're happy
Should
to
we
have you.
look at your work?
Yeah, let's get into it.
So this is my portfolio. It looks on the first page as a gallery. So you can just see like all the like sneak peek of all the projects that I did, or some of them are not big projects, some of them are smaller, so they are all here. I decided to do it as it just looks so nice when everything is together, not separated by the projects. I like this like a gallery view. A lot of projects are also animated, as I said, but I'm not like a full animator master. I like to animate frame by frame lately, like this girl I made. So awesome. Something very simple. It has like a few frames that are looping, or something in After Effects, like I did with these flowers. Something very gentle and smooth and calm. I think that's like my style usually also with the illustrations. Yeah. I can, yeah.
Beautiful work.
Thank you.
I mean, your work looks really nice. In terms of portfolio review, you already got a good style. Portfolio looks really nice and clean. Do you have like any specific questions in regards to your work?
I think maybe what is your first impression when you look at my work? Maybe you have some impression like what more of a work am I doing and I don't see it. Or maybe you feel like something is missing, or maybe it's not enough of the works you see, or whatever you feel.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess by the look of it, you do editorial work, I guess?
Some editorial work, like this, like for Savianer cover, the Tokyoter cover.
Yeah. So if I click, for instance, on this one, it's just the scale up, right? Yeah.
This one is like a series of portraits that I did with the reference of my own face.
Yeah. I guess if you're looking for specific feedback, what I try to do in my personal stuff, I'll just quickly pull it up perhaps. I always put my illustration, or try to put my illustration into sort of contexts. So as you can see on the thumbnail, like this is a t-shirt design, these are cards, this is a mural, also a t-shirt, this is a fabric suit, this is a printed page. So if I present my work online, I always try to think like, how does the client perceive these? So and it's also like a very good thing to think about, like where can I take my work? Like a lot of the projects on my portfolio are like self-initiated works, just like you have. But then I think like, okay, we got like this illustration, like where do I apply it to? What kind of like branch do I want to go out with my work? Do I want to, for instance, do beer labels or more fashion work? And when I know that for myself, I try to like find like nice looking mock-ups and then present the work on the mock-up. So when clients come to my site, they see, oh, Jonas does t-shirt illustrations, does illustrations for packaging, all that kind of stuff. So I really think about what kind of like way I want to do with my illustration work and
where
make
they
sure
will
I
be applied in the end.
Yeah,
so
yeah,
it's
exactly.
easy to remember also what you work
This
on.
dials maybe perhaps into your question, like what kind of field do you think I work in? And I looked at it and thought like maybe more editorial because it's more illustration stuff on its own. So that might be a good tip for you if you're looking for that kind of specific feedback.
That makes sense. I also was thinking about it earlier, so thank you so
no
much.
Worries,
and
no worries.
I also have a page with the cases.
Oh, okay.
So that's where I give a bit more context. It's not like a long text about how I came up with the idea, but a little bit more about what was my reference and because it was, for example, here, a trip to Tokyo, and then I talked to the Tokyoter cover initiative guys, and they allowed me to create the cover. So that was a great chance for me to express also my feelings about Tokyo. And this was, for example, a cafe view here in Tokyo, the real location. And I saw the kids are playing outside, and it was just such a magical feeling where inside is like super calm and like hugging you from the inside, like warm feeling, warm colors. And outside you have like this freshness and the kids, and it was like looks like a screen more than a window. And I tried to capture this feeling here. So yeah, I have like a little bit of the process, a little
really
bit
nice.
of the sketch, some details. Yeah, but it's not like a huge case study. And I think, I don't know if you, what are your thoughts about the case studies? Should it be like more broad, or is okay to be more like minimalistic about it? Because people, I know, they don't have time to read the whole thing.
Yeah. I guess that's a very personal question. I think it's more about like what do you want to present as well. In my personal case, I really want clients, if they see my work, I want clients to know from start to end, like how do I work, what's my process. I try and show the process from start to end by showing sketches and text and all that stuff. And it's just for me personally, because I feel like if I'm more transparent as an illustrator in the way I work, clients will understand it, and they'll sort of have a grasp how I work before even contacting me. And what I also like, when it comes down to process, I've also got like a specific page on my website, which really explains like all my process from start to beginning, like how I work using mood boards and such. And I feel like this is just personal for me. I find it important to show that to my clients. And of course, like your work is totally different than mine, and you work on a different way. And I feel like if you want to show that more, I feel like you definitely should do, because if you, how do you say it? If you remove that bridge from the clients not knowing how you work to informing clients like this is how I sketch, this is how I use reference, blah, blah, blah. And you do it really good here, so I definitely encourage you to do more of it. I feel like this should maybe be your homepage as well, because this is like the cases. I feel like this selected works should be like your second page, because I was wondering, like, this is really nice presented and it's really cool. And that's why I was also like clicking on it and thinking like, is this going to open up a case or more like a static image? And it's a static image, whilst I think it might be more interesting to show the cases, because that way if clients click on it and they can read all about like what you do, how you do it, and I feel like that says much more about you and how you work than just showing individual images, if that makes sense.
Yeah, makes sense. Also, I think a lot of the times clients think that it's a mystery, your process.
Yeah.
So it's so good to actually show it.
Yeah. I only encourage that stuff, to be honest. Like, like if you are transparent with your clients, just tell them how you work. And if you got like, for instance, a process page, you can send it to them and say like, hey, have a little read before we get into it. Like, this is how I work, or look at this specific case. Like, I work for like this and this and this. I feel like definitely helps to create like a good relationship between you and the clients.
And did the client ever mention to you that, we saw actually your process, so that's like what's helpful for us?
Yeah. I always make like the connection between me wanting something I don't know about. Like for instance, let's say if you want to build a house, I don't know how to build a house, and I'm looking online like contractors, and if they all show like pretty pictures of their houses they built, that's really nice. But if I find a contractor that tells me like, we do this in the beginning and then this is the next step in the process, and I can read about all that kind of stuff, that makes me likely to go to that contractor more because they're transparent about how they work and how they approach their stuff. And I'll know like, if I reach out to him, he works like this, and it sounds good, you know? Whilst the other guys may show nice houses, but you don't really know how they work exactly. Does that make sense?
Yeah, exactly. I think it's quite unique also that you have this process page. I think I haven't seen anyone that has it, because it's usual in the social media that you have the process separately.
Yeah.
Guys, that was very valuable information. I second all what you said. Yeah. I think transparency also builds professionalism and shows that you can work on a high level. So yeah, thank you so much for showing your work and all your feedback. And I really loved my session with you guys. Amazing work. I'm so impressed. Really love everything about this. And yeah, thank you so much for being here and watching us. And yeah, it was a pleasure. It was beautiful. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well.
Thank you. Hi everyone, we are back with the wonderful boys from PichiAvo.
Hello,
Hi.
hello.
How are you doing?
We're good. We're good.
That's good to hear. How's OFF treating you guys?
It's pretty intense. A lot of people, lot of things going on, but we're having fun and we're looking forward to discover more things. So yeah.
That's good to hear. For everybody who might not know you yet, which for me is probably hard to grasp because when I look at your work, it's incredibly. But do you mind telling about yourself, how you started out, how all worked out for you, like a little bit that everybody gets the picture?
Well, we are PichiAvo. We are from Spain, and the people recognize our work because we combine classical graffiti with classical sculpture, and we paint murals, and we have work in the studio too,
canvases and sculpture too.
So yeah, we started doing graffiti, and from graffiti we are now doing, I think, what we were looking for in the past. So we are creating walls, we're creating what we feel inside us, so yeah.
Yeah, incredible work. I can only say it again and again and again. I mean, like, honestly, I love the colors. I love how you mix graffiti and like the kind of old-ish aesthetic from the fine arts. It's like really something, and also very touching.
We try to represent who we are. So
Yeah.
as we are from Valencia, we have a lot of classical background, and then we started with graffiti. So at the end, we always say that it's like creating a cocktail. Mixing everything that we are and like throw it in a piece of art.
Yeah, at the end, we try to be honest with that you do because we are from Mediterranean and represent our background, like graffiti or the Mediterranean colors. I think it's positive everything, and that's it.
And your name, is there like some secret information that we would all like to know?
Well, it's AKA graffiti, AKA.
Yeah.
So Pichi started doing graffiti in
1993 or 1994, yeah, a long time ago.
I started in early 2000s. So when you start doing graffiti, you try to find, at least in Spain, like an English nickname that looks cool. But we already had one because it's like a family name, kind of like the nickname. So we realized that we already had one, and why not using that?
Yeah.
And then we met, and actually the two names together kind of works.
And sounds good.
Yeah, sounds really good. Yeah, let's get into your work. Is there anything you would love to show us today?
So, I mean, in the website, you can see like a studio work, indoor and outdoor. I think we can start with a time lapse of one of the works that we did in Bayonne, in France, so they can see the process of how we work. And then from there, we can like see other stuff.
Yes, please.
Let's see if it charges.
It's huge.
So basically, we always start with graffiti.
Yeah.
Back in the days when we started, we were doing it the opposite process. First, we were doing the outlines of the classical part, and then we were adding graffiti. Through this process, we thought it was more interesting to create first the background, just to create an impact for the viewer, and then from the background, the classical part will start popping up, so you can connect more with the environment and with the people that are walking by. So, so that's basically the process. We always play with graffiti and mythological themes, Greco-Roman, and then, of course, we work with brands. We work as like El Corte Inglés here in Spain is quite famous.
Also in Portugal.
Also in Portugal, true. And then we are lucky because we work worldwide. So most of the works, I mean, we're from Valencia, but most of the works, it's abroad. I don't know if we're lucky or not, but that's what we had. Yeah. So we have like different works, and then in the studio, that it's a really nice place that we have, we create pieces like canvases, in this case. These pieces that it's part of a collection that we call lefkos. Lefkos in Greek means white, and that's because of the whitewash that we do in the background that let us undo certain parts of the piece. And then we add UV light on it with UV ink, so people can play with the painting and discover new things that they're not seen in the first.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, you know, the when they scan a canvas in a museum and they start to discover things. It's like our way of doing that. So we do a lot of things. For example, one of the projects that we're like really proud, it's our new book that it's a recap of 10 years. We're not designers, we're not in the editorial world, but it was a challenge. So here, most of the people can see our work and how we work in general.
So we try to do the book like a small art piece.
And then, of course, from painting as a natural way, we do some sculptures.
Yeah, I love your the approach that you do so many different things. It makes the art more like approachable and like.
And everything, it's like we try to develop our work based in the graffiti vibe in terms of the environment. For example, this is not just a piece sculpture. In behind you have a wall that you can discover things. So you can discover the graffiti. So it's always, we are always playing in both walls, and we like to do that, making importance to graffiti and making importance to the classical part that I think it represents who we are.
Yeah, I think it's important, don't forget your identity like an artist.
And nowadays, we're really fans of painting and destroy the paintings. So,
all right.
So this is another collection that we have. It's called the aspasis. The aspasis also in Greek means separation. Mm-hmm. So we do a full piece, and then we break it. And the idea is like the piece is not a diptych or a triptych. Each piece works separately. So when we show it in a gallery, a buyer can buy the left one, and another buyer can buy the right one. So it's not meant to be like that.
Okay.
And it's a representation of when you go to museums, you can see the Venus of Milo, but the hands are in Turkey. So who has actually the real piece?
Yeah.
So it's a game of like approaching a little bit of archaeology and museology, and nowadays we're really fans of these pieces because you can do whatever you want, because it will, the nature of the material will release the final piece, as it's like you break and you cannot control that.
Yeah.
So basically we have fun in the studio. Of course, we approached NFTs back in the like 2 years or 3 years ago.
Yeah.
And it was a fun piece. We also do editions just to have our clients happy. Some clients cannot afford original piece.
Obviously, yeah.
And I think as an artist, you need to think about everyone.
Yeah, also everybody, like there's connections also with people who cannot afford it, right? Yeah. And they also deserve to have a piece of that.
So that's a way of approaching them. So there we do an original piece, and from the original piece we scan it, and then we of course like try to search for the best paper, best printer, best way of printing, and that's another part of the work that we have. Gallery shows. That actually next month we're doing one in the same gallery in Lisbon. It's called Underdogs.
Oh, then I'm coming.
Okay,
really?
so yeah, so it will be in June. We're doing a collaboration with a Portuguese artist called Atfuil, that he works with tiles. And I think both walls we touch classical themes in terms of who we are in Spain and Portugal. So we're doing in the same space a really nice exhibition next month. So I don't know, we can like, I don't know, we do a bunch of things. And the most important part is like we always try to have fun and then give the tribute to graffiti. Sometimes graffiti is not well recognized in terms of aesthetic, and we always push to put it in the place that we believe graffiti needs to be. And yeah, that's a brief.
I think that's a beautiful thought, especially like people in our age and younger. We definitely like love graffiti much more than like maybe older generations. So I'm loving what I'm seeing. So
yeah, we like to play with that, with different ages.
Yeah, and that makes it also more for older people because I mean, who can say no to this, right? And how long do you like? How long does it take to like from creating the mural like in a sketchbook maybe, or do you start digitally to the final mural?
So we will have the approach of the client or the project. We always try to think where we are. In this case, for example, this is Canada, Toronto.
Nice.
This is a place, actually it's like the business area, so big buildings, everything is gray, you know, they need some color. So we wanted something that pop-ups in terms of chromatic ideas. So we normally sketch as a normal person in the black book. We go also in the computer, we research sculptures. Nowadays we play with AI, and then when we have an idea, we have a team that creates all the production and makes us the life really easy as we need to travel and everything is set up there. And it takes, like painting a wall, it takes like 10 days. So like
depending on the size.
12 hours, it's intense.
Yes.
Yeah, I can believe that. Yeah.
It's intense.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly with this wall, it was around 10 days?
Yeah, that was 10 days. And yeah, that's normally the period that we spend.
Incredible. So, it's the time we welcome Zofia for the portfolio review. Hi.
Hello. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Come in.
Okay. Hello, everyone. It's really nice to be here. Thank you.
So, tell us about yourself, about your work, and yeah.
So, I'm Zofia. I'm an illustrator. I'm based between Poland and Scotland. I make very playful, colorful illustrations. I always aim to feature like different characters, and I really want to focus on how like we are all different, and I really want to like show that in my illustrations. So I do a lot of commercial work, some editorials as well. It's mostly 2D work. And I'm here because I made some work for Adobe for this event. So if you're here at OFF, I encourage you to check it out at the Adobe stand. So yeah.
Cool.
That's cool.
That's cool.
So what's your last work? The Adobe one?
Yeah, so my last commission is for Adobe. It's not here on the website yet because I still need to take some picture of that. So yeah, but here you can see some of my recent projects. So maybe I can show you a couple of like specific ones. So
you always work with digital, not real painting or something like that?
So I usually work like the final process is digitally, but I always start on paper. Like I can't imagine working digitally from the start. So it's always like paperwork. I also do a lot of like handmade textures that I later like scan and use in my final illustrations. So it's kind of like a mix.
Cool.
And also obviously it depends on the project. Sometimes if it's like a really quick one, obviously I work digitally, but I really try to like put a lot of effort to work in traditional techniques as well.
So how much of freedom do you have with the clients?
I mean, it really depends on the project. Sometimes it's like I have a lot of freedom and I can do basically whatever I want. But for some more like commercial project, there are like some, like limits that I have to apply to. But I create work for a very broad range of like clients and mediums, which I really love about what I do. Like I can create stuff for editorial, product design, murals, like it's very open, so I love that. So I can show you a mural that I've done for the Dundee City Council, for example. So I was commissioned to create a mural for the community garden in Dundee in Scotland. So that was the first mural I've ever done, and it's still one of my favorite works.
So you never painted in the outdoor?
Yeah,
was
yeah,
that
yeah.
really your first one? That's
yeah,
cool.
that was the first one, and it was like 17 meters long, so that was quite
Yeah,
a challenge
that's
for
a
the first one.
challenge.
Yeah, but fortunately
Wow.
it wasn't that high, so like, yeah, I was just like, but that was the great one, still one of my favorite projects.
You did freehand to draw everything?
Yeah, everything was freehand because we were outdoors. I couldn't use like any like digital equipment, so yeah, it was a very challenging project, but also like a really fun one. I also do some product designs. Oh, thank you. So yeah, that is some merchandising project for the university that I was studying at in Dundee. So I created some designs for tote bags, water bottles that were later like sold in their like art shop. So that was a really cool project, and it was nice to see my illustrations like featured or like in a really different perspective, like on the product. I think that was the first time I saw my things like come to life on like the 3D objects, which was really exciting. And it's also like really exciting to see people carry the tote bags with my design, or like using the water bottles. Like that's something that is like really, really great. So yeah.
That's cool. You conserve all the products that you do.
Yeah.
You keep one for your archive.
Yeah. It's always, I have always
we sometimes
one.
miss that, and that's.
Sorry, is it?
You need to press. Yeah, it's a tricky thing.
Yeah, thank you. And yeah, and the last project I wanted to share is like. Thank you. So that's illustrations for editorial. I love doing stuff for some magazines because it's always like a really like different subjects. So that's what I love about illustration. Like one day you can do something about student life, and the next like day you're like, I recently did illustration for Nature from London about like mitochondria and some like biology stuff. So it's really exciting to work on like completely different subjects. So that's the cover for the Skchee magazine. Also from Scotland. So that was a really fun project to work on.
That's cool.
Do you have any specific questions maybe also that will help you like right away, or something you're struggling with?
Yeah, so I was wondering like, because like I create work for such a broad like range of like clients, would you say that, do you think it's better to focus or like on like one niche, or like on the broad range of like different
that's
clients?
a hard one.
Yeah.
Because I always struggle with that. Like on one hand, it's great to create so many different like work for so many different contexts, but on the other hand, you know, like finding a niche sometimes might be like even easier.
I think it depends of you. If you want to do more content, are you free? But
yeah, I think like it's a matter of your feelings.
Yeah.
So if you feel comfortable in a niche, just go for it. If you feel comfortable like doing a bunch of things, it works. So and then you can like have periods of doing a niche and then go back to whatever. That's even more fun. So we always say that we can be collaborating with brands, but then we can go super underground and do whatever poster for a underground rapper. So it's always fun to be like going back and forth in both ways.
Cool.
I don't know
Thank
that
you.
if that works,
it's helpful.
but,
No, that sounds good.
That's fun.
Is there anything else you're struggling with, or that you always have wondered about, how other people are approaching something, for example? Or
Like I actually wanted to ask you, how do you get most of your clients? Do you feel like it's through your website and portfolio, or social media, or like real life connection? What do you feel like is the most important part for you?
I think the social media maybe, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we receive a lot of private messages, and then from there we send us to our team by email, so they can like start all the talking, as we need to focus in what we want to do. So we're lucky because we have a team, but back in the days we were the ones doing everything, and it takes time. But yeah, but it's true that if you focus in just social media, when that app will end, you lose everything.
Yeah.
So you need to have a balance between social media, maybe your personal mailing list, and your contacts. And so it's tricky, but yeah, do 50-50, and then.
That sounds great. Do you have any if you could talk to your younger self, is there anything you would want them to know, about the journey, about the process?
I will not tell myself anything because I think we're happy as we are.
Okay.
But just believe in yourself. Don't be afraid of failing. I think all creative people, we are always in the same idea of we're afraid of and what people will think about. And it's forget about that. Just do it and be happy with what you're doing. And that's it. It's a cliche, but it works.
Yeah, great. That sounds good.
Yes, it's true.
Unfortunately, guys, we're already done.
Okay, that was fast.
Yeah, it was nice to talk to you.
Thank you so much for all the insights, for everything you brought to the table. Super interesting, amazing work also from you.
Thank you.
Beautiful. And yeah, thank you so much. I hope you had a good time.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're going to be back soon with some more streaks, I think. Thank you.
So, hello everyone, my name is Vanessa and I'm so excited. It's my first time being at OFF and actually also my first time hosting Adobe Live. And yeah, I'm just so happy to have the amazing one-and-a-kind Joe Allam next to me. So,
Thank you very much. Yeah. It's great to be back live streaming, and also my first time at OFF in Barcelona.
Yeah, I saw your story yesterday. After 10 years, what took you so long?
Well, funny story that. So for those who don't know, my background is in design and graphic design before I went photography, filmmaking. And so OFF is kind of like the biggest design creative conference, whatever. Throughout, I guess, college, uni, I was aware of OFF and I was like, this place looks amazing. I want to go to it one day. That was, long time ago. I then got invited to come here about 4 or 5 times, sometimes with Adobe, sometimes other companies. And every single time I was busy. I was somewhere else in the world or I was like doing something. So this year, finally at OFF. Really happy to be here.
Finally, so nice. So tell us, what are your first impressions?
So I think the thing that kind of always stands out with these types of conferences and whatever is the just overload of color. So, which is funny because I'm pretty much always wearing black. So like just being like overloaded with color from like the visuals everywhere, what people are wearing, the way that people present their work on like the conferences, the talks and whatever, I find that super inspiring. And it just sort of like re-energizes my design side of my brain, which I don't get to use as much these days because it's always photography and video and whatever. Which reminds me, I should just have this looping in the background of some of my work and all sorts.
That's a great idea. And you came all the long way from Japan, so I think your video is going to show us some amazing pieces and photographies.
So, I live in Japan. It doesn't take long for me to bring up Japan when it comes to talking about things. So I can just have this running in the background as I do a little story time. Let's not have the audio. Sorry about that. I've been living in Japan for the last year and a half or so, but I've been visiting for 10 years. Plenty of trips there. And as a photographer, filmmaker, for me, it's the most inspiring being. Just no matter where I am, what I'm looking at, or what I'm doing even, I have a camera with me. There's something about everything that just captures my attention like nowhere else. Here, obviously, traveling, I have camera with me, as always. But, you were asking before, do I take my camera when I go grocery shopping? It's I actually do. It's in my bag.
That's really crazy. I can't imagine.
Always available.
So tell me, what was the first thing you really felt in love with while visiting Japan before moving there?
So my very first trip was just 1 week, and that was 2014. And immediately, I felt like things just made sense to me.
Okay.
So things just had reason. If there was any specific design of could be when you go into the public toilets, for example, they've got little hooks where you can put your umbrella.
Yeah. So thoughtful.
Just thoughtful little touches on all sorts of things. And you can just look past it, but if you stop to pay attention to it, you're like, oh, this opens this way because it has to, flow the traffic of people that way and other stuff. And you just start to notice it so much more in certain ways. And there were just constant little things. I was like, I'm either noticing it more because it's completely different, or it's different to what I grew up with, or it's actually just got an extra element of thoughtfulness. And the more that I've lived there and times of going there and stuff, I start to realize that Japan has like an outward community focus. So it's almost like everyone looks out for everyone around you.
Yeah.
And when you put everyone else first, you in turn are made first, because you're looking after everyone else. When you flip it the other way around, and I feel this in the UK and in Europe at times, and definitely in America, it's a bit more individualist. It's like, who can shout the loudest?
Yeah.
And if everyone's shouting, then no one can be heard. And so it's really tricky to kind of like have a whole community that works like in, you know, wholesome nature, if you're just trying to do your own thing. So like the community thing just really stands out to me.
I love that explanation. I really have to visit Japan
one day,
time.
for sure, definitely.
It sounds beautiful. So the next question, a colleague of mine told me that you have a really like hyper-organized workflow. Is
At
this
times,
true?
yeah.
Do you want to tell us a little bit more about this?
This was Tony who told you this, right? Yeah.
I'm not gonna tell us that.
I'm pretty organized when it comes to like workflow structure. Anything that I have to do a second time, or I think I might do a second time, I'm going to find the most efficient way to do it the first time. So if it means setting up a template or setting, I don't know, just something to do it the next time, I'll do it from the start, which at times does make things kind of last a little too long the first time around. But when I do it the second time, it's way faster. And the third time, super fast. So I've got all sorts of processes that I do and workflows and whatever, because I hate repeating like a situation if I know it could be faster or more efficient. On the flip side to that though, as I've learned in my moving, you know, the other side of the world and everything, my brain's a little bit chaotic, and I always thought it was quite organized and, you know, had its direction on things. But then I realized actually it's not. It's a doodle mess. It's going all over the place. So having those processes and workflows, I think, are ways that I've just got through life.
It really helps you
calmly.
Yeah.
And then when I realize, oh, actually, they help me personally as well as professionally on things. So that's been quite a.
I think that makes completely sense to me.
Yeah.
So thanks for explaining this. And besides being like a phenomenal photographer, you also love video editing and also InDesign. Do you have maybe some specific projects you could show us today?
Yeah, so we've got looping in the background. These are just some clips from this particular one that's showing actually is more of like anamorphic lens testing. So it's optically, image comes in and it's sort of view of things. So it's got like a much wider perspective. When you edit it, you have to de-squeeze it down, and it just kind of gives like an interesting look to stuff. But probably one of my favorite pieces that I've worked on, which is actually a few years old now. So this was like a mini documentary I made called Made in Japan, and it's going around two particular areas in Japan, Ishikawa and Gifu, and exploring the handcrafts and like small little trinkets and like very traditional things that are made, and just filming the craftspeople making it, and at times joining in and doing a little bit myself as well. This project opened up so many opportunities later down the line. Unfortunately, it was all published just before COVID, so a lot of those opportunities then disappeared.
Vanished.
But it's still one of my favorite things because it's just that wholesome feeling, and I was at a level of understanding of, you know, Japanese culture by this point. I think I'd been visiting for how many years had it been? Like 6 years by this point. And it just started to show like a deeper level. And now a lot of the work that I do now that I'm living there is very much similar to this. So it's visiting lots of craftspeople who are making things, and there is no end of craftsmanship to go and experience. It's just a nice, wholesome thing. I had so many lovely comments on this. Also, I didn't expect actually many people to watch it, and it ended up being one of my most watched videos, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah. Congrats on that.
Yeah, it's fun. It's good. But yeah, it kind of ties together a lot of the photographic style that I like, which is more documentary style of just, you know, showing things happening and people doing stuff, but of course captured in video. And then, yeah, it's a piece that I'm really proud of, and I want to do more like this for sure, definitely. Yeah, that's good.
Then let's move on to my last question before jumping to the portfolio review. Do you have like one piece of advice that you would give your younger self?
Ooh, I should really have a go-to answer for this. I'd say maybe like follow the energy. Okay, that sounds really like, okay, that's apt for this environment. So like the way that I live my life now is like, you know, day to day, if I'm going out to find somewhere to eat or to drink or whatever, I'll follow where the energy feels good. Maybe a little bit lively, or this place has got something kind of interesting, or something's just calling out to me, and I'm like, okay, why is that? And that has made life so fun and so enjoyable and just comfortable, like just going where things really feel good without feeling the pressure of like, is it going to be good, and doing too much research? Because you know, you could research the best place to go or whatever, and then when you get there, it's maybe the wrong day. Like it just doesn't feel right, or you've got an idea of what it could be, but then when you're there, it's not, because you've built up this imagination. Yeah. Whereas when you go and experience it for the first time, you can tell this is going to be a good place. Then that works. And I think that translates into like your work as well. So I think with videos that I'm making, when I have a feeling of like, this is what I want to make. Like today, I've woken up and I'm like, I want to make this thing. Don't set it off, if you can, obviously. Don't set it off of like, oh, I'll do that next week or next month. It's like, if you have that right now, make that thing. I guarantee you it's going to have so much more power to it because you're in the right mindset to do it, than if you try and do it later and then you're in the wrong headspace and you're like, oh, I had this idea, it felt like it was good at the time, but now I'm making it and it's not so good. Do the things at the time that it feels good to do, and it always comes out better. Okay. Of course, you need to be able to do that, but yeah.
Yeah. Thank you so much for sharing your wisdom. And now I would like to call Max. Join us.
Hello, hello.
Hey.
So,
good to meet you.
So maybe you could introduce yourself.
Yeah, for
what
sure.
What are you doing? Who are you? So.
For sure, thank you. So my name is Max. I'm a motion designer, and it's actually I have to get used to present myself like that because this is like kind of a new transition for me. I have a strong background in video production and mainly video editing for the last years.
Okay.
And motion design is like a
and then some more commercial-looking things like film-based and stuff. What do you want to talk about? Illustration side, or like where's your passion?
Well, so the thing is, I don't come from an designer in this, you know, like typical form. And you know, waiting and composing. So I really like to do stuff as you see like on the first bit, which is like kind of the mixed media.
Yeah.
And I'm kind of, you know, like as it's pretty new, trying to positioning myself, finding a niche I really like.
Yeah.
You will find on my portfolio as well some video editing jobs, which are on the lower end. Okay. And this is actually, I wanted to ask for your advice. What do you think, like if I'm trying to positioning myself as a motion designer, should I still leave the video editing parts there just in case because I know how to edit and I would love to like take on more projects, or should I completely focus on the motion aspect?
Okay, I know how this could be answered in a number of different ways because I've heard other people ask similarly, and you're going to, whoever you ask, you're going to get two different directions of this. Some people are going to be like, no, you should niche down, you should only show like the one type of thing and just be strong at it.
Yeah.
Other people will say, show everything. Show that you can do it all, because you might get hired for something or whatever. I think I'm closer in line to like trying to find somewhere in the middle, and maybe of like I don't know, 70% of the work that you're showing is one particular thing that you're very like comfortable with, very well known for, and then an extra amount of space on things that are a little bit more maybe experimental or different, or like showing some of your other skills. The thing with video editing is I can tell immediately that when I'm looking at your animation and stuff, you can edit, because this in itself is video editing. So I guess, is it one of these I can click through that might show?
Yeah. So these are like personal project loops, stuff I come up with when I'm like have some bandwidth and want to play around in After Effects. So yeah, this is like a personal section here.
Really very cool. I love how that's looping.
Do you have a favorite project you would like to show us?
Well, for example, we can pick this one here, which is the NYC one.
That looks cool.
It's mixed media, and I don't know how it happened, but I kind of started animating ice lately. I was at a motion designers meetup, and we talked about like how we can advance and progress. Like find a theme and stick to it. And I don't know why, but I found ice pretty interesting, and like started exploring on Pinterest and getting inspiration.
Yeah.
So and then I started doing this animation with the New York City background, which I really like. And I think like, working on those projects and feeling that this is like really a field you want to evolve in might be a good sign to kind of pursue it, right?
Definitely.
Because I also tried, like as you see with the bunny, which comes from a more illustrative background. Maybe this is not the path I should take.
Yeah. So immediately looking at all of these, so this New York one is the one that strikes me as having potential for being in a greater collection. Like these, they all stand out great on themselves, but New York, you immediately have a genre there, which is travel. You could do the same for cities all over the world.
Oh, I love that idea.
And then you could take that same concept of what you've got with the eye going on, and then you could tweak it so that you get a little bit of the language from that city or location. And maybe a countryside one could have a completely different feel to it. It might have a slower like rhythm to it and other things. Some of these other ones, they stand out and they can hold themselves together, but I'm not sure immediately how you would repeat it in a cohesive thing. But with the New York, you have that travel factor that can do it.
So you're saying kind of building like kind of many more loops to create kind of a bigger thing, like a collection?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, that's
and
cool.
I think that could be cool, because then you can experiment with, say, different styles, and collectively, they're all, they work well together. But if someone was, say, wanting to hire you for something, they can see your variety in styles, but of the same brief. And then that shows amazing sort of control on things, because rather than it being like, oh, you can do this style because this brief was that, you can do this style for this brief. It's like, how do you apply multiple styles to one brief? The single entry point, that's the easy bit for the viewer. It's like, we understand this. Now it can go wide. Whereas these other ones, wide, you've got variety already. They could go infinitely anywhere. And then you've got the issue of too much choice. Whereas having some connecting thing, I love that idea of seeing it almost like a magazine, like a collection or body of work.
Gotcha. This is also like kind of transitions into niching in a way, right?
Yeah.
Kind of getting known for that specific character of. Gotcha.
So it's a way of niching without actually niching. Like you're doing like a tiny bit of a niche, like just one aspect is repeated and collected, and then you've got variety and width to go anywhere and everywhere on other stuff.
Okay, I see.
And I think similarly with, if we go back on, so I'm going to assume this one has a lot of different food related things. Is this a commercial brief?
Well, actually, I just had, making a Pokeball ad, because I know it's very colorful, and it just came to my mind, and it's a spec project.
Yeah. But again, this is kind of the same thing. Like we're seeing multiple images and frames that are of the same brief, but I can see how it's gone. This is themed for avocado, this one's themed for teriyaki,
gotcha.
and that type of thing. So I love seeing a body of like images, and for myself with photography, it's nice to get like a single great image. But when you have a collection that shows a story, the actual images themselves might be lower quality, but as a body, it really lifts it all up. And I love that feeling in portfolio stuff.
Nice.
This is super cool though. I'd really like this.
Thank you. And, so this is my YouTube channel, which is kind of a fun project, which I used to, like practice animation, basically, practice keyframing, and it's in Spanish, and it's sort of a, Vox.
Yeah,
kind of a, like infotainment style. And yeah, I wanted to ask you, like, generally speaking, going on that portfolio, opening that website, what are some things that stand out for you where you're like, manage it because of the user experience, or take that out because it kind of confuses a potential client or customer? Is there something that stood out for you where you?
Okay, so you're going to get my very raw and honest, immediate thing.
Yes,
so straight away from the homepage, like I love that I can just see your work straight away. So within a second, I have an understanding of what you're doing, and what you can do and what you have done and other things. And there's a healthy amount here that I can see variety. It's not too much, and I've got interests that I can click through and be like, oh, okay, I'm looking at this. I know you've got some information here. I'm kind of skimming over it. Potentially from a UX perspective, it would be nice to be able to click onto these to see them larger.
The pictures themselves?
The images, the stills. I'm not sure how you've built this or how comfortable you are in like coding things, or
Adobe Portfolio.
Okay, myself actually, funnily enough.
I liked it totally because it's included in the plan, but you can also like put GIFs and stuff, so it leaves you some good room for experimentation. That's why I like it.
I mean, it's nice and clean. Like, it's actually really nice. But yeah, some of these I would maybe like to see larger, and I think you've done that. So when we saw, was it in here? Oh no, they're actually kind of smaller. Yeah, maybe just some larger images could be nice. Like break it up a little bit with smaller bits, because it's good to see like a wider view. You can see the collection of stuff happening. But sometimes you do, if it's got detail, it's got texture, even if it's a crop. So if we just go back to say, like these ones that have good texture, it could just be a crop on a section of it, not even showing the whole thing.
Yeah,
so these smaller ones could be like a crop of it, or actually the whole thing, and then a bigger version is like just the detail to see where that idea, kind of like what we got in this one actually. So I love that, because now I'm seeing like a bit of attention to like the hair and the texture we've got happening here, and we've even got some extra texture and detail happening, which you can't see in this. Like you wouldn't even pay attention to the fact that there's hair in there. So I think that's always a good thing to try and show. But otherwise, it's very, very clean, very easy. Maybe if we were to go and see a little bit of information, you've got your lovely face there. Perfect. Again, not too much that I'm going to look at it and be like, oh, it's too much to, like, if I'm trying to hire someone, I want immediate knowledge of, like, is this someone I'm curious about their work? Do I want to explore further and then open up?
Gotcha.
And this is definitely doing that, become the work almost immediately.
Thanks for the feedback. Really, really appreciate it. Can I ask you like one more question?
Sure.
One last question. So I'm currently working on a show reel, which I obviously don't have on the website yet. And I'm currently like thinking if it would make sense to put it on the main page, or maybe put a section here which just says reel, because I kind of like the idea of like presenting a bunch of work when you enter the website. But on the other hand, a reel kind of does the same thing. Like it bundles all the best work of you with the click. So I'm not sure if I should, like add another tab which says reel, and people can click if they want to. Because I would lose control about what they see when they go on my website. And this is what made me think.
So I'm going to extrapolate the idea. So a show reel is a way of showing multiple projects in one, right? So you're kind of already doing that here. I can see a variety of things. At most, I can see 4 on one screen. A show reel is just going to do the same thing, but it's down to the timeline of how that shows. Whereas here, I'm already I can see all of it at one time. With a show reel, I've got to go through it to see that breadth. It could work just having it auto-playing from the start, which is quite cool. Could also work as a tab, or it could work as its own project. You could have your top project.
True.
Perhaps, I don't know what control you've got over here, but you could have maybe a wide aspect ratio of, I don't know, your thumbnail.
Or something.
Yeah, as a banner that you can click through is clearly labeled as like show 2025 or something.
I see.
And then you can continue to scroll down and actually look at it individually. And then that's maybe the best of both. Yeah, options there. If you called it real, unfortunately, I think Instagram has kind of ruined the term a little bit. So depending on the audience, they might think like, do I want to click that or not?
Well, yeah, I mean, working as a motion designer in agencies, they go to your show reel because, it's a piece of art itself in a way, because even though you bundle all your work, you kind of give some rhythm to it, you like edit it in a nice way, use some momentum to lead into the next shot. So I like the idea of you saying that it could be an extra section like a project itself.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you.
And I guess it depends if you're working with motion houses or if you're working with an in-house, like, someone, say, working at Amazon, they might just work in an office, they need a designer.
Yeah.
They maybe have different ideas of what they're looking for.
Might be,
terminology.
Nice. So we are at the end of our session. Thank you so much for joining, showcasing your work.
Thank
you. Keep tuned for the next sessions.
Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
I know, I always...
Just helping your backlog.
to be the supporting act. The color is the guest.
Voice is on.
Hi Adobe community to Adobe Live. We are streaming here from OFF Festival in Barcelona. If you're just joining in on YouTube or on Behance, go ahead and post in the chat where you're joining us from. I'm Clara Galan. I work on the community team here at Adobe based in Barcelona, Spain. And I'm joined here today with Samar Maakaroun. Samar, how's it going?
Hi. Wow, it's the first time I do Adobe Live. Hi everyone who can't join us in person. It's going well. Barcelona is beautiful.
We're so lucky to have sun today too,
yeah,
right? It's been so nice.
Yeah, it's been fantastic.
So I know you had a talk yesterday.
Yes. Wow, it was amazing actually. The room was full, people were standing at the back, lots of great responses, lots of people who kind of commented on the fact that it got them thinking about design. It opened sort of, you know, I work in brand identity, but across languages and cultures, so I thought it went well. I mean, it's really hard to tell because I'm up on stage, but I could see everybody was really concentrated and sort of engaged, which was great to see. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I loved looking at your work also online and seeing your background, especially, you know, being from Beirut originally and now having lived in London, that, you know, multilingual, multicultural approach to your work.
Yeah.
Just for those who are unfamiliar, can you just share a little bit more about, you know, how you got started and more about your background?
So it's a long story. I won't go back to the very beginning. I did Beirut in Lebanon in the time where there was a civil war, unfortunately. The situation in Lebanon is not much better today, also sadly. But I found perhaps drawing and design like a place to sort of explore creatively and feel a little bit more engaged with perhaps a peaceful page and colors. And it was kind of a nice space to discover, and that kind of landed me to graphic design, where I graduated from the American University of Beirut. Following which, I moved to London in 2005, where I did a master's degree. And I worked across the industry in London for about 15 years. So Pentagram, I had started my studio as well called Right to Left. And that went on, I think the first year of Right to Left, Pentagram called me to say, would you like to join us as a partner? Which was very exciting. But if you know anything about the kind of partnership at Pentagram, it's usually a very long process of, you know, talking to all the partners, several votes. So that took about a year. And in October 2023, I ended up joining the group. We are a group of 22 partners. You can see all of the partners on the About page at Pentagram website. The pictures look really serious. Look really serious. I ended up joining. Look really serious.
Everything is not just one piece, it's so multicultural.
Yes.
Are there any recent projects that you'd like to share? You know,
the charity named Skchee. This charity actually builds skateboarding playgrounds for. So we worked on this book. It was based on a questionnaire. So the questionnaire was about language and people's relationship to language. And we ended up with a set of words that you can see here on the right-hand side. And these are like proverbs or maybe ways to answer things. So it's all about like kind of language and how language sort of travels. And some of these words kind of change meaning with time. Some of them are inherited. So we kind of designed this book that sort sort of had used these verbs and languages. Some of them are like, for example, the camel limps from its lip, which is like, it's a way to say that someone's giving you an excuse that doesn't really actually stack up. So they have parallels in other cultures, but this is kind of how we express it. Some kind of examples of where the sounds in Arabic come from, because we have more sounds than you have in English or Latin. The cover integrated the Arabic and English together in kind of one, in the letters H and B. The book was titled Haraka Baraka, so H and B were the two sides of the book. Inside the book, we had like a pagination that sort of divided the book horizontally. We had the Arabic always at the top, the English at the bottom, sort of neutralizing the reading direction. Usually Arabic reads from right to left, English from left to right. So we made the questionnaires on one spread, so you can read whatever you open the book, you can read it whatever you want. This book is on sale on the charity's website. We did this as a pro bono project with the charity, so this is an example of the layout inside the book. We also work a lot on brand identities, so one recent brand identity for the Emirate of Sharjah, where we integrated an arch into the letter A and also in the letter T marbuta that you can see here. So normally when you work with a brand that has to exist in two languages, people typically do an English version, an Arabic version, for example, and a bilingual version, which gives you three faces for brand identity, which is not always efficient, or actually it doesn't maximize the outlook of a brand. So what we did here is we created the DNA and this typeface that sort of had this integration, this feature. So if you use the logo alone in any language, you still recognize it as the same logo. And the kind of DNA around the brand, the colors, the sort of behavior is all the same. So that sort of built this whole world around sort of the place of Sharjah, which is a beautiful emirate where the Sharjah Biennale actually happens now for almost 15 years. So they've kind of like, making waves for the development of art in the kind of that part of the world. Yeah.
It's so beautiful, and I love how both languages and both experiences are there together in one piece, because as you mentioned, sometimes if it's if we're localizing and we're putting into or cultures, it's not the same experience all the time. That's something I've seen here a lot actually in Barcelona, where a lot of artists will have an experience, and there's the English, Catalan, and Spanish all together. So it really brings it in a beautiful way.
And also, I think there is something to kind of play with when you sort of like maybe try to connect. And sometimes you don't always have to work in parallel. You could use contrast to connect. You don't necessarily have to be sort of visually matching. In this case, it's like visually matching. In Haraka Baraka, it was more using contrast to sort of contrast the Arabic illustrations with the kind of English translations. And for me, in my work, translation is never like 100% clear. Like you can never really, even in communication in general, we're speaking the same language, but it's about what you take from what I'm saying. It's always that kind of down to the two parts. And design is a communication tool in a sense. And what we try to do when we sort of design is to sort of communicate as clearly as possible. But also there are interesting bits where people take other things from the work that you didn't necessarily intend for them to be taken. So I feel like anything visual is open for interpretation to an extent. And as designers, it's about like kind of controlling the interpretation and sort of telling the right story through the elements, and also more open for people to sort of take from it sort of further ideas and sort of more excitement. Yeah,
that's been a theme in all of our talks on Adobe Live this week, has been designers as communicators. And there's been many creatives on stream that have even come from like journalist backgrounds, or like I think there's a lot of commonalities just in making sure they're communicating through visual design.
Yeah, absolutely. And another project that I kind of did when I set up my company, we named it Type Map. It's actually a series of experiments across languages, not just Arabic and English, but it was also across sign language, across Chinese. And what we're trying to do, I work a lot with typography, we're trying to kind of like look at scripts in general, the scripts we could speak and talk, and sort of try to kind of analyze these scripts and sort of play with them and see if there's any similarities even in sign languages, or perhaps in sort of like, for example, Chinese script is modular. I had two design spoke Chinese. We named the studio Right to Left, and at the time when I hired like people who spoke Chinese, I'm like, does the name work? Do you guys write from right to left or left to right, or how does it work? And they're like, well, it's the spacing in the Chinese language that actually tells you which way to read it. So the kind of leading, basically the equivalent of the leading. So it's how you, and this kind of poster in the middle is about that. And these were not like, you know, client-based work. These were kind of bits of work that we did in our free time to just explore things. And those themes later influenced our work. So for example, this poster here, variety of bees. I mean, I could, if I sit down for 2 hours, I can draw maybe 40 different bees. The script, the Arabic script doesn't just have serif and sans serif, it has about 16 different calligraphic traditions that can come between Nasakh, Kufi, Ruqa, Nastalik, they all look very different, which means you can really manipulate the letters and play with them. So it's a very elastic, sort of flexible script. And for me it's very exciting because the technology hasn't really done it justice yet, but things are happening now, so it's a very exciting script to be working with at the moment. Yeah,
it's very beautiful. It's very artistic too. Yeah. Well, these are beautiful, and I'd love to pull up also your, like, for those who, you know, would love to continue following your work. Is there another site or your Instagram account or whatever you'd like to pull up where people can, you know, continue to follow along?
Yeah, absolutely. So normally I publish my work on a Pentagram website, which actually this is a new site that we just launched. And it has this amazing feature which I'd like to show you. We worked a lot on this, called the archive, and it's the archive of all the work done to date. And what you could do, kind of say in the search, find me red. Okay, and then it's supposed to load, if the internet helps me, everything that's ever published in red. This is coming from a variety of projects. So you can actually play with it and start to, and this is basically, we have a huge archive. Pentagram is 52 years old. So at the moment we are scanning our physical archive, because obviously now the archive is more digital, and we're going to load it here, so it becomes like a space for inspiration. In terms of where we publish our project site, so every case study goes in the sort of work section. So the latest work is at the top. This is work from my partners at the moment. You can follow it here. I also have my own website, which I try to update, and you can see it here. It's just my full name. .co.uk, so you can kind of, the emails to contacts is an Instagram link, and there are a couple of emails on my website if you'd like to reach out to work with us. So yeah.
Perfect. Well, I'm just posting that in the chat here too, so if anyone has questions. And I'm seeing more people joining in. We have from Germany, so I'm seeing some comments in German here and conversations happening. And Annika, nice to see you from Canada. Thank you so much for joining in. Well, Samar, thank you so much for walking through that. And I think we can move to the portfolio review of our portion.
Yeah.
So with that, Robbie, if you want to join us to come on in. So this is Robbie Ashcroft. How's it going?
I'm all right, yeah.
Yeah? Yeah. How is OFFF been for you?
Oh, mate, incredible.
Yeah?
Yeah, really cool. Like Barcelona, and just like meeting a bunch of people that I've known online and seeing them in real life is quite surreal. Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. Well, Robbie, tell us more about yourself and what you focus on.
Well, I am a 3D artist and motion designer. I do mostly work for like products, so not necessarily like illustrative, but more for product. And I'm basically fully self-taught, and I'm fairly new to this, but I've learned an absolute ton over the past 2.5 years that I've been doing this.
Amazing. Right? It's the first time I do this live, so I hope the audience will bear with us. So it's the first time for you as well, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
I did
guide us
running
away.
very smoothly. Joy of live, right? Everyone in the chat knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Cool. Well, I think we can just pull up your site. Let's see. I had it here. You can see it. Yep.
Right there,
my vision is, there we go.
Wow.
If you just want to go ahead and scroll through and kind of, talk through it, and then would love Samar's feedback.
Wow, this is impressive.
Sure. I mean, yeah. What would you like me to say about it?
Yeah. I think what's interesting is like if I scroll through this as if I don't know you, and I can tell you what I can pick up in terms of so normally apparently like most people spend less than 60 seconds on a website.
Yeah.
As you know, someone operating as a creative director, probably they will. If I get a portfolio, if I look at a website, you flick through it very quickly, and what you end up doing is clicking on an image that you like, right?
Yeah.
So and then basically the second thing, if I like what I see, is I would want to say, okay, what did you do in that project? Because we get a lot of, like sometimes portfolios where people, you know,
That's loud, isn't it? Yeah.
Can start. We have a lot of audience as well here, so
I can turn that down,
so that's kind of what I'm keen to know, and I would look to find that information very quickly, as opposed to, you know, so the visuals are great, you know, like maybe I'm doing something that needs that kind of treatment. So what I want to do is like, how difficult was that for you to do? How much of it did you do, and also how long did it take you? Like, I probably looking at your website and thinking, I have 2 weeks to deliver some like a visual like this. Will I be able to do this? That's sort of how we think from our point of view. So I guess like at the moment I'm seeing, and the text is a bit small.
Yeah.
So what are you saying? Olympia is the result of a series of explorations surrounding fragrances, flowers, and motion design. The end product of such exploration being a simple flower, blooming animation for use on social platform and Instagram. So this is a real client, or were you doing this at a
No, yeah, this
company?
was a personal project, this one. So
Okay.
and this was quite a long time ago. So
Okay, so would you like me to click on something else? I mean, it looks quite impressive, like in terms of what you can do with this, and I'm sure like someone would be looking at this. That the kind of cover image is definitely something that you would click on. What would you say is your proudest project?
probably this one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So let's click through and see what we can. So I'd recommend you make the font size a bit bigger. Yeah. Just signpost it.
I haven't focused very much on the text, if you can tell.
I mean, they're impressive, but also sometimes people would be looking. I mean, I'm thinking as me, as like someone who's looking to hire people who can help me do things, let's say in 3D, or probably if you have a client looking at this directly, they would already have an idea that they want to execute. So somehow it's sort of like you need a bit more clarity on like kind of the brief, how you solved it, you know. But the work is kind of quite slick. I would say maybe formatting could be done a bit better. Like for example, here I'm scrolling. And to see the image, I can't really see it on the laptop in full. So you either want to make it smaller, or you want to move it and put something next to it. So you just have to dictate. If you have eyeballs on your website, you want them to see as much as possible and to understand about you as much as possible, right? So right now, in this time, I kind of worked out you're very good at kind of using the tool, at creating worlds with movement. I probably will click on your about next, because I want to know, for great picture. Yeah, you look like someone I want to work with. That's very good.
Great.
So, and then you have
I
a
do
little
need to
bit.
work on this.
I think you just need to make your font bigger, because you know, like sometimes I'm doing this to be able to read. That's not. Maybe it's my eyesight. It's not your font, but hey. So yeah, and then you have Let's Talk. So you click on this, and it takes me to an email, or
yeah, this is a call, and then there's like a...
I can schedule an intro call for Slick. Very nice.
Yeah, and then there's an email down there if that's, you know, too forward.
Do people use that?
It's been used before, yeah.
Yeah, so people just schedule a call with you and they tell you want to do this. Can you do it?
It's been done for, yeah, it's happened before, yeah.
Okay, that's nice. Oh, this is cool. Color. Actually, this is nice, this bit. This is part of your show reel.
Yeah.
But it comes a little bit later. Okay. I would say add some color, because actually all of this work is sort of similar in color hues. So you might want to bring that bit forward, or maybe push it up here in one of these images on this kind of like a tile.
That's that project right there.
But you've chosen, I mean, maybe you're coordinating your colors on the page, but sometimes it's nice to see that you can do different things, right? Because that's kind of what people want to see. So I can tell you're versatile. You can stretch between, you know, different sort of styles. If I need to. So for you, what would you like? What would you think you're kind of using this website as a way for people to kind of bring you leads or to sort of come and work with you, or just as it's a portfolio website in a sense?
It's mostly a portfolio website.
And do you get bookings through that portfolio?
As in, am I busy with work?
Yeah, do people kind of reach out through the website, or do you have
through
an
the
agent?
website? Well, most of my stuff is referrals.
Okay.
Yeah, so they're not really reaching out most of the time through the website. Most of the time, I'll get introduced or something like that, and then sometimes we get on the call and they haven't even looked at my website.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So that's great. Actually, that's the best way to because people know you. I mean, see, this is very interesting. The combination of 2D and 3D, and also like 2D motion graphics as well. So that's versatility. I would push that a bit as well. Like I'd make more of it on the front page. I don't know whether people will. How long is that show reel?
The show reel on the front page?
Yeah.
Maybe 30 seconds. 34 seconds, I think.
Yeah. So you pulled out the projects from the show reel and you put them in the different thumbnails at the bottom. These are the projects, yeah. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
It was here all along. I just missed it.
Yeah, it's at the end of that video there. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, it's a pretty good website. If you're getting work without people looking at your website, you're already famous. You don't need me. It's just
Well, I'm not. Yeah, and there's a couple extra projects in this work section here.
Yeah, I mean, I think it works. Very simple. You have the about, you have the work, you have the contact. Sometimes it's good to see like separation between actual commercial work and personal projects. Because that kind of tells us, like, commercial work is usually influenced by what the clients want or whatever, like the people you're working with. Personal projects usually are what drives you. So, like, your personal project, I thought it was a commercial project, right? So you like to kind of explore the technique, and you could write about those in a different way, or kind of, and it also says, like, I do a lot of talks for students, and sometimes they say, what would make us stand out? And I think it's always like the personal work is where you can see the person as opposed to the client and the person. Because always the collaboration in projects is, you know, you must have been working on, like, with maybe advertising agencies. So there's a lot of people sort of throwing stuff in the mix. But in your personal work, I can see what kind of stuff you're interested in doing more and where. And it's always nice to see as well. Like if you're experimenting with the tool, you're coming up with things that maybe don't make necessarily a lot of sense, but they give you joy. I think that's a worthwhile thing to show.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for walking through that. The time flew. We're already at time. But thank you so much, Samar. Thank you, Robbie, for joining us today. And I've gone ahead and posted the links in the chat for those who are tuning in to watch it. I hope you have a great rest of your off. And thanks for coming on Adobe Live.
All right, brilliant. Thank you so much for hosting us.
Thanks, everyone. We'll be right back with I can't believe it's our last episode of Off. So be sure to stay tuned. We'll be right back. Hi, Adobe Live community. We are back with our, I can't believe it, our final episode here at OFF Festival in Barcelona. I'm Clara Galan. I work on the community team here at Adobe, based in Barcelona. And I'm joined here today with Philip Luke. Philip, how's it going?
I'm fine. How are you?
Good. I'm really happy to be here at OFF, connecting with so many people that we usually see online. So it's been nice to see in person.
Yeah, like it's literally like not only the only reason I'm coming here, but it feels like during OFF the whole industry is on pause, so we can actually like meet everyone. We usually just see Slack icons off, so yeah, it's really fun coming here. So it's my 9th time already.
Oh wow, nice.
First time as a speaker. So yeah, loads of fun stuff all around.
Yeah, and you had a talk yesterday. How did that go?
Funnily enough, I was the opening talk, so now I'm the closing interview guest. So we've come full circle. Talk was fine. It was the very first time I was like talking about my work and myself in front of like an audience and a crowd in general. So it definitely was like a new challenge, but it was a fun one. I think I reached like new levels of nervousness in the very beginning, but
big audience.
Exactly, yeah. But once I got into the groove, it was really, really fun. Yeah.
Yeah, that's really cool. And I know it's such a great experience here. OFF is one of my favorite festivals because you have that kind of indoor-outdoor experience. There's a lot of really casual networking out in the beer garden here, and then you've got the talks inside. So it's been a lot of fun.
Yeah, totally. And also Barcelona as a city is like a worthwhile visit. Like I haven't been to Barcelona outside of OFF, so I basically know like 2 square kilometers probably of around this venue, but nothing else. But it's still fun to come every year.
Yeah, it's such a fun and creative city, for sure.
Yeah.
Well, Philip, I know you are Director for Motion and Design, and you're based in Trier in Germany.
Yes.
Tell us a little bit more about what you do and what your inspiration comes from.
Yeah, sure. So yeah, as already said, I'm a Director for Motion and Design in Trier, Germany. I'm mainly working with like studios to craft marketing and anything creative for like bigger clients out there. Mainly focused on animation, anything like moving we can pull off. In general, my style or like the stuff I do really isn't set into a specific style, but it's trying to implement a certain level of playfulness, so it's not getting like too dry in the sense of, oh, these are the product features we definitely need to highlight, but always trying to push a certain level of playfulness and fun into this. And I think this one here is a very good example of like just trying and finding ways of how we can like still visualize a rectangle of a laptop, but still make it fun and playful around it.
Yeah.
Like we can now obviously discuss whether most of the reasoning for the visuals comes after they've been done or if it's happening prior to things. But in general, I always really try to bringing some fun stuff into my work, especially when it's mainly about products that I'm doing. Yeah.
Yeah, I was reading from your background that you've worked with some really impressive clients too, across the board. A lot of big tech companies, Meta, for example. Were some of these projects for a client in particular, or?
Yeah, so this one, for example, this one was for Samsung.
Okay.
like I'm usually not directly working with the client in itself, but through a studio, which then hires me to direct the team that is then doing the work for them. But yeah, in general, like the stuff in itself, like there's loads of tech companies which like understood, okay, tech in itself can be very dry.
Yes.
So let's try and make it a bit more playful in a sense.
Yeah.
And yeah, there's like loads of things basically happening where it's just about let's make our product more interesting than it actually potentially is.
Yeah.
But yeah, like I'm fortunate enough to have been approached by these bigger kind of clients. So it's definitely a fun experience to have. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that project that you shared from Samsung and just reimagining what the laptop like could look like, and it's just giving me so many different. If we pull that up above, it's like giving me so many different ideas of. I'm thinking of almost like a ball pit or candies, or like it's making it so much more fun too than the hardware.
Exactly. Like I think that's the fun part about it. Like it's very direct in what we're showing, but it's also giving loads of room for interpretation what it literally could be. Like if you break it down, it's just spheres in different colors, but like specific spheres for the laptop. So as the laptop was white, the spheres for the laptop are also white, but everything around can be anything. It can be playful balloons, it can be candy, it can be whatever your imagination is up to. And I think that's the fun part about like these projects. There's like, we're setting a visual guideline, and the viewer or like the audience in general can then make up whatever they think about it, but the product in itself stays true to reality, but everything around can be anything basically.
Yeah. What is your creative process like? I mean, it's beautiful to see that final output, you know, within these visuals. How do you get there? Like, what does that process of ideation look like?
Yeah, so this one here basically is like a set of just explorations we did. So this one, for example, the laptop is called Notebook Plus 2. So for the client, it was important, okay, we need to show plus symbols wherever possible. So we basically just explored ways of how can we make a plus sign out of various different plus signs. What can we do with a plus sign to make it more than just like a thing of two rectangles crossing? And in this project, the fun thing was that we had a lot of liberty and freedom from the client of just exploring. And I think this also describes my workflow really, really well, that whenever there's the opportunity to do so, let's just explore various different things and then see what sticks. Like obviously can also happen that nothing sticks and the client is like, oh no, this is way too crazy. But let's just explore and then see what aligns and fits with what the client is envisioning also.
Yeah, and it, on that client piece, I know one of the questions we get very frequently from our community is, how do you start to approach some of these bigger clients? Like, what's your process? You know, how do you get discovered? Is it through your website, online, or is it through word of mouth? Like, how do you usually approach that?
Yeah, so like with these bigger clients, like obviously they also have, like they usually have like a very distinct brief, which isn't necessarily about what they want to see, but what the goal is with the campaign they are after. And then we just try whatever we can do to like met this criteria. And regarding the question of where they find me, I think like the website is probably the least, like the page I get the least amount of leads from. I did everydays back in the day on Instagram, where I was like just uploading stuff every single day to learn the tools and everything. And I got like a kind of big following on there, so loads of people just know the work I'm doing from my Instagram page. And that's mainly where I get the most clients from, or like the studios then reaching out like, oh, we saw your stuff on Instagram.
So
Can
cool.
you help us do stuff? Yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing just even starting to post, and you'll never know, you know, who's going to be looking at it. I'm looking here in the chat to see if there's any questions. We have hello, we have Tim joining in from Munich. Hey, Tim. And I'm actually, speaking of Instagram, maybe I can pull up your Instagram page and then maybe kind of talk me through how you structure it, and then for those who are tuning in, that are looking for advice on how to best structure their page.
So I think like structure-wise, since there's this feature of like pinning 3 things on top, I basically just try to like pick my favorites from like 3 different perspectives. So like the first one, the escape one, is basically just from a series in which I try to take everyday moments or like everyday objects and just take a creative spin on this. So literally using the escape as like an escape route, which then shows like, okay, yeah, this is some personal and creative thinking I'm doing.
This
and
is for this
this
one.
is this
We'll
one,
this
yeah,
one
exactly. Which is like, it's not technically crazy, but like I think it shows my level of creative thinking and how you can like spin up things that can be quite ordinary to show that there is more creatively to explore. And outside of that, it's also like literally just a client showcase of things like the metal cards for N26, just to showcase, yeah, this is cool stuff we did for animation, just to show some variety and basically what I could offer for animation. And the other stuff, again, is just like a client thing, which isn't really fitting into the visual aesthetic I want to see on my website, but was shared to an Instagram as a general archive of things where just so I have everything in there. And other than that, I basically just dump everything that's happening in like everyday life of explorations, like exactly into
cool.
Instagram, and just seeing what sticks and thinking about ways of keeping audiences engaged and sharing ideas with the outside world.
Yeah, even looking at these, I'm getting just ideas and inspiration.
Yeah. and I
that's
think
on their everyday life objects too.
Exactly.
Like this
and
beautiful. I love the glass and just the reflection there.
Yeah. Like I think this, again, like creatively, this isn't like that. It's literally just a glass rolling on the floor, but everything you see in there is like CGI. So the challenge obviously was like, how can we make this as real as possible?
Wow. It looks very realistic.
Thanks.
Yeah.
So it's mainly just about like also flexing technicalities and teaching yourself how can we push reality while still maintaining a certain aesthetic around it.
I love this comment. Did you have a NASA computer set up to render this?
It literally took loads of time,
I can't even imagine.
Yeah.
And Philip, I know you have a lot of many years of experience with CGI, and you've even done education with it. Can you just tell me a little bit more about your experience with CGI and how that's impacted your work?
Yeah, sure. So funnily enough, when I started out with anything creative in the very beginning, I was a pure Photoshop guy. And like whenever I thought about 3D, I thought, well, that's not needed. I have Photoshop. I can compose whatever I need with photos that exist. Up until the point when I saw a breakdown of a Mercedes commercial, which I thought, yeah, this is shot outside. There's nothing CGI in this. Up until the point where I saw the breakdown and everything was CGI. And that's when I thought, well, okay, yeah, this is exciting. I need to learn that. And that's when I dived into the everydays of just exploring the tools and forcing myself to publish something every single day to like have a certain accountability in the sense of I want to learn something new every day, and by doing that I obviously learn the tools and everything, and that's then when it started to like gain traction, not only in the sense of, oh, I'm enjoying this, but also the followers or like the people I was posting to were enjoying this as well. And that's basically why I never really stopped exploring and tinkering around with the tools I'm using. And yeah, like if you do something like every single day, like usually the experience accumulates, and you just then have a certain tool set of things you can apply to whatever task a client or like a personal project throws at you.
Yeah, definitely. And you see it in your work. Like you see I can't even imagine the different amount of tools that you that you use to create. I'll just pull up that one there too, and really cool.
Yeah, it also, like the idea in itself is very ordinary.
Yeah.
But like it's nothing too crazy. But I think like just the spin of imagine in a real badminton match, the lines would just distort once the shuttlecock bounces on it. It would completely break the game. And that's like literally just what I did there. It's like trying to come up with an idea that in the very beginning might be a bit, well, yeah, it's just bouncing around, but how can we add a twist to that? And I think a lot of just like technical exploration and creative ideation then accumulates in these explorations, basically.
Yeah, no, it's really, really beautiful work. I'll definitely post your link to your account in the chat here too, so everyone who's tuning in can follow along. And if you, I went ahead and posted that in there. I think we had a question to add that. If you have any questions, we are live here from Barcelona, so if you want to go ahead and post them on YouTube or on Behance, we can chat with Philip some more. Well, maybe we can go back to your website, Philip, if there's any other, recent projects that you want to showcase and kind of talk through that creative process.
Yeah, sure. Like we can show some Tilco stuff that we did. So the thing here with this project, this was a very fast-paced one, and they basically just wanted to highlight and showcase the various different like color combinations and options you could like build with their shelving systems. And that's where we just like did some quick animations for these. Again, like a very playful approach to keeping focus on the product in itself, but everything around can be like really abstract and really like not achievable in real life, I'd say. So everything is like really playful in the sense of just bringing some uplifting vibes, I'd say, into these. And as this was inside, like the campaign went live during spring, so the connection was very like clear from the very beginning. Oh, we want flowers and greenery growing to show, okay, there's new life coming into after a winter period. And yeah, overall it was a very fun exploration phase again of just like, how are the rooms actually looking like? How is light interacting with these, especially with interiors? You can, by the way you are shaping a room, you can guide so much attention in the audience. And yeah, if you compare like, like this, okay, this is potentially a cool looking room, but the product in itself is completely getting lost. So you need to find this fine balance between, oh, this is a cool looking frame, but is it actually highlighting what the client in the end wants to have highlighted? But yeah, in general, it's like basically every project I'm taking on, I'm trying to focus as much as possible on just like researching and exploring motion techniques of visual styles to then like discuss with client how far we can push it. And yeah, I think like my main advice for the how far you can push it is, in the first round, just go way further than the client would ever imagine. The client will always pull you back, but he will potentially never pull you as far back as, like if you play it safe from the very first round. So just push it, and then like in the end, if it's completely dialed down, yeah, that's cool. But if they keep something crazy throughout the process, it's always a win. So yeah, just strive for it.
Yeah, that's really good advice. I think it's always easier to pull back than it is to push further after the initial piece. Well, Philip, any projects that are coming up that you're excited about, that you can share at least, maybe a sneak peek?
Yeah, that's always the thing. Like there's, if you check my about, like there's this list of clients I always worked with, which is like cool to read, but for example, work with Apple, can't show anything.
Of course, yeah.
Work with Meta, can't show anything. Work with Google, can't show anything. So there is some projects coming up.
Okay.
I can't show them yet. They've went live already on client side. So yeah, just take a look, like peek on Instagram or my socials in general in the next couple of weeks, hopefully.
Okay.
But yeah, it's always a hard balance to like fight the NDAs and think about like, yeah, can we share this? Oh no, it's it's a mixed kind of bag when working with these bigger clients.
Totally, and I even know from the Adobe side too, right?
Yeah.
But I mean, of course, once it goes live,
Yeah.
we definitely love you to come back on Adobe Live and share some of the new projects.
I'm more than happy to come.
Thank
Awesome.
you. Well, thank you, Philip, so much for joining us today.
Thanks a lot.
Any final words or resources you want to share with the community before we?
Well, I think if you want to start out on 3D, I think right now is probably like a perfect time of like just exploring. There's loads of resources out there on the internet, like just trying out stuff. And at the same time, like don't be afraid to just share things. Publish it out on the web. There's loads of things. Maybe someone takes inspiration. Maybe you meet up with people from the other side of the world. Just share creative things, and yeah, you'll never know who else it's inspiring to do something new. And yeah, I think that's like my general, like the aim, at least what I'm striving for. Just share whatever you do. Someone will find it inspiring, and yeah, you'll never know where it leads to. So yeah. That's it.
Yeah, I think those are great words to end off too. Like I know we're actually, this is our last episode, as I mentioned. So Philip, thank you again so much for joining us today.
Thanks a lot for having me.
We've had your Instagram here in the chat and look forward to continuing to follow your work.
Thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Well, thank you all for joining us virtually, and there's people here in person too. That's a wrap for OFF Festival 2025 in Barcelona. Thank you again all so much for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you next year.